I don't respect Jon Jones at all. He doesn't have an answer for my attacks.
Oh, big shot! This has been the most he's ever been hit.
I think Alexander Gustafsson is going to be what it always is. You know, sharp boxing, a lot of footwork, pretty much running. This time, there's nowhere to run.
Head kick! Oh! He's hurt, and Jon is all over him.
Here comes Johnny Bones with the ground and pound.
He's out.
Jon Jones is back!
Jon is the best fighter out there, but I know I can break him. He's not ready for what I'm bringing to the table. I'm going to make sure I put him through hell.
I've done a lot of work to get back to this point, and I won't let it all go in vain.
Good afternoon from the west coast of the USA. We are live in Inglewood, California at the Forum for UFC 232, Jones versus Gustafsson 2. Later tonight, a women's super fight to be followed by a rematch of an absolute championship classic. It is all coming your way on pay-per-view. But of course, as always, the night starts here on UFC Fight Pass. John Anik, Joe Rogan, and the former bantamweight champ Dominic Cruz on hand. Great to have you with us as we close out what has been a huge 2018 for the UFC. As for the rule set tonight, the California State Athletic Commission uses the new unified rules. We will also have the limited use of instant replay if need be, but that is only to look at the end of a fight, so once replay is used, that particular fight cannot be restarted. All right, with that ready to go, the first of 13 fights coming your way tonight from the Forum. Well, Milwaukee's Montel Jackson is no nonsense. He prefers to let his fighting do the talking. Tonight, he'll look to show the UFC what he can do by lowering the boom on Brian Kelleher. After impressing with a knockout of Rico DeSchulo on Dana White's Tuesday Night Contender Series in June, Montel Jackson made a quick turn for his UFC debut against Ricky Simón in August. Tonight, Jackson is back, this time to close out a career-altering 2018 with his sixth fight of the year against Brian Boom Kelleher. Fighting far from the home turf in New York, Kelleher began his year with a win over former world champion Renan Barão, and he wants to end it with a fourth UFC win here at the Forum. Coming up next, Montel Quick Jackson battles Brian Boom Kelleher. All right, here is Montel Jackson, 26 years old, getting set for his second UFC appearance. Was to face Brian Kelleher at UFC 230 in November. Kelleher missed weight, was ill on fight day. Jackson missed weight a day ago, but here he is trying to get into the UFC win column for the first time. They're pretty high on this kid in Milwaukee. We'll see how it goes for him here tonight.
Well, he came into the UFC undefeated, and in his fight on Dana White's Tuesday Night Contender Series, he looked excellent.
Yeah.
But again, there's a difference in the caliber of competition. So his first loss was in the UFC, and that was his last fight against Ricky Simón. So what we're gonna see now is how he adjusts and how he responds to the deeper waters of the octagon. It's just a different experience. Dom can speak to that better than anybody here, but he's a promising young kid. He's very aggressive, he's very powerful, and we'll see how he improves and makes adjustments.
Well, one thing that I love about the UFC is anybody who comes from any other show or wherever you're at or wherever you are in the UFC, you get challenged according to how you show up each fight. So Montel has shown up that his range is perfect, his balance is great, he's got good power in his hands, good kicks, he mixes his striking together. But what he hasn't shown a lot of is the grappling. Some people have been able to get a hold of him, keep him down, drag him into deep waters with that grappling. Brian Kelleher is that guy for Montel Jackson. Now, the UFC is testing Montel Jackson, says, can you deal with this guy's grappling to get up that ladder to the next step? And Brian Kelleher has to deal with somebody with good striking to get himself up to that next step. So both these gentlemen are helping each other united to become better. And that's what's cool about this sport is everybody has to work together even though we're competing against each other in order to improve.
This guy has bigger hands than Francis Ngannou, and he fights 130 pounds south of heavyweight. Huge mitts on this bantamweight. I guess he ran into Francis at one point. They went hand to hand, and Montel certainly got some mitts on him, and looking to put weigh-in day behind him and looking to put the UFC debut behind him. Just felt like he came in a little too heavy, and had he had 30 more minutes, probably would have landed on 136 pounds. But here is Montel Jackson. Acknowledged Kelleher's toughness, but believes he has a lot of advantages, skill for skill. We will see how it plays out. All right, so here's Brian Boom Kelleher, the more UFC-tested party. 6 UFC appearance here tonight. Couple big wins on the ledger. Certainly the win over Yuri Alcantara in the UFC debut, a win over Renan Barão earlier this year. And he goes for a 4th UFC win here tonight.
I think the Renan Barão fight is the most important fight on his resume because you're dealing with a world champion, like a real world champion who at one point in time was thought to be the best pound-for-pound fighter or one of the best in the world. So that win was huge for him. In his next fight after that, though, he ran into John Lineker. Different animal, different kind of fighter, and he went head-to-head with Lineker and got stopped. I think that kind of experience is so valuable for a young guy like Kelleher. To win, to lose, to face these different styles, and to get the kind of victories like you got over Marlon Vera, to get a victory over Renan Barão. I mean, he really goes into this octagon with a rich set of experiences as he's facing Montel Jackson.
Well, again, like I said, Kelleher is facing somebody who has a style which he had a problem with in his last fight in Lineker, which is takedown defense to power striking. However, Montel Jackson might not have the same power as Lineker. He's got the combinations, he's got the balance, he's got a lot of the same striking fundamentals in the sense of he's a seasoned striker compared to Kelleher, which he wasn't able to get that takedown on Lineker, and then he had a tough time piecing together the combinations and getting his rhythm going on his striking. So can he make those adjustments in this fight? If Montel stops Kelleher from taking him down, can he fill in those gaps on the feet?
All right, Brian Kelleher trying to get a 20th pro MMA win here tonight. Let's get you the tail of the tape for this bantamweight opener. Montel Jackson and Brian Kelleher. Kelleher 32 years old. Montel Jackson is 26. Jackson, a lot of size and length for this bantamweight division. He's the taller man by 4 inches, and he will have a 9.5-inch reach advantage. All right, now for the introductions, we go inside to Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from Los Angeles at the Fabulous Forum in Inglewood, California for UFC 232, Jones versus Gustafsson 2. And now, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC bantamweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 6 wins, 1 loss. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighing in at 137 pounds. Fighting out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Montel Quick Jackson. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a freestyle fighter holding a professional record, 19 wins, 9 losses. He stands 5 feet 6 inches tall, weighing in at 135 pounds. Fighting out of Selden, New York, Brian Boom Kelleher. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Edward Calantes.
Edward Calantes, our referee for the opener tonight here on UFC Fight Pass. The great Chrissy Blair is in the building, getting us started for round 1. Thank you, Chrissy. Vanessa Hansen out early as well. Home game for you ladies. You'll take it. All right, here we go. Brian Boom Kelleher is in black. Montel Jackson is in white out of the southpaw stance, and we are underway. See a lot of aggression out of Kelleher, a lot of spinning attacks. Jackson again trying to attack the body on that right side.
Watch the kick. Okay.
Ooh! I like that. A jab to the right hook. Very nice by Montel Jackson. So far, I'm seeing very good range by Jackson, keeping it where he wants to fight. Nice inside leg kick. And Kelleher, he's really got to work to get inside.
The key right now for Montel is that right jab, and what he's doing is he's waiting for the right hand of Kelleher, parrying it, coming over the top.
I like how he turns it into a hook as well, Dom.
Yeah, he's parrying it and coming right over the top.
Oh, nice kick to the body. Excellent range control. Now Kelleher closes the distance. Oh,
good
Jackson
elbow.
hurt him there. He hurt him.
That elbow is huge.
That might be it. Kelleher's in trouble.
That elbow
He's
hurt.
covering up. He's trying to survive. He's moving. He's got to scramble if he wants to get out. Oh, Darce attempt here.
Ooh, that looks deep.
It does. Long arms, the long arms of Montel Jackson.
Ooh, he went to his back.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, it's tight.
He's turning the corner, and he's going to get tapped.
Kelleher tap.
That's it.
Beautiful.
Montel Jackson.
Very nice.
You talk
Very
about
nice.
busting into the UFC win column. His head coach, Jake Clipp, told me he was looking for a big, violent win tonight. And Montel Jackson certainly delivered.
The way he submitted him, too, he was turning as Kelleher was going towards the cage. He really couldn't defend. Montel was turning into him, and he didn't even have to hook the leg. He was in a perfect position to finish it because of the position of the cage. Big win.
Huge.
Big win for Montel Jackson. Here's the elbow first. This is what started off. Boom, that hurt him. And we saw the legs give out. He's in big trouble here, and Jackson finished. He came after him very strong, but also very controlled. He picked his shots, landed some very good shots here. There's a nice uppercut, but this is it right here. He cinches this Darce, and as he's turning the corner here to try to cinch up the Darce, Kelleher's legs are running into the octagon, and he really can't keep going. Beautiful, beautiful submission by Montel Jackson.
And that is the first professional win by submission for Montel Jackson. Came in with 5 wins by knockout. 4th first-round finish for Jackson. He is not bonus eligible tonight because he did miss weight, but that is a huge result for the Milwaukee native tonight. Now Bruce Buffer to make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Edward Calantes has called a stop to this contest at 1 minute, 40 seconds of the very first round, declaring the winner by submission due to a Darce choke, Montel Quick Jackson.
Because of what happened in New York. Thank you, man. No problem. You deserve it. You have a family. Thank you.
I'm here with the winner, Montel Jackson. First of all, sir, congratulations on an excellent performance. You hurt him with that elbow, took your time on the ground, but cinched up a beautiful Darce to finish him off for the first submission victory of your career. How good does that feel?
It don't feel too good. I missed weight. No excuse on that. Hats off to Brian. And thank everybody for coming out, making the trip. I know USC had some hiccups. Thank all you guys. Without you guys, we wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be living this dream, so thank you all.
Let's take a look at the finish. Montel, you clipped him with this elbow against the cage, and this is a beautiful short-range elbow. You timed it perfectly. You sensed he was hurt. Tell us what was going through your mind right here.
I gotta take my time and don't make any mistakes. That costed me like the contract on the Dana White Contender Series, being sloppy and rushing things. So I had to take my time and be a little more patient.
Well, you look very professional tonight. Congratulations on an outstanding victory. Montel Jackson, ladies and gentlemen.
And not sure if you caught Brian Kelleher just said to Montel Jackson the 20% of your purse that he was going to forfeit to Kelleher. Kelleher's going to send to Jackson because he has a family, and of course because Kelleher missed weight the first time around. Man, these athletes never cease to amaze me with the sportsmanship and the gesture there from Kelleher. But
100%, and I couldn't have said it any better myself. I mean, these guys are fighting with each other, but the way that Montel Jackson was able to land this elbow to set up the finish was just really nice. I mean, this is just MMA at its finest. He hit that elbow, hurt Kelleher. Kelleher did some punches on the ground and pound, and then transitioned straight to the front headlock to this Darce. And when you see him roll to his back here, he knows he's got it cinched in, and he knows he's got that. And Kelleher needs to roll all the way over, but he can't because his feet get trapped up against the fence here, and that tightens up that choke, and that's it.
Beautiful.
all right, here's a look at what is coming your way on UFC Fight Pass in 2019. As usual, we will have Fight Pass prelims for all UFC pay-per-view events. Of course, the MMA from around the globe you have come to expect as well, including Invicta FC and Cage Warriors. Submission grappling events, EBI and Polaris. Plus Roy Jones Jr. boxing, plenty of kickboxing and Muay Thai coverage as well. UFC Fight Pass has you covered. Download the UFC app today.
It's easy for a fighter to win if they're always dominating fights.
It is all over! It is all over! Wow! Jon Jones remains the UFC light heavyweight champion!
One of the greatest fighters that has ever competed. When you really find out what makes a fighter, when you really find out about their character, their heart, their indomitable spirit, you find that out when they're tested by another great fighter. That is what we saw in the first fight. Alexander Gustafsson versus Jon Jones 2 is a rematch of one of the very best fights in the history of the UFC light heavyweight division, and the closest fight that Jon Jones has ever been in his entire career.
Here we go!
Oh, big combination by Gustafsson. And a right hand.
Teeing off.
Gustafsson was the first guy to take him down.
Gustafsson with the takedown.
Incredible.
He cut him badly. Look at the cut over the eye of Jon Jones. He hurt him with big shots.
Nice uppercuts. Look at that left.
Jon had to dig to the bottom of his championship medal to pull out the victory in the final round.
They are on their feet.
Head kick. Flying knee by Jones. Gustafsson's busted up now. There's that head kick again. Gustafsson's in trouble. And another one. Incredible. And an elbow. Jon Jones might have to take Gustafsson out to retain his title.
And they go the distance.
Big round for Jon was obviously the last round, but that might be the only round he's won.
I didn't train as hard as I should have. And it caught up to me. It definitely caught
Excuses, only excuses. That's all I hear.
If my excuse was that I didn't train hard enough, what's your excuse for losing?
That's where you're wrong. I didn't lose, John. We all know that. I didn't lose. We're going to have a greater fight than the first one. I can promise you that.
Oh my goodness, I
man.
can't believe it's here. Listen folks, this is a sensational card. Chris Cyborg versus Amanda Nunes. This is, in my opinion, the first real test in Chris Cyborg's mixed martial arts career other than Gina Carano. This is a real champion in Amanda Nunes. Not just a champion, but a woman with legit knockout power, a woman with a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, a woman with real experience in 5-round championship fights. I think that is an outstanding matchup. I'm very excited to see Carlos Condit back and Michael Chiesa moving up to welterweight. Chad Mendes still one of the best 145-pounders in the game. Alir Latifi versus Corey Anderson. This is an excellent, excellent card.
We are loaded, of course, all leading up to Jon Jones and Alexander Gustafsson. And Dom, here was the scene earlier today. Jones arriving at the Forum about 1 p.m. local time, going through some of the motions. He has since left the arena, but Jon Jones, a picture of focus here during fight week, and all indications are he is raring to go tonight.
I love the way that he goes in there and just hits his pad. I mean, it just gives you a real feel of what's going on. There is something different about touching the canvas with your feet when you get in there. It's just the way it's just real rough, and the way it triggers your mind. I like that he goes in there and does this. He makes the cage his when he does this, octagon, excuse me. And it's just intelligent, if you ask me.
All right, so that was the pay-per-view. These are the final batch of FS1 prelims tonight in front of UFC 232. It all starts at 8 p.m. Eastern time. First fight you will see, Hall versus Hall of Famer. BJ Penn returns against fellow Jiu-Jitsu black belt Ryan Hall. A lot of big names on the prelims tonight. Kat Zingano and Megan Anderson, potentially a featherweight title eliminator of sorts there. And the featured prelim in the heavyweight division, 46th pro fight for Andrei Arlovsky as he takes on the heavyweight hopeful Walt the Big Ticket Harris. All right, moving on now with more live action here on Fight Pass. Welterweight prospect Curtis Millender may be getting a home game here in SoCal, but Sir Bahadurzada is no stranger to playing spoiler. That is precisely the task in front of him here tonight. Knockouts have always been the first order of business for striking specialists Curtis Millender and Sir Bahadurzada. But in recent bouts, they have both taken it to a new level, setting the stage for a fight here few expect to go the distance. Back in February, Curtis Millender made an immediate impression in his UFC debut with his performance of the night finish of Thiago Alves. And he wants to end his year the way he started it against Bahadurzada, who has finished his last 8 wins, with 7 of those coming by way of knockout. Coming up next, Sir the Great Bahadurzada meets Curtis Millender. born in Afghanistan. He moved to the Netherlands at 15 years old. Tonight, Seer Bahadurzada makes his 7th UFC appearance and does so with a lot of momentum. Big win in April against Lewin Chagas. 2nd UFC bonus for him that night. Bahadurzada's been at this a long time. Joe turned pro in 2002, and just another statement to the depth of this welterweight division that a guy as talented as Bahadurzada at times can get lost in the shuffle.
Yeah, I mean, this is a crazy fight when you really stop and think about it. But this is on the Fight Pass undercard,
right,
and it's getting overlooked. When you think about all the great matchups on this card, this is a sleeper to me. This is one of the ones that I'm most looking forward to. Bahadurzada, you put your hand on that guy's back, it feels like he's made out of walnut. I'm not kidding. This guy hits so hard, crazy hard, and with weird angles to his shots, and he puts people to sleep moving back. I mean, he's got really unusual, God-given power, and that has been the hallmark of his career. When he listed his style, he wrote violence. That is his style. He is a violent man, and he seeks to win this fight by knockout. When Millender and him were at the weigh-in staring each other down, he kept saying to Millender, "You're going to sleep. You are going to sleep." He believes that with every single person that steps into that octagon with him, and he has the capability of knocking any man unconscious. The guy has ridiculous power.
And that power that you talk about, Greg Jackson has also talked about it, has referred to Seer as the hardest hitter he's ever worked with. I mean, that's a big thing to say coming out of Jackson Week and the things that he's done. But on top of that, what makes him so successful at landing that power is his timing, is his reads, and the setups that he uses to land that one-punch power. He's always poking at your gut with those teep kicks. He's always poking at your knees. He's always kicking your legs. And as you start getting poked in the gut by those teep kicks, your hands start to drop. And he is just waiting for your hands to drop and time that overhand right of his. And he is hard to deal with. It's going to be fun to watch this fight.
And it's crazy when you look at him because he looks like a normal guy.
Right.
I mean, he's not built like Melvin Manhoof or something. He looks totally normal. He looks like an athlete, obviously, but his power is just freaking.
And a guy with some pop in his own right here is Curtis Millender, making the walk for his 3rd UFC appearance. He does so with an 8-fight winning streak. And he was happy with this switch of venue from Vegas to LA. His boys, his 2 sons are in the building tonight. But Millender really came on strong in the UFC debut against Thiago Alves, and as such, a lot of eyeballs on Curtis tonight.
But he's a special talent. He really is. And the Thiago Alves fight really proved that. Thiago is a world-class seasoned fighter that still is at very close to the top of his game, and Millender handled him. And he put him away with that knee and walked away from it. He's got confidence, he's got swagger, he's got technique, he's really got it all. What he needs is more wins like the Thiago Alves fight, and he has an opportunity to get one of those wins tonight against Bahadurzada.
The keys in this fight for Millender have to do with his footwork. Stop the takedown attempts, just all together, no takedowns. He has to pick them apart from the outside, keep the grappling from happening, and the path of least resistance is to keep this fight on the feet for him. Now we say Seer's really good on the feet, and he is. However, the length, the way that Curtis Millender uses his knees up the middle, the way that he uses his long limbs, and the way that he reaches and keeps guys reaching for him and losing their balance, trying to reach to him to get in the pocket with them, is the problem that Seer's gonna have to adjust to. Those knees that Curtis Millender throws are like uppercuts. It's like having 4 uppercuts that he can throw at any given time, and he's also got those long limbs for the straight punches. This is gonna be a fun fight, and it's gonna take a lot of adjustments on both these gentlemen at a high level in order to land and get the win.
I agree, and I think another factor with Millender is going to be his kicks. He's got excellent kicks, and I think he's going to try to keep CR at a distance and then work the timing to figure out how he can get in and land one of those big shots while avoiding the bombs that Bahadurzada throws.
50 pro fights between them. Neither fighter has ever been knocked out. Perhaps something has to give tonight here in Inglewood. With that backdrop, we get your tail tape for this one. 3 rounds if needed in the UFC's welterweight division. Curtis Millender, 31. Seer Bahadurzada is 34. Millender is 3 inches taller. That matches his edge in reach. All right, now for the official introductions, we turn it over to the veteran voice, Bruce Buck.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC welterweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a Muay Thai kickboxer holding a professional record, 24 wins, 6 losses, 1 draw. He stands 5 feet 11 inches tall, weighing in at 171 pounds. Fighting out of Amsterdam, the Netherlands, by way of Kabul, Afghanistan, Siyar the Great Bahadurzada. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 16 wins, 3 losses. He stands 6 feet 2 inches tall, weighing in at 170 pounds. Fighting out of Fullerton, California, Curtis Melander. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Mike Beltran.
Oh, we like the stare down. Of course, we like the Mike Beltran mustache. Ariane Celeste is here. Curtis Melander, born in San Bernardino, fights out of Fullerton, California. Ben Jones, his longtime chief corner.
All right, gentlemen, first round. You ready to fight? You ready to fight? Head up, let's go.
Sear says everybody's a great striker, everybody's a great ground fighter, but the thing that separates him from everybody else is he's got balls, he says.
I'm pretty sure Melander has balls as well.
That's my point.
Yeah.
So what's going to really happen is...
It's his belief.
That's his power in his head.
Absolutely. And the fact that he knows he could smash people.
There's that teep kick in the right hand right off the bat. Those are his 2 best weapons that he uses over and over, and he finds the timing as he finds his range. See here. Look at the length of Melander. It's just long.
Long and knows how to use it. It reminds me a little bit of Jon Jones in that range. That he's just excellent at utilizing that advantage that he has in his frame.
Well, after Jon started fighting the way he did, I started to see a lot of gentlemen take a lot of the fundamentals that he uses, this teep kick to the front. If you got a long stature, long limbs, you try to fight somewhat like Jon Jones, and Curtis Melander has similarities, just like we've seen a lot of guys talk about fighting like Jon Jones. And it's that frame that they have that they know how to use very well.
Bahadurzada just kind of glanced him with a left hook there. Melander's got to be careful. Got to be careful closing that distance, because Bahadurzada's loading up with every shot.
We'll see that teep kick to the knee stops the overhand right from being able to throw when he wants to. So it is a good weapon that he's using in Melander. That'll slow down the right hand of Bahadurzada.
Bahadurzada is, he's not a guy that'll throw things at 50% speed and then ramp it up. Almost everything he throws is 100%. They're very nice there by Melander. Took the base out.
Bahadurzada with a finish in all 4 of his UFC wins.
Oh!
Bahadurzada shakes off that spinning attack from Melander, but it appeared to land at least partially.
It definitely landed partially. But CR can take it. But you don't want to take too many of those.
He takes pride in being able to take a lot of damage and keep throwing. That's one of the things he mentions. But
and this is what I was saying about Melander, that this is going to be a factor, is not just the reach, but the utilization of kicks. He's got a much more kick-heavy game than CR does.
It's basically just having more weapons, like you're saying, Joe, and it's hard to deal with somebody who has more weapons than you.
And there was that knee, he tried to sneak it up the middle. Good movement there by Melander, just out of the range, but close enough to attack.
Yeah, Melander's worked hard on his movement, his footwork, just out of range with that offering there.
He's doing a good job of switching stances, too. In the middle of throwing kicks, he'll throw a punch. He's been very hard to read right now.
Well, seeing he's got, as Melander has the reach advantage, I'd like to see Sear be able to start feinting more, faking more. Otherwise, he's going to have a hard time because he's just too far out for Melander. You got to fake your way in and then try to pull out the punches of Melander and slip those to get inside. That's the best chance. And watch the knees on the way in.
There's that outside leg kick. Beautiful. And Melander, ooh, he clipped him there with that right.
No denying the one-punch knockout power of Bahadurzada.
Well, the way he throws, he commits to his punches, John, and he's doing that right now. He has faith in that one-punch knockout, and he just eats shots until he lands it.
He's eating a lot, though.
A lot.
And in getting very emotional and trying to get these shots back, he's really opening himself up.
Well, Joe, in my opinion, the leg kicks are what are really going to stop the power of the hands of Sear over this fight if he keeps eating them.
A little flurry there from Sear.
There's a lot of wasted energy. I mean, he's like really biting down and swinging hard and not getting much return for his investment.
Under a minute here to go, round one. Millender attacks the body again.
The thing about a guy like Bahar-Dazada, though, all it takes is one shot.
Right.
All it takes is one shot and everything changes. So Millender's got to mind his P's and Q's. And it's not that Millender can't put him out, but it's Millender is fighting a more technical style. Like he's not throwing things with all of his might. With Bahar-Dazada, you make one mistake, and if he lands, he's going to land with everything he's got from the toes.
Again, Millender mixing it up well.
I just love that Millender's using that jab so much. It's a great, you got to use that weapon against Sear and keep him at distance, and that's exactly what he's doing. The jab and the teep kicks to the legs with the low kicks to the legs are really causing problems for Sear. I'm curious to see how he adjusts in this next round. Here's some of the kicks that Millender's landing. That's a calf kick. That'll beat you up real quick. The spinning kick to the head just blocked, still hurts. Another head kick, and that's all those kicks are coming off setups with the hands first. Low kick to the leg. I mean, over and over, he cannot keep eating those low kicks.
How you feeling? All right, so you just a little slow. You give that first round because you stayed longer than you did a lot of forward pressure, all right? Forward pressure, I need your feet to come with you. To bring those feet with you, CR, to knock your ass out, all right? So whether you hit with a blue or a 9, follow the 5, then get ready to follow again, all right? Anything forward, cross line, etc. Little bro.
So you need to put 2 or 3 together, CR, and just move around that jab. Everything's based around that jab for him right now, so just move around that jab. 2 or 3 shots. Don't stop with 2 or 3 shots.
Well, when the calendar turns to 2019, UFC Fight Pass will be doubling its live event schedule, showcasing more than 200 exclusive events featuring top promotions from around the globe with more than 1,000 hours of live combat sports programming, including MMA, boxing, kickboxing, Muay Thai, submission grappling, and more. Every night is fight night with UFC Fight Pass.
All right, gentlemen, second round. Ready to fight. Ready to fight. Panel, let's go.
Greg Jackson's exactly right. Millender gets the jab going, and then he sets up everything else from that. So that's what Sear needs to get rid of. Counter that jab. There it is. Pressure. He's got to keep Millender on his heels as he's doing now.
He landed a good kick to the body there. The way he throws punches, too, they're really from the hips. I mean, he keeps his hands way low, and he's trying to lure this guy into a gunfight.
Yeah, he hasn't stopped talking since the round began.
He's pointing to him, saying things to him.
Leg kicks, big part of the narrative in this one so far.
He's throwing that too many times with no setup, they're saying. The spin kick. Millender, I don't think he liked that kind of pressure that CR was putting on him at the beginning of the round. He seems a little bit more hesitant than he looked in the first round. To me, I think this is a good thing. I think I'd like CR to move forward and do more of that. And with Millender, I like him to get on his bicycle a little bit. Don't stand right in front of this guy like this and try to get it back. That's CR's style. That's not his style. He should be going back to what made him successful in the first round, which is movement, staying on the outside, utilizing those kicks, and keep lighting that leg up. That left leg is planted on the ground. Light that thing up.
Right.
If you're Sear and you're the shorter man, you've got to keep Millender on his heels. And that's what we saw in the beginning of the round.
Yes, and I like his approach. I like his approach. What I don't like is that Millender is kind of falling into it. Millender's standing right in front of him. Oh, and he just clipped him. Just clipped him there. See, he's responding to the pressure, and he's freezing up a little bit.
Well, he's not using the footwork, Millender. He needs to use footwork, but he's trying to set up knees up the middle, and I think that's why he's stationary.
Yeah, trying to set up knees and just trying to deal with this kind of pressure that CR is putting on him.
Right now, he's putting it on Sear with some nice combinations, and he's mixing it up very well with his techniques.
Look at that.
Millender has looked very comfortable in this octagon from the moment he stepped in it for his UFC debut against Thiago Alves.
I mean, look how balanced his punches are. He never really leans over that lead leg. And he stays long and uses his body well. This is where Sear needs to be, right here in the pocket, making it filthy. Keep the pressure, get on Millender immediately if you're Sear. Otherwise, you keep it kick range and jab range, he's going to get picked apart from the outside, as we're seeing here. He's got to keep the pressure on Sear. He's got to do it.
As many expected, this fight has been contested entirely on the feet so far. Bahar-Dazada switching up the footwork again, back to the southpaw, now orthodox. Ooh.
There's not a lot of backing up going on these gentlemen. They're pretty much just sitting right in the center and trading, and it's fun to watch.
Oh. He stung him a little bit with that. Millender stung him with that right hand.
He doesn't show that right hand at all. It just fires straight out.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Really a big contrast in styles in that regard.
Bahadurzada hasn't been all that efficient tonight, landing just 18% of his significant strike attempts.
Looking for that big spin. And there's the takedown. Very nicely done by Bahadurzada. With time to work, minute 40 on the clock.
And this was one of the main things Millender said he needed to avoid was takedown situations. As we see here, he's flat on his back. It looks like he's just holding on and just doesn't want to take damage here, but he could be using the fence to get up, create some sort of scramble, but staying flat on your back, you're burning the clock here if you're Millender.
He's saying, I'm going.
Yeah, his corner telling him to get up.
Listen to this. You can hear them.
Now, work to this underhook. You got to get off flat back.
He's got an underhook, but he's also got an overhook, and that's what's locking him down right now, is that overhook that he's got.
Well, he doesn't have an underhook on the same side as the half guard. He wants to get the underhook on the right-hand side.
Now,
Control the posture.
this isn't really trying to get up for Millender. It's more of stay safe right here is what we're seeing.
Yeah, he's got the underhook now.
Yep.
And it's a matter of gathering up the energy to try to explode and hip escape and pop back up.
Well, the next step is getting that leg from being locked down by Sierra. He's got that half guard locked down, so it's like that's like, you know, sticking him to the mat. He needs to get that leg out of there, scoop underneath the ankle of Sierra, and be able to get to a single or get to a hip, use that underhook.
He's also in a weird position being up against the cage right here. Either he's going to use it to wall walk. Okay, now he's moving. He's got to really get out of here. He's absolutely losing this round if he stays with CR on top of him here in a round that he most likely was winning. Or at least a round that was very close.
Right.
Now CR gets it without even doing much damage, but just securing the takedown and staying on top for the remainder of the round.
And now it's a read for Sierra, too.
Yes. Now he knows he can do that.
Correct.
Millender's not comfortable on the ground.
Exactly.
So now there's a new angle to this fight. And there's that flying knee, went to the body there. None of those landed clean. Here's a good right hand by CR that caught him right at the very end of it. And here's the takedown. On the spin, ties him up, trips him, gets him to the ground, and that very well could have won him the round.
You're fine. Listen, you're not gaming him enough. His front leg is hurting. When you go to this like once a minute, right, and then you stick him down the middle, you can land anything. But you have to threaten here and here. Your 21 was beautiful. And you can tell when this guy's gonna load in because he drops level, right? He drops weight. So just keep going back with your feet wide.
Seconds out, mouthpiece in.
Hey, hey, do me a favor. Go finish right now.
Oh, that's so easy. Just go finish him.
Yeah.
Do me a favor. Imagine if that was that easy. Like, oh, I didn't know. I'll just go finish one of the toughest guys that's ever walked the face of the earth.
Yeah, hey, it's good coaching, Joe. Give him a break, okay? He's telling him what to do.
You're looking across the ring at that savage. Yeah, just go finish him. Never been knocked out ever.
Right.
The guy's made out of wood.
All right, third and final round here. Big close to round two for Bahadurzada. A takedown, 2 minutes of top control time. We'll see if Millender can rally here round three. Bahadurzada to the body.
This is certainly the most uncomfortable we've ever seen Millender in a fight. And you get clipped there, coming in.
Goodness.
Man, beautiful combinations that missed, but he's throwing some pretty technique.
We're about to find out what kind of pace Sierra has.
Beautiful right hand. He stung him there. CR's shaking his head, but he stung him.
Woo. Nice stick by Millender with the left hand. Certainly appears to have plenty left in the tank here. 4 minutes.
Oh, lost mouthpiece.
I love when guys just spit out their mouthpiece. They get punched and they're just looking at their mouthpiece like, I have it back.
Nice counter right from Millender after Bahadurzada appeared to land.
Anytime Sierra switches to south.
He's hurt. Right hand. Millender stung him. Millender coming out strong. Bahadurzada got stung for sure with that right hand. Oh, his chin is straight up in the air. Now Millender's got to pick his shots.
Well, he's down 2 rounds. He could be down a round, actually. This is the round that needs to be won by either guy. Whoever wants it more. Ooh.
Millender could stop him in this round if he puts it together.
That right hand.
Bahadrzada's in trouble. He's in trouble. He's in trouble.
Watch the knee. He's going to start looking for this knee. Ooh, that right hand is amazing.
Oh, stung him again.
It's about for the takedown.
Bahadrzada's in trouble, folks.
Yeah.
And Millender's pouring it on.
Oh!
Very, very patient. Beltran's taking a good look at them here. Bahadrzada with the takedown. Oh my goodness, and he gets it. Millender has got to explode out of this position. If Bahadrzada turns and gets on top of him. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
And this really changes everything. Now,
Millender, hold on.
Oh, he's up.
Almost. Bahadrzada, he left the space there, and Bahadrzada jumped on him. Man, he's got to explode here.
Millender looks tired here from trying to finish him. I think he's tired from trying to finish Sear, and now he's got to try to get up from this position. Sear's in a strong position underneath the armpits with the body lock.
There's just not enough time here for him to let Sear lay on him. And for Sear, this is beautiful. Oh, now he's up. Oh, right back down.
So another big takedown here for Bahadrzada. What will he do with it?
Big shots from Bahadrzada. Oh!
And Sear seems recovered now, too. He's tired, but he seems more recovered. He's not spinning.
Well, one of the good things about being on the ground is he doesn't have to worry about his balance. I mean, his equilibrium was all shook up when he was standing up.
Now let's see how tired these gentlemen are in this last 2 minutes, because that was a heck of a round so far.
Under 2 minutes now to go. Millender hasn't been finished since 2015. That was also a round 3 finish by way of the guillotine prior to his UFC days, of course. Bahadrzada in on a single here. We'll see if he can complete it.
Millender's got to push off and get out of there. He's got to spin him off the cage for Bahadrzada. He'd really like to get him back down to the ground again. Now here they go.
Comes the right hand down the middle. Anytime Sear switches to southpaw, he gets clipped with the right hand. He needs to stay conventional and keep the power going. Forward pressure.
Oh, nice right hand.
Bahadrzada flat-footed, hanging out in that pocket.
Nice jab by Millender. Oh, man. I love the way he throws his punches. He keeps his arm. Oh! Oh, my goodness.
Man, both these guys have shown a chin, I'll tell you that.
Wow. Oh, I kind of wish this was a 5-rounder.
Right? Millender barely flinched after absorbing that power shot. Man.
Comes a right high kick soon. I can see it coming.
Well, Joe, you called
Millender
this.
just took a big look at the time.
Oh, he looked up at the clock.
Bahadrzada saw it, and he went in for the clinch. Millender's got to hit that whizzer.
And he's just,
oh,
wow.
Oh, he reversed him. Very nice. Very nice by Millender. That's huge.
Yeah, that could secure the round for Millender.
That might be it.
Well, Joe, you called it the sleeper fight potentially off the top. And these athletes certainly delivered tonight. Sear Bahadrzada and Curtis Millender go the distance. Hell of a fight there. They came in having combined to win their last 11.
And there's a right hand by Bahadrzada. And look at that clean right hand counter by Millender. Beautiful block with the left and then right hand punch. And again, a beautiful right hand by Millender. Millender just showed some excellent techniques, beautiful fundamentals. And here's the combination, trying to finish him off. Bahadrzada ate some tremendous shots here against the cage, showed an iron chin, but managed to get the fight to the ground, and that was gigantic. But Millender got back up to his feet. Another takedown again by Bahadrzada. Big right hand by Bahadrzada. And then look at this reversal by Millender. This was absolutely gigantic. This could have won him the round. I mean, he was hurting Bahar Dazada earlier, but if he wound up on the bottom there, who knows how the judges would have called it.
You do not want to end a mixed martial arts round in 2018 off of your back. Curtis Millender did not. And Dom, I think some valuable grappling experience gained at the very least in some of those transitions as Curtis Millender sort of tries to round out that part of his game. All right, the scorecards have been tallied. Bruce Buffer has them.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. The judges score the contest 29-28, 29-28, and 30-27 for the winner by unanimous decision, Curtis Millender.
I'm here with the winner, Curtis Millender. First of all, Curtis, that was an excellent fight. It was a really fun fight to watch. You got tested, you tested him, and this was the type of fight that a young fighter like yourself that has a massive amount of potential, this is what we like to see.
Thank you very much. Everybody go watch Joe Rogan Experience. Yeah, he was tough. Still an asshole, but he was tough. You know, next time I'll go out here and do better. Can only get better.
Well, you did have him hurt at one point during the fight. How close do you think you were to stopping it?
I was really close. He caught me with about a body kick that hit me in the elbow. And couldn't really throw as hard as I wanted to, but I didn't really have to throw too hard. He was eating everything with just, you know, being precise. So I didn't have to throw too hard, just had to make sure I hit him.
Well, listen, man, this is another excellent victory for you. 3-0 now in the UFC. You've already beaten Thiago Alves, a world-class fighter. Now Bahar Dazada. What kind of class fighter would you like to face next?
I want to step it up, but if they ain't gonna give me nobody in the top 15, give me Michelle Perry.
All right, well, good luck to you, sir. Congratulations on an excellent fight. Curtis Millender, ladies and gentlemen.
So he just called Platinum Mike Perry Michelle. I don't hate it.
That'll piss him off, I promise that.
You know, Curtis Millender said prior to his last fight, he had a welterweight hit list. He didn't realize how long it was. He is certainly moving on up. 9th consecutive win for Curtis Millender tonight here at the Forum. All right, coming up next, we will get to the third of our 4 UFC Fight Pass prelims. Uriah Hall, 14 pro MMA wins, comes in tonight number 14 in the world at middleweight, and this will be his 14th UFC appearance. Hall going for a 12th career knockout, and he will do so against the Mike Winkeljohn product, Bevon Lewis. He produced twice on Dana White's Tuesday Night Contender Series. His development deal is now a bona fide UFC contract, and one he looks to make good on here in a matter of moments.
Bevon is in for a fight tonight. You know, for him, it's his UFC debut, and I know for him, he's hungry, he's young, but he should expect a fight.
Oh, you with right hand. Shot going a world of trouble. He's a Uriah Primetime Hall.
Made it all the way to the UFC, but the work isn't over. I got a lot of work to do, a lot of people to beat down.
Ooh, it's a big thing.
I'm going to beat Bevon Lewis tonight because I'm the best. I'm better than him. I know I'm better than him. I feel I'm better than him, and I'm highly motivated.
I believe that I'm going to be a legend. I will be a legend. And right now, I have to prove that I'm the best, and the only way to do that is to fight.
And as we see here, Bevon Lewis comes to fight Uriah Hall, and they're just the weigh-in alone. I mean, you see this guy came ready to scrap. These guys got pretty heated. I mean, he's shown up with a lot of firepower in his hands, but we all know that Uriah Hall has the same thing. We've seen the spinning heel kicks, we've seen the weapons that Uriah Hall has, plus the experience. He's been hurt in some of his past few fights, so the question is, how's his chin gonna hold up, and how's his body gonna hold up as he moves on against a power puncher in Lewis?
We shall see. Bevon Lewis said of Uriah Hall, I feel like he wants to be on his way out. Some fighting words, they will settle their differences here in Inglewood. And at 6-0, Bevon Lewis has earned a UFC contract on the strength of his talent and a handful of signature wins. His next challenge, here and now, in the form of the UFC-tested striker, Uriah Hall. Bevon Lewis's 2 appearances on Dana White's Tuesday Night Contender Series marked him as an elite middleweight prospect. Tonight, he makes his UFC debut against Uriah Hall, a veteran who knows precisely what it means to be in Lewis's shoes.
Bevon is in for a fight tonight. You know, for him, it's his UFC debut, and I know for him, he's hungry, he's young, he's talented, and it's MMA, so you never know what's going to happen. But he should expect a fight.
In order to beat Uriah Hall, I have to beat me. I only can beat me. I have to go in there and just beat him down.
In 2010, Bevon Lewis walked into a gym to begin his martial arts journey. And as 2018 comes to a close, the 27-year-old finds himself in the world-famous octagon with an unbeaten pro record and the expectations that come with a pair of high-profile knockouts that earned him a UFC contract.
I take a lot of pride in knocking men out. You know, I don't believe it's an easy task, but I do believe I am built for this. Believe I'm built for knocking men out, and I believe I will knock Uriah Hall out.
When Uriah Hall emerged from his run on season 17 of The Ultimate Fight, it was clear that we would be talking about prime time for some time. And with stirring wins over Thiago Santos, Gegard Mousasi, and Krzysztof Jotko, it seems clear the banter isn't going to stop anytime soon.
A lot of people expect the old Uriah, but that old Uriah is dead, you know, so there's a new me, and I'm excited about showing that guy.
Born in Long Beach, California, now training out of Albuquerque, New Mexico under Mike Winkeljohn, Joey Villasenor. Here is Bevon Lewis making his UFC debut. It's been an incredible 16 months for this kid, Joe. Won a fight on Dana's Tuesday Night Contender Series, but got a developmental deal. Then went out and won another fight to get another fight on that Tuesday Night Contender Series. And that night he closed the show a big TKO, courtesy of some knees against Dalton Cunningham. And here he is in the big show a few months later.
Well, this is, in my opinion, the perfect matchup for Bevon Lewis, because you got a guy in Uriah Hall who was in a similar position to him just a few years ago. But Uriah's had some slips. He's had some big wins, like Gegard Mousasi, but he's had some big losses, like the Paulo Costa fight in his last fight. Bevon's catching him now. Bevon is undefeated, and he's promising. He's a guy that you want to look at. When you want to look at a young guy like this, what you want to see is how does he deal against a guy who's been there and done that. That's what we're going to get a chance to see tonight.
Plain and simple, this is an experience test for Bevon Lewis. This is to get him more experience. This is to challenge him in a great way. Uriah Hall is no slouch. No matter what his record shows, this guy can knock out anybody at any given time. He's got really great quickness, really great power, but more than anything, he makes good reads on timing so that he can land the big shots. You can't sleep on Uriah Hall no matter what's happened in his past, because on every single fight he goes in here, he's a threat. Bevon Lewis has got his hands full, and he's going to have to stay sharp and stay fundamentally sound in order to beat somebody like Uriah Hall.
And so here is Uriah Hall, still in those middleweight rankings. He's been on the wrong end of 3 split decisions in the UFC, Dom. So you mentioned the UFC record, not necessarily where he would like it to be, but there are certain fights along the way that could have gone his way, and all of a sudden the narrative changes. But no denying the physical gifts on the feet, a lot of different kicks in his arsenal, and certainly figures to be able to lean on the UFC experience, at least tonight.
The one chink in the armor of Uriah Hall that I've ever seen is sometimes he resorts to the techniques that aren't the highest percentage. Spin kicks, spinning elbows, jump kicks, things that take a lot of energy that are hard to land without proper setups. Uriah Hall, in my opinion, would do best to stay fundamentally sound, keep his defense sharp, pick those crazy techniques that he uses very wisely, use them at odd times instead of right off the bat, set them up with fundamentals, try to pick apart Bevon Lewis with fundamentals, and then throw your crazy strikes in the middle of that. That will offset Bevon and keep him guessing.
Well, when Uriah Hall burst onto the scene, before he lost in the finals to Kelvin Gastelum, people were looking at him like this is a future world champion. Right. And he's shown some of that in subsequent fights. But then he's also had lapses in concentration and motivation and not been completely consistent. He needs to be consistent tonight if he wants to get back on track. He has an excellent opportunity in front of him against a young, hungry contender.
Hall has 4 times as much pro MMA experience. He has fought a lot of big names. He is a slight underdog, though, tonight against the UFC newcomer, Bevon Lewis. Here is your tail to tape for this one. To be contested at 185 pounds, Uriah Hall, 34 years old. Bevon Lewis is 27. Lewis, the taller man by 3 inches, but Hall will have the slightest of reach advantages. All right, now for the introductions, back inside of Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC middleweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a freestyle fighter holding an undefeated professional record. 6 wins, no losses. He stands 6 feet 3 inches tall, weighing in at 186 pounds. Fighting out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, Bevon Lewis. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a Muay Thai kickboxer holding a professional record, 14 wins, 9 losses. He stands 6 feet tall, weighing in at 185 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Queens, New York, Uriah Primetime Hall. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Mark Donald.
You know, Uriah Hall has sort of intimated that this is Uriah Hall 2.0, and a lot of that is him figuring out the mental game. He told one of our producers leading into the Vitor Belfort fight that never materialized that when he was fighting Chris Jotko, he almost called it a career on the stool. Then he went on to knock out Chris Jotko, and at least here during fight week seemed to be in a very good place in advance of this showcase.
Bevon Lewis coming out fast and hard. Boy, these guys are getting to it.
Hall needs to get after it right away, wake up, be ready to swing. And I think Bevon knows Hall sometimes starts a little slow. He's putting the pressure on right away. Very smart technique by Bevon.
Oh, front kicked him right up the middle. He's not letting him rest. He's not letting him get his composure. He's just getting on top of him. Wow.
That elbow landed, Joe. And this is where he's dangerous. On the fence, you see him throw reckless elbows and knees here very well. This is where he hurts people very bad, is on this fence.
Uriah's really got to get something going here.
Hall's got to get some respect back. Throw something, land something. Right now, he's just looking to counter.
Yeah, Bevon's throwing some haymakers his way. There's that nice jab. And he's got a beautiful jab, Uriah Hall.
That jab hurt him. That jab stung Bevon right now. It'll make him think. He needs to keep throwing that.
And we also have to remember, this is Bevon's real debut.
Right.
And it's a big fight to come out guns blazing in the beginning of the round 4 and possibly deal with that adrenaline dump. And he might be in that position right now. I mean, he came out firing.
Hall starts big right hand over the top of that jab of Hall. When Hall starts sticking the jab and landing those teep kicks to the knees, that's where he gets his range. You'll start seeing him spin more. You'll start seeing the spin attacks, but he's got to start utilizing his straight punches and straight kicks if he's going to touch Bevon, because he's got to get his range that way. Right now, he's not throwing near enough. He's just taking shots from Bevon.
Under 3 minutes here to go in the round. Uriah Hall's been in there with a lot of the best middleweights in the world. Robert Whitaker and Kelvin Gastelum. Fought Chris Weidman outside the UFC. Oh, Lewis just missed with a big right. Lewis side-by-side training with Jon Jones during this training camp.
Good. There you go. I like that. You got 2 minutes.
Well, tickets go on sale Friday for the UFC's return to Phoenix. The Talking Stick Resort Arena plays host to UFC Fight Night. Ngannou versus Velasquez. Francis Ngannou taking on the returning former champ Cain Velasquez. Get your tickets this Friday at Ticketmaster.com.
What a fight that is, huh?
Man.
There's that jab again by Uriah. Uriah's got to do something to get the respect of Bevon. It can't just be a jab. There's a nice right hand, but he's got to sting him. And he's got to get more aggressive. He's got to put combinations together and not just be in a defensive shell.
So settling in here a little bit after a frantic start.
Hall's looking to set spins up. That's why you're only seeing him land his jab. He's just looking to set up the big knockout shot instead of just picking apart and being okay with landing.
Well, you know, when he landed that on Gegard Mousasi, it was a blessing and a curse at the same time. One of the biggest wins of his career, knocked out one of the best fighters in the sport, but, you know, you can't really go to that well too many times.
I mean, I will say Hall is staying composed, though. He's throwing inside kicks and jabs. Now, that's fundamentally sound, not too many crazy techniques, but at the same time, this can help him in the second round to make adjustments. He's finding the range. He's reading the speed and the timing of Bevon right now.
Yes.
So those are things that can help him in the next round, but he's got to pick up the pace in this next round and be more offensive. He's waiting too much right now for Bevin.
Right, a perfect example of someone who utilizes those kind of spin techniques perfectly is Edson Barboza. But he mixes it up with the traditional leg kicks and the regular attacks first.
Exactly, that's exactly right, Joe. And that's what we got to see Hall do if he's going to land him. But the jab and the inside kick just isn't going to be quite enough to offset Bevin.
Hall trying to blink out that left eye. He's moved his head pretty well defensively tonight.
Look at that.
Pretty good start for the newcomer, Lewis.
Big right hand lands by Bevin right off the bat, and he just pours on the offense early. Front kick up the middle, straight to the chin, and this really gets Hall going, what is going on? Big elbow over the top. I mean, those are some big shots by Bevin. Very early, he came out guns blazing.
Let's make him put his back against the cage. Don't let him put your back on the cage. Why? Body kicks. Work your kicks now. Let's make him feel scared with your kicks. Someone left body kick. Trust me. Go. Remember, he's square over here. What about my uppercuts in the middle? He didn't expect for that. Let's do it. You first.
Come up, okay? You'll see that, all right? Just keep doing what you're doing. Pressure. And expect the blitz. All right?
All right, B, when you're looking for that blue, I want you to 11 it in. You're just going 10 blue, 10 blue. I want you to 11.
Tonight on pay-per-view, former champion Jon Jones returns against Alexander Gustafsson for the undisputed 205-pound title, plus a super fight between champions. Chris Cyborg and Amanda Nunes for the featherweight belt, UFC 232. Live from Inglewood tonight and only on pay-per-view. You can order UFC 232 right now. All right, second round here, Uriah Hall and Bevon Lewis.
I like Hall's corner. They said you got to be first, and they're exactly right. He's got to go first, be more offensive in this round. Bevin doesn't make it easy, though, countering and throwing nonstop offense himself.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't.
He's getting countered is the problem, Hall. Every time he throws a jab, Bevin's read it, and he's countering over the top. So now you don't want to throw because you're getting countered. That's what's shutting down the offense of Hall right now is the counter ability of Bevin.
One thing that you rarely see in MMA as opposed to boxing is guys who double up on jabs. It's just not as common.
Well, that's what Alexander Gustafsson does very, very, very well, and that's what Uriah Hall could use that would help him a lot right now.
Yes.
Jab to the body, jab to the head, mix it up, double up, because Bevin's countering one single jab.
Yes.
But if you double up, it offsets that counter. More fakes by Hall would also help. He's not faking quite as much as we've seen in the past, not as much faking to set up his offense. And now we got to see 6-0 Bevin. I mean, how's the experience factor going to lay into these later rounds, Joe? I mean, we don't know if he's going to keep the gas tank, keep the pace up. Has he slowed down? Is he going to slow down?
Ooh, good right hand over the top.
Ooh. And that was a beautiful fake by Bevin that pulled out the jump knee of Hall, and then he got countered again. And that's what I'm talking about. That's what fakes do. They bring out the offense of everybody you fight, and then you can counter that.
There was a good spinning kick to the body by Uriah Hall. Got the attention of Bevin.
Yep, not full throttle, but certainly landed. 3 minutes here to go round two.
It didn't have the desired effect, but it did land. But Uriah needs a lot more than that. I mean, in my opinion, we're halfway through this round, and he's lost most of the fight.
Right. Half as much output as his counterpart, Lewis. He's landed just 15 total strikes, has Hall.
It just, Lewis seems more in control, too. He seems more hungry.
The biggest difference I'm noticing in the offense, too, is Hall is only throwing one shot at a time, maybe two, and Bevin's throwing combinations to everything. Finishing his hand combinations with kicks, faking before he starts his hand combinations. There's just much more fluent offense.
He hit him right in the middle there, right in the cup. I mean, he's doing that again. That's not technically low, but that's in the crack. That really is.
I mean, we call that the, it's a rough spot. We'll put it that way. It still hurts very bad.
But the knee absolutely could be going to the crotch.
Kind of looks more like in the glute. We'll hope it's more the glute.
That time. But there were a couple that went straight up the middle.
Yeah.
Now he's doing the calf. I like how he's doing that, stomping down on the calf. That's excellent. Uriah just doesn't seem fired up. I mean, that's probably the best way to look at it. I mean, he's in a dogfight here, and he seems more defensive than he does offensive.
And that was what Bevon Lewis said coming in. That was his takeaway from just observing Hall in his last few fights.
Well, I mean, he got hammered on this last fight by Paulo Costa.
Right.
I mean, that was a tough loss. He got beaten down, and you got to wonder how many of those a fighter has in his career. How many he's willing to take like that.
I mean, it looks to me like Lewis is in a fight and Hall is sparring. That's the best way I could put it.
That's a very good way of putting it.
Now Hall working off of that jab.
Now he's got the pressure on, and now he's pouring out. This is what Hall needed to do, and now we're seeing maybe he was trying to wait for Bevon to slow down a little, and he is slowing down. Let's see if Hall can take advantage of it, start piecing together long combinations and start picking them apart.
Well, that was good defense right there by Hall. Good movement. Oh, there's a spinning kick again.
And now you're seeing him put the pressure and pour it on. He was almost waiting for Bevon to slow down.
Big deep breath by Bevon, and Uriah Hall sensing it. This is his opportunity, but is it too little too late?
Or is he going to make the read for the third round in Hall and try to pour it on heavy with experience?
So pretty good final minute to round 2 for Uriah Hall, but he would appear to have some work to do in round 3.
There's a big right by Bevon, and a leg kick behind him. He's just so much activity from him. There's a punch and a kick behind it. Missed with the elbow. And here's Uriah. There's that spinning back kick. Really didn't hit clean, kind of hit more to the chest.
All right, some water. Listen, he's going to come out with that sense of urgency. If he brushes too hard, crash in and clinch up. You're beating him in the clinch, right? You're beating him in the clinch. And if he's hunting hard, keep your 10 in front.
All right, Spider, you stay in the pocket with your jab. Go at him from there. Don't let him push you there. Don't let him make points over you. If he throw one, back with 3. Don't let him make points over you now. This is going to be our round. We knock this guy out now. Let's go.
Third and final round. Brittany Palmer, thank you. Ariane Celeste, Vanessa Hansen with us tonight at the Forum in Inglewood. Uriah Hall, if the stools are any indication, perhaps he's the fresher fighter here, but in all likelihood, down 2-0. Hall is in black, Bevon Lewis, the UFC newcomers, in white.
I think Hall is sensing that he's behind and also sensing that Bevon may be slowing down towards the end of that last round.
He's still throwing one shot at a time, though, Joe. And that's the issue. He needs more than one.
Second hand was closed. Second hand was closed. I rest, relax. Yes, sir.
Mark Goddard getting into it with the Jackson Wink corner a little bit there.
Yeah, since this place is half full, you can really hear everything that's going on in the corners.
Refs over there punking the cornerman. It's real tough.
Goddard, one of the best in the business for sure.
Nice elbow over the top from Bevon Lewis.
And a good right hand to the body behind it.
Precious time ticking off the clock here for Hall.
I mean, this is just such an opportunity for Bevon to come in here against a top 15 fighter like Uriah Hall in his UFC debut. And in my opinion, at least so far, he's put on a show. It's really excellent to see the kind of quality in these young contenders.
Yeah, man.
I mean, guys are coming in.
Oh, there it was. That's all he ever needs. That is all he ever needs. And he knows it. He's always looking for that one-punch knockout. And he got it.
Oh, my goodness.
And he got it.
Right when I just got done saying how good Bevon's looking, Uriah Hall closed the show with one shot.
And listen, that is what he goes out on. He either knocks you out cold with a one-punch knockout shot, or he gets somebody throws more offense than him.
Mike Wigglejohn right there says it all. He had his head buried in his hands. He knew he had a promising young contender that was putting on a fantastic performance. He zigged when he should have zagged. He got overconfident, and Uriah Hall lands a haymaker.
Uppercut right off the counter of the right hand. So he waits for Lewis to throw the right, and then boom.
It's
right?
kind of
it's like a
right hand hook.
Back step, uppercut hook. It's like a transition right in the middle.
Let's look at it one more time. Boom.
Off the back foot, too. That's moving
Beautiful.
backwards.
But perfectly placed. I mean, what a huge come-from-behind win for Uriah Hall.
Huge. Beautiful, beautiful counter shot.
And as we said off the top, Uriah Hall had 13 UFC appearances, and the benefit of those coming in against the UFC newcomer Bevon Lewis. And Dom, you sort of thought maybe in round 2 he was biding his time a little bit and trying to drag Lewis into the proverbial deep waters. Uriah Primetime Hall with another huge rally and his 7th UFC win tonight. Nice to see Bevon Lewis back to his feet. That's certainly a disappointing way to fall from the ranks of the unbeaten. Bruce Buffer now to make this one official.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Goddard has called a stop to this contest at 1 minute, 32 seconds of the 3rd round, declaring the winner by knockout, Uriah Primetime Hall.
You don't really lose unless you accept it, man. You're one of the best, okay? I love you, man. I know you're from the islands, too. And I know it's nothing personal. You're just trying to create greatness. Keep going, all right? All right, man? Keep going, all right? Don't let nothing stop.
Uriah Hall, you're a gracious man in victory. Congratulations on, let's turn here so we can see the camera. Fantastic victory for you and a tough one. This young man was guns blazing from the opening of the 1st round. And for you, a guy who's in the top 15, facing a young contender like this in his debut, what was this like for you, and how sweet is this victory?
Los Angeles, what's up? It's been one hell of a week. You know, I'm not going to take anything away from the UFC. They're professionals. They did what they had to do to move the fight here. But the same thing that happened is the same what happens in a fight. You know, I was getting my butt whooped, but I had to stay patient. I had to look for an opening. I noticed he started to get tired because it's all about timing for me. He caught me with a bunch of shots, man. I'm not going to lie. I almost went down. But to be honest, I wasn't fighting for me tonight. I'm actually fighting for my sister. She's battling depression, and it's been a really rough time for her, and she's just she's such an incredible human being, and I know depression is something that's going on in the world right now. And Makia, I just want to let you know that I love you, and this world will not be the same without you. You're one of the best to ever do what you do. I've failed so many times on the big stage, and I know life is hard, but the same reason you say keep standing, I'm going to keep standing up because tonight was about you. I love you so much.
Uriah, you're not just a very good fighter, you're also one of the nicest guys in this sport. But let's take a look at your victory, because this is a beautifully placed right hand that got you this victory in a really tough fight. What did you see? You saw him getting wild and perhaps slowing down in the 3rd round.
You know what, I didn't understand his range in the beginning. His range was a little bit different. So I couldn't find a good opening, I couldn't find a good timing. I decided to let him hit me a little more to get a little angry. I'm my best when I get angry, so he caught me with a couple good shots. And I looked in the corner, I saw my coach, and he's like, come on, and I just said, F it. And, you know, it created an opening. I saw him get a little tired, and that was my opening. That split of a second is all I needed. But he's still a great man. Wherever you are, brother, keep your head up. I know you're from the islands. There's nothing personal about this sport. It's a growing sport. There's always critics. There's always someone has stuff to say. And that's why we stand in here and fight, and people out there watching. You're one of the best, bro. Keep your head up.
Congratulations on the excellent victory. Uriah Hall, ladies and gentlemen.
And you see Clayton Hires, Rafael Cordero in the corner of Uriah Primetime Hall. Was not going to win on the scorecards tonight. He certainly took the judges out of it, Dominic Cruz.
Yeah, he's known for his timing, as he said himself, and he was looking for the big shot, and he finally landed it. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. Right now, he won by it, and he got that knockout. That one-punch power that he's always looking for landed, put Bevan Lewis out. And you got to hear the things that he's talking about. I mean, bam, right here, the back step, on the back step, uppercut slash kind of a right hook. But the bottom line is the things he said are true. I mean, you lose in this sport, and the things that he said are very gracious in defeat because he's felt that. And to come back and win like that is extremely impressive for Uriah Hall.
He's a classy guy, man. He's humble, somewhat introverted, but that is a huge result in terms of the career trajectory for Uriah Hall. But now two of the top prospects in the bantamweight division, Nathaniel Wood and Andre Ewell. They've already proven they belong in the big show. Now the mission tonight to take things to the next level. They came to the UFC from vastly different directions earlier this year, but Nathaniel Wood and Andre Ewell experienced some similarities in their respective UFC debuts, and both men will look to move to 2-0 in the octagon tonight. Unheralded Californian Ewell scored one of the more memorable upsets of the year when he defeated former world champion Renan Barão in Brazil. Now he'll try to issue Wood a similar fate here in LA. England's Wood made his UFC debut with a lot of respect already on his name, and the prospect delivered on the hype in June when he submitted veteran Johnny Eduardo in the second round. Coming up next, it should be a good one, as Andre, Mr. Highlight Ewell, squares off against Nathaniel, the prospect Wood. A home game for the Anaheim-born Andre Ewell, 14-4. Dom, he said eventually he will move up to 145 pounds, but so far so good. Caught in the win column in his UFC debut against Renan Barão, and he said, I proved that I belong. Now tonight, I got to take it to that next level against a credentialed opponent in Nathaniel Wood.
I mean, that's a crazy UFC debut for him to step in and beat Renan Barão, who, again, as we were saying earlier, was at one point in time thought to be one of the best, if not the best, pound-for-pound fighter in the world. What we got to see out of him was really good boxing. I saw real good hand techniques, good footwork, good movement, excellent resilience. I mean, he's a real prospect.
And he is a finisher. He has finished 6 of his last 7 wins overall. It's an interesting backstory on him, though, Joe. He started his MMA training in 2013 when his rights as a father were taken away. He said the judge looked at me like I had absolutely no value, and I left the courtroom thinking I need to gain value. So his son Eli is 5 years old. He's his entire fighting purpose. He has another court hearing January 24th, and feels like now as a professional athlete with a lot of purpose in his life, might be able to get some semblance of custody, but that's all he wanted to talk to me about. It's a very powerful inspiration for a professional MMA fighter.
Wow, that is, I mean, we're both parents. Right. I couldn't imagine being in his position. I mean, that is certainly powerful motivation, but he's off to an excellent start. 14-4 professional record, and again, UFC debut, a victory over the great Renan Barão.
11 finishes for Ewell in his 14 pro. Well, if you're looking at guys who could potentially take the torch for mixed martial arts in England, a lot of people center on this kid, Nathaniel Wood, the Brad Pickett protege, second UFC appearance here tonight. Did take some damage in that UFC debut against Johnny Eduardo, which he didn't love overall, but felt like the back and forth nature of that debut could pay dividends here moving forward as he makes his second UFC start.
Yeah, this kid's something. I mean, he is a savage. He was the Cage Warriors world champion. Cage Warriors is an excellent promotion in England. He was a champion over there and highly touted. I heard a lot about this young man coming in here. And again, Brad Pickett, who's a real veteran, a guy who's been there, done that against some of the best in the world, is in his corner and is working with him. A lot of eyes on this young man, a lot of pressure, a lot of potential, and a real similar record, 14-3 versus 14-4.
Right.
We got a great fight in front of us right now.
And Nathaniel Wood has quite the highlight reel. If you Google the man, a lot of finishes on his resume. 9 wins by knockout or TKO, another 3 by way of submission. Now, this Vegas to LA move was a pretty big inconvenience for a lot of fighters, certainly for Nathaniel Wood. Had a lot of friends and family coming to Vegas, so as Brad Pickett gives him the nice slap there, he felt like that was the biggest challenge for him during this fight week. It's usually the weight cut, but, you know, spent a lot of time with arrangements and trying to get his friends and family here, but this is a fighter's fighter, and Nathaniel Wood trying to make it 7 consecutive wins here tonight. Nathaniel Wood was originally scheduled to face Tom Duquesnoy, but he got the change 2 weeks into camp. He's been in camp for about 4 to 5 months. Needless to say, he is ready to do the real thing here tonight against Andre Ewell. And speaking of which, the wait is over for our featured UFC Fight Pass prelim here tonight as we get you the tail of the tape for this one. 3 rounds in the UFC's bantamweight division. Wood is 25 years old. The American Andre Ewell is 30. Ewell the taller man by 2 inches, far more pronounced in reach, where Ewell will have a 6-inch advantage. All right, now for the introductions, back inside to Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC bantamweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 14 wins, 4 losses. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing in at 135 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Riverside, California, Andre Mr. Highlight Ewell. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 14 wins, 3 losses. He stands 5 feet 6 inches tall, weighing in at 135 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of London, England, Nathaniel the Prospect Wood. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Mark Smith.
The veteran Mark Smith, our referee. This bout strategically placed here in this featured slot on UFC Fight Pass. Chrissy Blair getting us started for round 1. Nathaniel Wood, slight favorite at -120. Andre Ewell coming back at +110. And with that touch of the gloves, we are underway. Ewell out of the southpaw stance. Wood says he actually prefers to fight southpaws. You get a lot of these orthodox fighters, they've spent so many months and training camps training for southpaws that they end up preferring to fight the lefties.
One of the things that I like about Andre Ewell's style is his ability to close the distance with punches. It's very deceptive. He really can leap forward a large distance, and he does so deceptively fast. It's hard for fighters to get accustomed to. He's got that weird, long style, wide range.
Sorry about that, Joe. It's Ewell's left hand that really shocks me. That left hand comes out a lot farther than you think. You see him tag people with it from way outside when they think they're safe.
Exactly. Yeah, I really like watching that in him.
As we saw there, as he goes to the body. The one thing about Wood that I like is he never throws one shot at a time. He's always throwing combinations. He's got good footwork. He leads with the jab, a lot of fundamentals, and he's got good defense. So these things are going to help him in this matchup. This is a good matchup right here.
Yeah, it's an excellent matchup. I'm really excited about this, and this is a treat for people who have Fight Pass. I mean, just think about the quality of the matchups we've seen so far. It just shows. Oh, he hurt him. Nathaniel hurt him.
And Nathaniel Wood says, I see a 1st or 2nd round knockout. And that's something he's very confident in. So I'm not sure what he's seeing, but right now he's obviously confident in it, and he's starting to try to make that happen. Dropping Ewell early.
Ewell did a good job there, securing that underhook and getting back up to his feet. Good inside leg kick by Wood.
Both hurt each other there. Counter left hook by Wood and a straight left hand by Ewell landed for both these gentlemen. You see how Wood's stepping back towards the left hand now. He's taking away the space of that left hand for Ewell, and he's looking to counter it now, and he's getting the timing and the range of Ewell now, and that's what we're seeing here. There lands, knocks the mouthpiece out, so he doesn't have it that good because he's still eating it.
Let's go. Fight.
Oh, man.
Beautiful body shot by Ewell. And look at the pressure of Wood right off the bat. He knows he's got to keep the pressure because Ewell's dangerous if you give him that range that he wants.
Right. Nice front kick to the body by Ewell. tremendous pressure by Wood.
Well, what's great
really staying on him.
What's great about it is he's heading off Ewell. He's not following him.
Right.
So he's keeping him in a box. By see how he leads him? He leads him and walks in front of Ewell so that he can't follow him and walk into punches. And that's what's really doing him well in Wood.
Under 2 minutes here to go, round one. Wood sticks the right hand again, left hand counter from Ewell. Nice stick to the body by Andre Ewell. Pretty even thus far in terms of the total strikes thrown and landed.
Oh, beautiful inside leg kick. Really took his leg out. Might have hurt him.
Well, as he keeps throwing it, the reason Wood wants to keep throwing that is because it takes away the left hand of Ewell, which is one of his biggest weapons. If you eat that inside leg kick, it takes away the big power off that left.
He might have hurt Ewell's right leg. It seems wobbly to me.
And right back to the well goes Wood.
Well, he's been eating a lot of them. You can only eat so many on that quad muscle before it starts giving out on you. And he's trying to step back more than he's checking it. So you do eat them like that. Good right hand by Wood. Wood just staying in the grill of Ewell, not giving him any space to breathe whatsoever.
Oh,
another right hand. He's on him.
Wood, super technical, believes he can finish anyone in this top 15. And off to a pretty good start tonight against Andre Ewell. Less than a minute to go, round one. Telegraph spinning attack there from Ewell.
Focus, hands up, focus. Look where you punch. Measuring stick, direction. Measuring stick. Elbow. You can nab him out a little bit. Elbows right there. Inside. Chin away, chin away. Chin away. Keep it there. Chin away.
Both gentlemen okay with a little rest on the fence. Let a little clock burn. It was a high-paced first round from these gentlemen.
Stop. 5 minutes in the can.
Big Wood knockdown here is a left hand to a right, right hand straight to a right hook. And then right here you see a left hand and a left hook land on each of these guys. The inside leg kick is doing a lot of damage, but I love how he's countering and following up that inside leg kick with hands in Wood. Great pressure as well.
Good pressure against the cage. Free south we say a few times, you know. Punch when he punches as well. Don't always go first. You know, he's caught you a couple of times when you're just getting a bit lackluster. Stay focused the whole time.
Keep our hands up when we're engaging, and we got to double that jab up. Okay. Remember, you're going to circle to your right, not to your left.
Mouthpiece in, seconds out. Grab that stool.
Merle Miller in the corner of Andre Ewell. UFC veteran Brad Pickett, of course. Chief corner for Nathaniel Wood. Wood at some point said anybody who beat Brad Pickett in the UFC, those are the guys that he wanted to start to take out. Andre Ewell, the task in front of him tonight.
Good uppercuts and over the top. Oh, Ewell responds. Again, that inside leg kick is a real problem for Ewell. Nathaniel keeps landing it, and he's on his back.
And this is where Ewell has tended to kind of sometimes just stay here. He doesn't always try to get up, and I've seen the clock burn on Ewell here, where he ends up on his back, stays here. He's okay with not taking damage, but doesn't necessarily try to get up. As we're seeing here, he's got overhooks. He's got a left under. He's not even looking for a left underhook. So curious to see what he's thinking right here. Is he thinking submission? Is he thinking I got to get away? Is he thinking I need a rest? What's Ewell doing here?
Ewell was taken down 3 times in the fight against Renan Barão, but largely thought that his grappling defense held up pretty well against a credentialed Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt in Renan Barão.
I don't think we're going to see quite as much offense in the grappling from Wood on top, but we are going to see him burn the clock and then get back to the stand-up off this takedown if he needs to. But right now, Wood's ahead on the scorecards because Ewell isn't really attacking or trying to elbow anything from his back.
Well, Wood did win his UFC debut by submission. He does have submission skills.
Yes.
And when I'm looking at Ewell on the ground. I'm seeing these wide open legs. There's no purpose to his movement other than like holding on. It's basically what you said. I mean, look at where his legs are. And there's been several times where Wood's arms were both on the ground in full guard, and he didn't try to attack at all. So I'm not seeing an offensive guard at all. Everything's very loose and open. He's just kind of hanging on, as you said.
Feet aren't really on the hips, and that's why Wood doesn't need to look for a submission here. He can just beat him up, hold him down here. I mean, Ewell's not really doing anything. Wood could just try to pass and look for submissions, but why if he can just beat up Ewell here and Ewell's going to stay here?
Wood doing a nice job staying busy with the ground strikes here, under 3 minutes in round 2.
I'm always in favor of guys advancing to a more dominant position. I mean, even if you can strike from the guard, it's just never really as effective as striking from the mount or striking from even from side control shots to the body with knees. I just think it's a better, you're in a so much better place if you're not in danger in terms of the guy being able to submit you. And if you're in the mount and you're in side control, there's very little danger.
Well, depending on who you're fighting, where you have no offense really being done by Ewell from his back.
Yeah.
I like to hold guys where you keep them in your guard, because you stay in their guard because they're not going to submit you. I mean, somebody like a seasoned black belt in their guard, you got to be careful. But here, Wood's just going to keep putting the beating on him. And now he's advanced to half guard, and he's going to keep putting it on him.
Yeah, Ewell's just not really doing much. It's exactly what you were saying, what he does. He just kind of rides it out.
It's interesting, too, because he could put the feet on the hips here and get away if he wanted to. It's like he doesn't train here too often. He's not very often on his back, clearly.
Ewell, a jiu-jitsu blue belt, excuse me. Twice he has been submitted, the other 2 losses as a pro by decision.
I see guys like Wood getting their submissions off of scrambles, off of front headlocks, off of, taking the back. But in guard, he doesn't need to pass here. You just keep beating him up. I mean, he might get the submission if he does so, but Ewell's not even doing anything to him here.
No, I mean, if Wood didn't keep working here, they would consider standing this fight up.
Oh,
there he goes. Now he's getting after it.
Yes, now he's working that. Now he's working the way he needs to if he's staying in that guard, like you were saying, Joe. Staying attacking.
And you see now the right arm of Ewell being controlled by Nathaniel Wood.
I mean, I would love to see Ewell put the feet on the hips, get some underhooks. He's so long, he's so lanky, he could create so much space between him and Wood, and he's just not putting his feet or his arms in the right places right now.
Yeah, he's essentially relinquishing this round.
And here he could use the fence to get up. Didn't even think about it. All over the top of the arms.
Yeah. Never feet on the hips. And certainly nothing offensive, no threats from the back.
To me, it looks like he's okay with just staying here and hoping the ref stands him up.
Yeah.
And Ewell. And Wood's happy to just keep punching away.
Man, he really is. It's almost like he's doing a drill, like a ground bag drill.
So Nathaniel Wood with a whole bunch of top control time here in the second round. We will follow him into the red corner.
Totally winning this fight. Perfect, okay? You know you win this everywhere. So let's be smart this round. 2 rounds up. Let's not go too crazy. Tight defense. He's going to get desperate. 100% he's going to come out desperate.
You're trying to stick him instead of just doing what you do.
We need to pressure him. Find that ruler, get that hand out there, find that ruler. When he kicks, step in, throw the straight too. If you stay too long, he keeps kicking the leg out. That's how you keep ending up having those bad exchanges, okay? When you're on the ground, you look on the ground again, build a frame. Keep your fucking feet off his back. Put him on the ground, start building your frame and get to your hip. You have to be on your hip or it's gonna hold you there.
Look, when the bell rings, you run to the center. You take the center. You're allowing him to get there first. You can't do that.
Clear the ring. Stay busy on the ground there. Stay busy on the ground. Got to work on the ground.
All right, third and final round. Andre Ewell's corner, certainly urgent. We'll see if their pupil takes that advice and rushes Nathaniel Wood here early round 3.
All right, guys, third round. Fight's on.
All right, 5 minutes to decide this one before we move over to FS1 for the final time at the top of the hour. Perhaps some fatigue setting in for Andre Ewell.
Well, I love that Wood's going outside, and then he'll throw a power inside kick. Right when Ewell starts to turn his knee out for the outside kick, he kicks the inside. He's just eating that lead leg up of Ewell, and it's causing some issues.
Big night here in Southern California. John Anik, Joe Rogan, Dominic Cruz on hand at the Forum. Later tonight, UFC 232, Jones versus Gustafsson 2 is yours on pay-per-view. Nathaniel Wood trying to make it 7 straight wins overall here and get off to a perfect 2-0 start in the UFC. Pretty technical striker.
And now I wonder if Wood will go for the takedown and then actually try to pass and submit, like you were saying, Joe, because now he's felt the ground game of Ewell that he's not trying to really escape, so now you can pass and advance if he gets the takedown.
Smashing the inside of that leg with those knees.
And those hurt more than you think, too. When those land, you're like, you don't want to eat them. Another takedown almost. Just got to get underneath that overhook of Ewell in order to get this takedown and make it successful. There it is right there.
Beautiful. And into side control now. He's letting him get to half guard, not full guard.
Let's go. He's going to try and land on you. Right, get up. Right hand, right leg, pull it to you. Right hand, right leg, pull it to you. All right. Let's go high posture in the front guard.
I'm not sure I've heard the corner suggest putting the feet on the hips for Andre Ewell yet.
When he's reaching up trying to grab a hold of his leg, it looks like he's trying to attempt rubber guard, but I don't think he has the flexibility to do it.
Well,
he was grabbing it over the top instead of underneath as well.
What Ewell's corner's telling him is to get the frame, and that means get that left arm underneath the chin of Wood and try to get at least one underhook, but he's not doing that even. And what would help would putting the feet on the hips to get that frame. Put the feet on the hips, then get the frame, then dig an underhook, then get to a hip. All these things slowly lead your way up either towards the fence or getting up. And he's not really doing these things, so it's keeping him flat on his back.
And for Nathaniel Wood, he's in this situation where there's minimal effort to get up, 0 effort to submit him off of his back. So he can be incredibly comfortable on top here and just sort of pound on him. And as long as he's active and he listens to the referee and he works, he wins the fight.
Well, sometimes I find if you try to pass, if you try to advance, that allows an opening for these guys to get up. And I think where Wood's at, he can do the most damage because Ewell's holding himself down.
It's frustrating to watch a guy like Ewell, who is talented, have such a gaping hole in his arsenal. This is a gaping hole.
And this is something Wood can go back and say, I can improve here too. I mean, I can maybe do more damage from the top, maybe start landing more elbows, posture up more instead of squeezing so much. Maybe pass like you were saying, Joe, try to advance to a submission if you're not going to do a lot of damage in the guard. There's things that both guys can work on, and that's the thing about martial arts. There's always holes in all of our games that we can fix.
And I think for Nathaniel Wood, it's about securing a victory here. I mean, he's basically got this fight won, stays in this position, and he wins this fight. Don't do anything stupid. But for Ewell, man, he should be going for broke. He's really got to do something radical here. Minute 20 seconds to go. Just go crazy. You gotta get back up to your feet. You gotta explode. Put your feet on the hips. You gotta do something.
I'm just amazed Ewell hasn't even tried one butterfly, nothing like that. There's the first time we saw the feet up.
And look, he gives up his back because of it.
Yeah, just not enough ground game by Ewell.
It seems
it's non-existent.
Yeah, he just doesn't understand what to do on the ground.
That's it.
That's it. He's got it. He's got it.
That's the submission. There's the back take and the finish.
He's got it.
He's just gonna. Ooh, he's almost out.
There's the tap.
Beautiful.
So Nathaniel Wood gets the late finish with less than a minute to go. 7 straight wins for the prospect.
And he really is a prospect. That young man's got a tremendous amount of talent and really just put together an outstanding fight tonight. 25 years old, a good record, a solid record now at 15-3, lots of experience, and just really looked excellent tonight.
Yeah, that was a great fight for him.
And just managed risk exceedingly well, and yet still was able to transition to the back and get the finish. Once it's official, it'll be his 13th finish in those 15 pro wins.
And here's the takedown. This is what started all off for him. He had, excellent control over Ewell on the ground. But when Ewell eventually did try to get back up to his feet, he left a lot of openings. And Wood took advantage of that in a beautiful way. Got the back, secured the rear naked choke pretty quickly. Got that body triangle in, secured the choke, and then made the adjustment, readjusted. Almost had it here. Wood almost had it here. Ewell gutted it out, got that hand off, escaped, but then rolled over to his stomach, and it got even worse. Then he got flattened out and realized he had to tap.
Well, you look at Nathaniel Wood's highlight reel as you see the corner celebration. It's one knockout after the next, 2-0 in the UFC with a couple of opportunistic submissions for Nathaniel the Prospect Wood. All right, to make this one official, here is the well-dressed Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Smith has called a stop to this contest at 4 minutes, 12 seconds of round number 3. Declaring the winner by submission due to a rear naked choke, Nathaniel the Prospect Wood.
All right, I'm here with the winner, Nathaniel Wood. Congratulations, sir. Excellent performance. Now, you know, you've come into this fight a real promising young contender, and you just put on a show tonight. Excellent control on the ground. In the second round, it seemed like you were realizing that he really didn't have the ability to get back up.
Yeah, 100%. You know, at the end of the day, I'm not a grappler. I'm more of a striker. But you know, someone like Andre is very dangerous. I had to appreciate that. And you know, I didn't want to go on the floor in the second round, but I realized he had nothing for me there, so it made sense just to do it in the third. You know, and I know the crowd were booing and stuff, but look, I'm trying to ground and pound man. But with a guy like that, he's like a spider. He's got my arms wrapped. You know, I need to be careful with submissions. So sorry for the boos and that, but. You know, but listen, Dana, please, I miss Christmas. Can I have a late present? Put me on that London card, March 16th, I beg of you, please.
Well, listen, you had a fantastic performance tonight. I want you to take a look at the finish. Once you had him on the ground, he tried to scramble to get back up to his feet, and that's when you saw the opening. You took his back, almost got the choke. You reversed the position and flattened him out, and that's when you finished it off.
Yeah, as I said, you know, I had to be careful going for submissions when a guy like that, long limbs and everything, so, you know, I let him give me the submission. Position before submission.
Well, you are a very promising young prospect, sir. It was a pleasure watching you fight, and I can't wait to see you again. Nathaniel Wood, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I'm a betting man. I'm pretty confident Nathaniel Wood's going to have that wish granted and find his way on that London fight card in March. But a huge win for Nathaniel Wood here tonight. And the future is bright for the 25-year-old out of South London. Well, this is an outstanding fight card. Really 1 through 13 tonight as we show you what is coming up later tonight on pay-per-view. First fight you will see, bottom of your screen, Chad Mendes and Alexander Volkanovski. Huge fight with major featherweight divisional ramifications. Alir Latifi and Corey Anderson, Condit and Chiesa leading into the championship doubleheader. And Dominic, the first true women's super fight in UFC women's history between Amanda Nunes and Chris Cyborg.
Yeah, and what I love about this is that nobody's really rivaled Nunes in her division, so she moved up. And she says, you know, I've always been cutting super hard, so this is easy for me. I'm happy to be eating and happy to be doing what I need to just to show up and fight. Whereas Cyborg is cutting everything off of her body in order to make this weight class. She has a distinct size advantage, and this is going to be one of those fights for Nunes where she's going to have to get to that place where she's a nail at times, and I think she's going to have to learn to be okay with that in certain parts of that fight.
I'm like getting anxious just watching them stare down. Real emotions between those two women. It comes to a head later tonight on pay-per-view. These are the final batch of prelims you will see on FS1. Final 4 fights that you will see on the network. And the first fight coming up here, Joe, in a few minutes. Ryan Hall taking on the returning Hall of Famer BJ Penn.
I mean, Ryan Hall, who is a fantastic submission artist, is taking on a man who won the Mundials 3 years into his Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu training. A guy who won the UFC lightweight and welterweight title, but a guy who is inarguably in the twilight of his career. The question is, how much does BJ Penn have left in the tank? How much motivation does he have? How much does he want it? How hard did he train? We know he went to Nova União for this fight, which is a big deal, and it's always a pleasure to watch him fight.
Well, BJ Penn has been omnipresent at a lot of UFC events this year. We will see what he has left in the tank coming up. All right, that'll do it for us here on UFC Fight Pass. We will see you in a matter of moments as the action continues live on FS1.
UFC, the world leader in MMA. Experience it on FS1.
Tonight, before one of the most anticipated rematches in UFC history goes down for the light heavyweight title on pay-per-view, FS1 gets the final show of 2018 going with 4 tremendous matchups. In the featured bout, a future Hall of Famer looks to add another name to his hit list. Former heavyweight champion Andrei Arlovski still has the power to stop any opponent placed in front of him. But Walt Harris is equally as dangerous as the Pitbull, finishing every one of his UFC wins by knockout.
Oh! Sherman goes down, that'll do it!
Also tonight, Alpha Cat Zingano moves up a weight class to take on Australian striker Megan Anderson. Plus, surging bantamweight prospects collide. Douglas Silva de Andrade has finished 20 of his 25 wins, including 19 by knockout. He takes on Russian standout Peter No Mercy Yan, who has demolished his 2 UFC opponents with outstanding striking and power. And in just moments, a true legend of the sport makes the walk once again. The prodigy BJ Penn returns to the octagon for the first time in nearly 2 years. But can the Hall of Famer withstand the grappling prowess of jiu-jitsu black belt Ryan Hall? Live from Los Angeles, it's a year-end MMA spectacular on the FS1 UFC 232 prelims.
We are in Los Angeles, California, where it looks as though the traffic on the 110 is free-flowing tonight. Great to have you with us for what is a huge night for the UFC. No fewer than 2 title fights in a matter of hours are coming your way on pay-per-view. But first, live from the Forum in Inglewood, California, we present the FS1 UFC 232 prelims. Sponsored by Cerveza Modelo, the official beer of UFC. Closed captioning is also available for tonight's telecast. If you would like to hear the broadcast in Spanish, there is a simulcast over on Fox Deportes. All right, let us get to the rules of the Octagon. 3 judges score the fight. The bout duration is 3 5-minute rounds. For championship fights and all UFC main events, we go 5 5-minute rounds. A 10-point must-scoring system is in effect. Round winner gets 10 points. His or her opponent 9 or fewer. And scoring is based on effective striking and grappling, followed then by aggression, and finally Octagon control in that order. Also, so you know, the California State Athletic Commission has adopted the newer set of unified rules for MMA. We will also have the limited use of instant replay. That is to look at a fight-ending sequence only. So once replay is used, that particular fight cannot be restarted. And with that, thank you for being with us one final time tonight on FS1. John Anik alongside the legend Joe Rogan, former UFC bantamweight champion Dominic Cruz, and the first fight on FS1 for us, Ryan Hall taking on the UFC Hall of Famer BJ Penn. Ryan Hall in the inspection zone. Tonight's Fighting Spirit stats are sponsored by Cerveza Modelo, brewed with the fighting spirit since 1925, Dom.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan Hall has made a living off of the 50-50 position where he goes for leg locks. What's interesting about his attacks is he doesn't have a typical double leg takedown, typical single leg takedown. He will pull guard and just grab a hold of you. All he's got to do is touch you, and he'll pull guard and pull you down on top of him, and then he can tangle you up into all kinds of nasty submissions and nasty positions. He is hard to deal with.
Well, there's so many memorable walks in the UFC, but right up there with the best of them, the prodigy, Baby J. So here is mixed martial arts royalty BJ Penn switching up the walkout song here tonight. I don't know how I feel about that, but here is BJ Penn, Joe, 26th UFC appearance here tonight. Made his UFC and pro MMA debut all the way back at UFC 31, May 4th, 2001. You were there.
Well, listen, BJ Penn has had an incredible career, unbelievable victories. He's absolutely one of the greats of all time. The question with a guy like BJ Penn is motivation. Why is he doing this? Is he doing this because he still wants to be a world-class fighter, because he wants to get back to a contender status, because he wants to one day fight for the title again? Or is he doing it because it's all he knows, and it's his identity, and he doesn't know where to go? This is where we are right now with the great BJ Penn, and we're about to find out tonight.
Well, let's just go ahead and say that this is his identity. Maybe he doesn't know what it is other than this. So we should be grateful that we still have BJ Penn here competing, doing what he loves. Whether he thinks that he's the world champion or not, he's doing what he loves to do. And him competing against Ryan Hall is a great adversary because we've seen BJ Penn's chin get tested in a lot of these fights. But we haven't really seen anybody willing to go to the ground with BJ. Ryan Hall is the opposite of that. It's not that he can't strike, but his gifts are on the ground. And can BJ Penn roll and grapple with one of the best grapplers in the world this day and age? He used to be one of the best grapplers ever. Is he still that? That is the question in this matchup. Or is he going to have to stand up with Ryan Hall and force Ryan Hall to punch with him?
Well, Ryan Hall, one of the few guys who wouldn't necessarily mind fighting BJ Penn off of his back. Let us see how it plays out tonight. BJ Penn turned 40 earlier this month. Ryan Hall, the fellow American, is 33. Hall, the taller man by 1 inch. He will have a half-inch reach advantage. All right, now for the introductions. For this first of 4 FS1 prelims, here is Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from the Forum in Los Angeles, California for UFC 232, Jones versus Gustafsson 2. And now, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC lightweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record. 6 wins, 1 loss. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighing in at 154 pounds. Fighting out of Falls Church, Virginia, Ryan the Wizard Hall. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record. 16 wins, 12 losses, 2 draws. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighing in at 156 pounds. Fighting out of Hilo, Hawaii, presenting the former UFC lightweight and welterweight champion, the Prodigy, BJ Penn! And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Edward Calante.
Edward Calantes, the 3rd man in the octagon for this one. The great Brittany Palmer getting us started for round 1 between these credentialed jiu-jitsu black belts. BJ Penn and Ryan Hall, who ends a 2+ year layoff here tonight. Hall out of the southpaw stance is in black. The Prodigy BJ Penn is in white.
I think Penn's going to be looking to keep the standing and try to hurt Hall on the feet and just use his takedown defense. But we'll see soon.
What we saw in the Gray Maynard fight is that Hall will throw a tremendous amount of kicks and utilize almost a karate-type strategy to try to get the fight to the ground. Throwing those kicks a lot of times leads to scrambles, leads to him being on his back where he is very, very comfortable and probably at his most dangerous.
Ryan Hall said he would have loved to have been more active. He accepted fights against Dennis Bermudez and Ricardo Lamas, but perhaps those fights were turned down by the other side. Ryan Hall, he's been pro in MMA for 12 years, but it always has to be something worthwhile. He certainly felt like fighting the Hall of Famer BJ Penn was worth his time tonight.
I like that BJ Penn moved his camp to Nova União for this fight. Went down to Brazil, no distractions, wasn't in Hawaii with his friends, really made an excellent camp down there, and looks good physically.
He does.
And I love that too, because I got to train with BJ out at his camp one time, and they just put on gloves and scrap every day, and that's about it. You show up at 4 o'clock and you fight in a dojo, and then you go home. And that's about all he was doing then. And now I know with Nova União, he's filling in the gaps, because Andre Pederneiras does not mess around with his team, and he's got a lot of support in that team. So let's see how it crosses over, because I think they are going to end up in the ground eventually here, because Ryan Hall can't just fight the whole fight from his back here and expect to win. He's going to have to attack.
Well, right away, what I'm seeing is a better version of BJ Penn than we've saw in those last few fights. He looks more focused. I mean, he's in a dangerous little game here with Ryan Hall, because this is Ryan's world, but he's defending very well.
The other thing I love is BJ's always had weird knees and ankles, like crazy trick legs. And what Ryan Hall attacks is the legs. So he's actually doing everything right, attacking the grips of Ryan Hall so he can't roll to those leg locks.
And BJ Penn back to the lightweight division, where he has certainly done his best work in the UFC for the first time since 2010.
Yeah, that featherweight cut was ridiculous.
Brutal.
I mean, you're talking about a guy who was the welterweight champ at one point in time. You see him get down to featherweight. And at one point in time, BJ fought Lyoto Machida at heavyweight.
Right.
I mean, which is just an insane prospect, but that was when he was at his very best, and he was just a maniac.
Penn fought twice last year, the first time he had competed more than once in a calendar year since 2011, so an extended layoff in advance of this one, but still keeping a more active schedule than normal.
Oh, that's tight. Tore it apart.
Ryan Hall submits BJ Penn in a blink.
Oh, my goodness.
That's his signature move, and he's done that in every fight he's had. And he rolls to it, and if you try to pull away from it, it gets tighter. You got to go into it.
Yeah, he tore that knee up.
Wow.
That knee's hurting right now, guaranteed. That was a nasty heel hook. The way he secured it was so tight and so quick, and most likely he tore it.
That's the reason people don't want to fight him, though.
Yeah.
Right. Palhares was one of those guys that was similar to that. Forgive me if I'm...
Ryan Hall lets go immediately.
True.
When you tap, he lets go.
Good point.
He's so good. I mean, his leg locks are the best aspect of his game. It's what we were saying earlier, that BJ was playing a dangerous game, and you really saw it there. When Ryan snatches up, grabs a hold of that leg, man, he does it with perfect technique.
Unbelievable. Shout out to Paul Sass while we're at it, too. Let's get you the Move the Fight, sponsored by Metro by T-Mobile. Get unlimited high-speed data all month long on the same network as T-Mobile.
And here we see there's the kick. He dives, and look how he, like, immediately locks into this, and BJ has to tap. I mean, it was just perfect. Perfect, and it's incredible leverage on one of the weakest parts of that joint. Look how he does this. Like, he rolls in, he's got his legs in perfect position. He turns the heel. It is just nasty. All kinds of torque on that knee. Let's see it one more time. He throws that kick, dives in, spins, goes into this roll here, and then immediately locks a hold of that heel hook, and just, it's hard to watch, man. It's nasty.
And that's spoken from a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, Joe Rogan. So Ryan Hall making up for lost time tonight. The upside in this fight for him was to try to submit the legend BJ Penn. Mission accomplished. Joe will talk to him next. Stay with us. We're live on FS1. And there it is, the future home of the LA Chargers and the Rams, a rock's throw from the Forum here in Inglewood. NFL Week 17 is on Fox. Huge games with playoff implications. The Vikings take on the Bears, the Eagles take on the Redskins, or the Rams hosts the 49ers. It's all on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Check your local listings. All right, to make this one official, here now, Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Edward Durantes has called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes, 46 seconds of the very first round. Declaring the winner by submission due to a heel hook, Ryan the Wizard Hall.
Congratulations. I'm here with the winner, Ryan Hall. Ryan, another fantastic display of world-class Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu by you. But I have to ask you, what is it like to stare across the cage at a guy who I know was probably one of your idols growing up and absolutely one of the all-time greats in BJ Penn?
Just to compete against BJ is a surreal experience. I've learned so much from him, and honestly, he's one of my heroes. And if I could ever accomplish 1/10 of what he's done, I would feel pretty happy.
Yeah. And let's take a look at the submission. You started off with an inside leg kick and went into the roll, and just absolutely beautiful execution of this heel hook. Please talk us through this.
Thank you. That's something that my coach Faraz, Kenny Florian, who's in studio, and Ton Lee over there have been working on with me for for some time, all this year. I haven't been fighting for a while, but I've been working hard, and this is one of the things that we've tried to do is blend the kicking and everything else. So I'm just glad it worked out, and because BJ kicked my leg hard a bunch of times.
Well, to have it pull off on a guy like BJ Penn, who's such an accomplished Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu artist in his own right, I mean, this is one of the reasons why it's difficult finding fights for you.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, no one wears an S on their chest. Nobody's Superman, but he's as dangerous as they come. Anyone can be caught, myself included, of course. It's an honor to compete against him, and if I ever get the opportunity, I'd be really excited to train with him because, again, he's taught me everything but via video.
Well, congratulations on an outstanding victory. Ryan Hall, ladies and gentlemen.
Big win for Ryan Hall tonight. His next UFC fight, he has said, will be back down at featherweight. His wife Jen gave birth to a son, Sean, back in August. Big night for the new dad, Ryan Hall. All right, here's a look at what is coming your way over on UFC Fight Pass in 2019. As usual, you'll get Fight Pass prelims for all UFC pay-per-view events, plus the MMA from around the globe you have come to expect, the likes of Invicta FC and Cage Warriors, submission grappling events, the Eddie Bravo Invitational and Polaris, also Roy Jones Jr. boxing and plenty of kickboxing and Muay Thai coverage as well. UFC Fight Pass, download the UFC app today. All right, coming up next, a lot of excitement for this fight at bantamweight. Muay Thai practitioner Douglas Silva de Andrade is a problem. 25-2 as a pro with 19 knockouts. Tonight, though, he is a decided underdog against the oncoming Russian boxer Piotr Yan, for whom in the UFC it has been so far so good.
One of the most exciting prospects of 2018. Don't think it will be long before his label turns to legit contender.
Now what you'll notice about this kid is that he doesn't like to take a step back. No mercy, no backward steps. Oh! Beautiful elbow there from Peter Yan.
Nice shot of Venice, California there. We are in the greater Los Angeles area tonight for the FS1 UFC 232 prelims, brought to you by Cerveza Modelo, the official beer of UFC. And as usual, the MMA leader closing out the calendar year in a big way. We continue to run clock as we inch closer to 10 p.m. Eastern, and the monster that is UFC 232, Jones versus Gustafsson 2, exclusively on pay-per-view. And speaking of which, it has been a wild ride for the UFC superstar Jon Jones. He has had a penchant, though, to thrive under less than ideal circumstances, and he expects tonight will be no different.
Since his victory in July of 2017, Jones has dealt with another doping suspension. But arbitration found only trace amounts of a banned substance, proving that Jones was not at fault.
All right, let's go nice and easy, down and back, guys. Go.
The now former champion would persevere because leaving the sport was never an option.
If there's any time I ever thought about quitting and walking away from the sport, that was it. I mean, I was hated, and turning it all off is the easy way to deal with it.
Keep your eyes down the whole way.
You know, financially, definitely don't have to fight anymore. I could afford to delete social media accounts and ride off into the sunset. But, you know, I didn't do that. I came back and faced it, and I learned to take things more seriously.
Looking back on the first fight with Gustafsson, Jones feels a sense of confidence, knowing the bout took place before he learned the error of his ways.
I was right in the heyday of just being a complete party animal. Being up super late, you know, missing practices, being at practice hungover, not respecting what I had.
Jon Jones gets taken down for the first time in his career. Incredible. Look at that, haymaker over the top. Well, I'm very impressed with Gustafsson so far.
Since then, Jones has put in years of work at the Performance Ranch and enters the rematch a completely different man.
We're gonna just do some reaction drills. We'll go to the cones. So you're just trying to take a little quick step and reach. And rest. Yep. The difference we're gonna see is the focus that Jon is coming with. There you go. He really wants to show the world how he's grown and how he's evolved as a better athlete. It's gonna be fun. Push the knees out, good, and then just make big circles with it. Push the knees apart, good. That's it, big, strong.
You know, Alexander Gustafsson, I don't know what his excuse is. He fought a diluted version of myself the first time.
Good.
At his absolute best. He was extremely well trained, and he still came up short. This time he's gonna meet me at my absolute best as well, and let's see how he does.
And as we see here, I mean, 16 wins with 9 finishes, 4 hours and 13 minutes of fight time. I mean, that alone is a huge thing that really made a big difference in this first matchup with Alexander Gustafsson. But now that we're looking at it, Gustafsson has a lot of fight time himself. He's had 2 fights that have gone the distance, and the first time he fought Jon Jones was the very first time Alexander Gustafsson has ever gone 5 full rounds. And so now this is a completely different fight with the amount of fight time that both these gentlemen have. It's more equal. So let's see the experience factor. Does it still carry over with Jon Jones? That's what we don't know, as the time has been out and Alexander Gustafsson has been fighting. So it's going to be fun to see how the matchup changes according to the time spent and the weapons that they've been able to develop over this period of time.
Well, it was such a phenomenal fight the first time around, and what Jon represents is a unique physical talent, as well as a guy who is a wild man. And one of the things about his wild antics outside of the cage is he's wild inside the cage, controlled wildness, but with beautiful technique and a champion's mentality. He's a guy who overcomes adversity. We saw that in the Vitor Belfort fight. His arm was hyperextended, refused to tap, went on to win by submission. He's not just the hammer. He's a guy who also is capable of taking the shots, which we saw in the first Gustafsson fight. Even though he wasn't properly prepared, still came on and wound up winning the 5th round, which probably won him the fight.
It's a very salient point. We make so much about the physical gifts. We don't talk about the mental toughness and the heart nearly enough. It is UFC 232, Jones versus Gustafsson 2. A couple of title fights coming your way later tonight on pay-per-view. You can order UFC 232 right now. Forward marching, Douglas Silva, Andrade, and Piotr Jan are part of a bantamweight resurgence in the UFC. Now we will find out which of these two highly touted fighters will move into title contention. One of the top UFC rookies of 2018, Russia's Piotr Jan extended his winning streak to 5 with a first-round knockout of Teruto Ishihara and a fight of the night decision win over Jin Soo-sang. Tonight he will take on the biggest test of his young career when he tackles Douglas Silva Andrade. Winner of 25 of his 28 pro bouts, D. Silva has been showing off his best form yet in recent wins over Cody Gibson, Henry Briones, and Marlon Vera. And with his finishing instincts as sharp as ever, the Brazilian's focus tonight, as usual, is on ending this one before the judges get involved. Coming up next, Piotr Jan faces Douglas Silva Andrade. Well, they don't come much more highly touted than this guy. Piotr Jan, 25 years old. He's won 5 in a row, a perfect start to his UFC run at 2-0. A master of sport in boxing in his native Russia. Dom, and I know when you watched the film last night, his jab was really what jumped off the screen for you.
I mean, when I watched film of this man, I mean, you could see the levels of boxing that he has, the way he pieces together combinations, the way he makes reads, but really it's his footwork and his in and out movement with feints that really add a big difference. He's also got some spin attacks that he throws in there that he sets up very well with the way he gets you moving from his boxing combinations. He throws long combinations in everything, never one punch at a time. He's quick and he's tall. So this is a tough matchup at bantamweight for anybody in the division. And the real question is, can he piece that together and build a long range of wins, especially against a guy like Douglas Silva Andrade, who's a powerhouse with his hands.
Yeah, he's at that exciting stage of his career where he's all potential. 25 years of age, only has 1 loss by split decision to Magomedov, which he went on to avenge later in his career. And he's a face-forward pressure fighter who just gets on top of you and just throws massive combinations. He's really exciting to watch. And when you look at the style of his opponent, Silva Andrade is a very similar type of fighter, but more Muay Thai oriented, whereas Jan is more of a boxer.
Piotr Jan in search of the biggest win of his young career tonight as he draws Douglas Silva Andrade. Well, this guy's got a Dominic Cruz-like record, 25-2 with 1 no contest. Douglas Silva Andrade making the walk for his 6th UFC appearance. Big win over Marlon Chito Vera his last time out in February of this year. He's had a lot of big moments in the UFC, Joe. He has had some injuries as well. Had a 2-year layoff, multiple surgeries for the same hand injury. But here is Douglas Silva Andrade at 33 years old, making his 6th UFC start.
What's interesting to me about this fight is because we know that Jan is so aggressive and has that just come at you style. What I like about Silva Andrade is that he has more of a Muay Thai style. There's more weapons at his disposal, and if he utilizes that, if he uses more distance, more footwork, more kicks and knees, this could be very interesting.
I see Douglas Silva Andrade style a little different. I look at him more as a Mike Perry style for the 135-pound division. He'll throw a couple kicks here and there, but really he's looking to lasso you in with overhand rights, left hooks, uppercuts up the middle. The knees are minimal for me from what I see from him unless he grabs that head and tries to Muay Thai clinch you. Other than that, he's too short to really try to fire knees up the middle. So I see him looking for power boxing, non-stop pressure. But the real problem is going to be dealing with the footwork of Jan because he moves so much in and out, he feints so much, and he has good hand speed. it could be easy for Douglas to get stuck trying to stare at him and land the big power and get picked apart from the outside. So that's what Douglas is gonna have to do. Can he use his legs to create a little bit of range and then connect his hands after his kick lands?
All right, back live at Inglewood as we get ready for the bantamweights. Two fighters with a combined record of 35-3. The 33-year-old Brazilian Douglas Silva de Andrade, the 25-year-old Russian boxer Piotr Jan. Jan, the taller man, slightly by half an inch. Douglas Silva de Andrade will have a reach advantage of an inch and a hook. All right, now for the particulars, back inside of Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC bantamweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a boxer holding a professional record, 10 wins, 1 loss. He stands 5 feet 7 and 1/2 inches tall, weighing in at 135 and 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Yekaterinburg, Russia, Piotr No Mercy Jan. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a Muay Thai kickboxer holding a professional record, 25 wins, 2 losses, 1 no contest. He stands 5 feet 7 inches tall, weighing in at 134 and 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Castanhal, Para, Brazil, Douglas de Silva de Andrade. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Mark Smith.
Mark Smith will be a busy man tonight. Chrissy Blair, thank you very much, Chrissy. Douglas Silva de Andrade, 5th fight at bantamweight, 3-1 since moving down to 135 pounds.
Douglas, ready? Fight's on.
Taking on Piotr Jan, who is in red. Jan, one of the bigger betting favorites on this fight card, top to bottom tonight, -315 at close. De Silva coming back at +285. He is in white.
Oh, left hook. Oh, kick by Petra.
It's a left hook and the overhand right of Douglas that's really lethal. And the jab and the straight, just the basic 1-2 and the feints that Jan uses really creates issues for his opponents.
And Piotr, you see him switch his stance. Sometimes southpaw, sometimes orthodox, constant pressure. And Silva de Andrade, I think he's got to land more leg kicks. I think that's going to be a big factor.
I agree, Joe. It's a huge weapon he's going to have to use, but really he's going to have to pressure Jan. I mean, he's got it. He's too short to be backing up and letting Jan use the range and the jab the way he's about to right now. As we're seeing, he's biting on all the feints of Jan, and that sets up the left hook right straight.
Look how Jan switches stances. He's so effective doing that.
Jan started boxing at 13 years old, longtime boxing trainer for kids. Only transitioned MMA 5 years ago. So far, so good.
Well, the reason he switched stance, I think, Joe, is that leg kick Andrade is finding early, and so he's trying to mess up the rhythm of it.
Yeah, he's just so effective doing so, though, and he does it seamlessly. Caught that one, dumps him.
And for people that leg kick, that's what you got to do. You have to threaten the weapon, and that's what he did. He caught it, took him down, and now Andrade will think twice before throwing that.
De Silva, not much of a submission threat, just 1 win by submission.
Got back up to his feet nicely, but he ate a left hand. Silva de Andrade is about as lean as a human can get.
Yeah, man.
The guy looks like an anatomy chart. You got to think that's a tough cut for him to get down to 35.
Yes. Made his UFC debut against Zubair Tuhugov at featherweight. That was February 2014. We've seen Douglas. Oh, nice uppercut there. He's adjusted pretty well in fights in the past. We'll see how he adjusts to Jan tonight.
Fingers.
Ooh. Nice stick with the right hand by Piotr Jan as we come up on 2 minutes here to go round 1.
Oh, nice kick to the body by Jan.
Big right hand. I mean, Andrade fires that overhand heavy as anyone.
Oh, nice combination. He might have stunned him with that left hand.
3-2 and then a 1. And anytime he switches to southpaw, he throws that left kick to the liver. There it is. It's going to come again. Anytime you see him switch southpaw, that's the weapon he's using. He pulls Andrade into it.
De Silva partially lands with that right hand. Jan back to work to the body.
And the constant pressure of Jan just wears on guys as he's fought. You see he's always just out of range for the most part. And then he puts the pressure right back on after you miss him. And he never gives a rest to the guys moving back.
Good right hand again by Andrade. Douglas is having some success with that right hand. And look at this.
Nice balance by Jan to stay up right there.
Oh, beautiful counter.
Him. Oh.
He slipped that right hand and came over the top of it. It's like a pull two. Here comes the left kick. Ooh. And now he's switching, throwing combinations from southpaw as well. Jan really switching things up.
Entertaining fight so far, less than 30 seconds now in the round.
Nice dig to the body by Andrade. Oh, beautiful takedown.
And that was perfect timing. He waited for the big, heavy right hand of Douglas and then shot right underneath it.
Jan finishes on top.
So a nice way to punctuate the round for the Russian. Round 2 coming up next.
Senta, senta, senta.
Sit, sit.
Encosta o gelo na nuca dele lá.
Put the eyes in his back.
Campeão, vamos acordar, filho.
Let's go, wake up. Champion, wake up.
Acorda, acorda.
Wake up, wake up. Wake up.
Tá deixando dominar a luta?
You let him dominate the fight. It's your dream.
Ok, ó não. Douglas, muita fita, cara. Cadê seu jogo? Mão com chute.
Fake, fake. Hand and the kick.
Esse cara não te aguenta não, pô.
This guy cannot get you.
É sua família agora.
Your family, your dream.
Deixa jogar a mão sozinho não, pô.
Don't let he throw the hands. Breathe, breathe, breathe. It's the war, it's the war. Let's go, let's go.
Muda a sua vida hoje, isso aí.
Change your life.
Coming up on New Year's Eve, the Red Box Bowl kicks off between Oregon and Michigan State at 2:30 Eastern on Fox. Then flip it here to FS1 as 17th ranked Utah battles number 22 Northwestern in the San Diego County Credit Union Holiday Bowl. That one's 6:30 Eastern, or you can catch it all on the Fox Sports app. All right, round 2 here. Piotr Jan is in red. 14th ranked Douglas Silva de Andrade in white. Jan does a nice job keeping that guard high.
Woo! Double jab right hand down the middle.
Slick.
Very nice. And now he's southpaw landing left
Oh,
right
nice
hand.
right hand.
Oh.
Clean.
And that's what's tricking him is, you know, Andrade is expecting a left straight, and then all of a sudden he switches back to conventional, throws a right straight. It's just a lot to read. Oh, there it goes again.
Oh, he's tagging him. Jan's really finding his range.
Woo. It's the lightness of the feet of Jan that's causing problems for Andrade. Just in and out, good fakes, switching stance. Just too many looks. 3-2-1. That's his combination right there that he's landed over and over. 3-2 and then follow it with a jab.
29th pro fight for De Silva. He has never been knocked out, and he stuck the left hand there. Yet more forward pressure here from Jan.
Beautiful right hand. I mean, this guy's got so much potential when you look at him here at 25 years of age, really just getting his feet wet in the UFC. Nice dig to the body. He hurt him with that. He hurt him with that body shot.
He's been hurting him to the body with that.
Not grounded.
Again.
And what you see there is Andrade's trying to touch the floor so he can't get kneed.
Let go of his shorts.
And the new rules are in effect, so he has to be weighted down on those hands and feet. If he's like, he has to put his weight down if he can't get kneed there. He is not a grounded person, so he can get kneed here, and that's what the ref's trying to tell Andrade.
Yeah, and that is the very purpose for those rules in the first place. The guys are gaming the system, just sort of touching the ground and avoiding what would be a legitimate knee.
Right, you got to bear weight.
And look at the difference. When you take that away, this is what happens. He gets the front headlock, and now he gets put into side mount. That's why the rules are in place, as you said, Joe.
Mark Smith, one of the better referees in the game.
And that is a hard thing for these refs, so you got to give credit for that.
Yes.
It's also hard, too, with language barriers, right? Certain fighters aren't understanding when you're telling them things.
True. We see here Andrade trying to go for the half guard sweep, but he's just too far back, and Jon has the lead on the positioning here. Now he's going to a spiral right. It's under the quad, and he's got a half Nelson. He's grabbing the wrist control, and this just keeps Andrade from being able to get his base here. And punch, punch, and then he'll go back to the spiral. Punch, punch, spiral. And then now he goes to the half. Andrade just starts attacking the legs. Back to the front headlock. And seamless transitions here for Jon, going from defense to submission to punching, being offensive in all positions, showing very good craftiness in every aspect.
Yeah, nice knee to the body there in the transition. He's got a big red mark on the side.
And you see the way he spins and takes the angle. He's always staying on the hip of Andrade. That's exhausting. Andrade is carrying all of Jon's weight. This is good grappling fundamentals. And he's doing a great job staying ahead right now, Jon.
And how about the pace, too, right? I mean, he's got great cardio. We know that, but he's quick, and he has been all offense tonight.
It's just great decision-making. Right here, Andrade is on the leg. He can do something to create a sweep here, but chances of him getting up.
Oh, perfect defense there by Jon, the way he stepped over, and nasty elbows for his work. And another one.
And that's because Andrade's going for that half guard sweep, but he's got his arm trapped underneath the left leg, and now he's getting beaten down in the crucifix
one of those
position.
elbows open him right up.
Crucifix is in, and he's got to get his right leg out, Andrade, and then get his right arm out if he's going to get up from here.
He just hit him with a knee to the face there. That was an illegal knee. And you see all the blood all over his knee there.
Great ground and pound by Jon here. I mean, pretty.
Andrade
keeps trapping his own arm.
He's going off on him here. He's really trying to finish this second round strong.
D. Silva trying to control posture here and survive and advance to a third round. He is wearing it, but he survives. We're right back.
Douglas, sit. Put the ice.
Não quer que molhe, bota o gelo.
Douglas, respira.
Breathe.
Quer parar? Não mais. Não, eu falo. Tá bom, deu, não é mais não, tá bom.
O que você acha? Abriu muito? O que você acha?
Não. Deu, campeão, tá bom. Finish.
No mas.
No mas.
They called it. That's the corner called that, saving their fighter. And I think that was a smart call, I think, by the corner.
All right, we are back at the Forum, and the Douglas Silva de Andrade corner has just thrown in the proverbial towel. They are trying to prevent further damage to their fighter. Piotr Janjo is going to win this fight by TKO.
I think that was wise on their half. I think he was getting really beaten up badly in that second round, and he just looked spent. And they just made a decision. They said no mas.
You know, we don't see that as much as maybe some people, myself included, would like to see in high-profile situations, a corner man or woman get involved. And I think in that situation tonight, you got to respect that Brazilian corner. Their fighter was very damaged after that second round, and that is the first time Douglas Silva de Andrade has been knocked out, so to speak, in his professional MMA career.
Yeah, and if my corners are telling me that, I trust my corners to tell me that I'm not doing the right things and they're trying to save me and keep me safe. And I got to give credit to this corner. Douglas wasn't doing the right things. He was kind of out of it when he was on his back, and I think that his corner knows that he's out on his feet, and they needed to save the fighter in this position to keep him healthy.
And I know there is no worse reality for a corner man than when you're backstage after a fight like this and your fighter says, dude, you gotta let me fight on.
No, I mean, that's the thing. That's the point of having cornermen. They have a different view from the outside looking in, and as fighters, we're basically pit bulls. I mean, we'll pull on the leash until we go to sleep. We'll choke ourselves, and that's what cornermen are for, is to keep us safe, to keep the sport safe, make sure nobody has any real problems in these fights, and that was a good call, I believe, by this corner.
So Douglas Silva de Andrade falls to 25-3. No shame in that against the oncoming Piotr Jan. Bruce Buffer to make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of round number 2, the red corner has stopped the fight. Therefore, referee Mark Smith is declared the winner by TKO, Piotr No Mercy Jan.
I'm with the winner, Piotr Jan. First of all, congratulations on a dominant performance. It seemed that at the end of the second round, he was spent. Were you surprised that they stopped the fight in between rounds?
Hello, Los Angeles. Thank you so much. I'm very happy to stand here. I understand my opponent, big weight. One round, I easy work, controlling distensionals, and 2 round, little bit fast, finish.
At the end of the second round, when you were punishing him on the ground, did you have a sense that the fight was close to being stopped?
В конце второго раунда, когда ты наносил свои локти, считал ли ты, что бой скоро остановит?
Да, я видел, как я его рассек, я понимал, что еще немножко, если я включусь, я могу закончить бой досрочно.
I saw the cut, and I thought that if I'm gonna add more, then I'm gonna finish the fight.
Well, Piotr, you are right now at 25 years of age, one of the most exciting prospects in the division. Would you like to face a higher caliber or a higher ranked competition next?
Тебе 25 лет, ты один из самых ярких проспектов в дивизионе. Хочешь ли ты встретиться с кем-то более опытным, известным?
Да, конечно, я хочу драться с топовыми бойцами. Хотел бы подраться также с Линникером. У нас был с ним диалог, хочу с ним подраться. Он более опасен. Я хочу проверить себя.
Yeah, I want to fight top fighters. We had a talk on Twitter with Lineker, and he's a very dangerous fighter. I want to test myself against him.
All right, congratulations, sir. Piotr Jan, ladies and gentlemen.
So it was D. Silva who came in with the number next to his name. You can be sure Piotr Jan is going to crack those bantamweight rankings next week, and has certainly set himself up for a big one to kick off 2019. Our Move of the Fight is sponsored by Metro by T-Mobile. Get unlimited high-speed data all month long on the same network as T-Mobile.
I mean, we see here the perfect position of Jan behind the hips. Andrade goes for a leg lock. Jan feels it, sees it, does exactly the right thing. Then when Andrade goes for the half guard sweep, he starts getting elbowed bad. That cuts him open, and that really caused a lot of problems for him from there. Jan was just really able to unload and pretty much get the finish from there. The ref had to call it because of the corner throwing the white flag. Beautiful technique, beautiful performance, and respect for speaking our language. You can't imagine going to Russia and trying to speak Russian.
I'm telling you. All right, here's a look at what is coming your way over on UFC Fight Pass in 2019. Fight Pass prelims for all UFC pay-per-view events. Also, the MMA from around the globe you have come to expect, including Invicta FC, Cage Warriors, and Cage Fury FC. Submission grappling events, the likes of EBI and Polaris. Also, Roy Jones Jr. boxing, and plenty of kickboxing and Muay Thai coverage as well. UFC Fight Pass, download the UFC app today. All right, coming up next, former bantamweight title challenger Alpha Cat Zingano moving up in weight tonight. She says she feels better across the board, and man, can she expedite a title run if she can get past the towering Aussie Megan Anderson. At one point, she was in line to face Chris Cyborg mid-2017. Now she is on the short list of contenders looking to chase her down. And speaking of which, later tonight on pay-per-view, it is Chris Cyborg, Amanda Nunes, the super fight.
Chris Cyborg is a tough opponent, but her name doesn't mean anything. She just another opponent.
You know, I trained really hard. I'm ready. The first time I faced off Amanda Nunes, I was ready to fight after that. And I want to fight the best one, Amanda Nunes, because this is make the good fight. For me to beat Amanda Nunes tonight, I have to be Cyber do my work.
Oh, several busties now.
That's it.
This could do it.
That's it.
Chris Cyborg.
I'm here tonight to make history, to do something no woman has done.
Big combination.
That's it. That's it. It's over.
I'm gonna be the one break Cyborg because I'm ready for her.
I don't respect Jon Jones at all. He doesn't have an answer for my attacks.
Oh, big shot. This has been the most he's ever been hit.
I think Alexander Gustafsson's going to be what it always is. You know, sharp boxing, a lot of footwork, pretty much running. This time, there's no way to run.
Head kick. Oh! He's hurt, and Jon is all over him.
Here comes Johnny Bones with the ground and pound.
He's out.
Jon Jones is back.
Jon is the best fighter out there. but I know I can break him. He's not ready for what I'm bringing to the table. I'm gonna make sure I put him through hell.
I've done a lot of work to get back to this point, and I won't let it all go in vain.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Fox Sports Desk in L.A. Karen Bryant here alongside Kenny Florian, Anthony Smith, and Michael Bisping. And it is time now for the Metro by T-Mobile Spotlight. Enjoy the best moments of the UFC with unlimited high-speed data all month long on the same network as T-Mobile. Kenny Florian, start us off with Jon Jones.
My goodness, well, there's a lot to start off with. This guy really can do it all, but he did a great job of utilizing his kicking game against Gustafsson to keep him on the outside. He was stomping that knee, he was attacking the body, he was throwing a lot of spinning attacks, and as Michael Bisping was talking about earlier, it's hard to predict what he's going to throw next. Now watch this, that spinning elbow, another spinning attack in tight that really hurt Gustafsson. This one, though, was the one that really changed the fight, and I'm not sure Gustafsson even knew who he was in there with for the rest of that fight after that brutal spinning elbow.
Yeah, absolutely. That spinning elbow was the best moment of Jon Jones, but in my opinion, Gustafsson won the first 3 rounds. It was predominantly the footwork and the boxing that got it done. Look at that. Beautiful 1-2 right hand, opened up a big cut on Jon Jones. That troubled him throughout the fight. But look at that. He hits and then he resets, he moves, he gets on his back. He's not there for Jones to attack. And see what he did there? He gets kicked, he immediately fires back each and every time. He made Jon pay every time he went forward. And we see there again, the hands, the nice left hook. Here we are again, you know, staying out of range. Oh, and this was the takedown in the first round. First time Jones was ever taken down. Beautiful entry and very, very surprising for a Swedishman.
It was, and I'm really excited for this matchup to see who made the better adjustments, who's evolved more, who's grown more since the last fight.
And, of course, it is for the light heavyweight title. That is it for us for now. Back octagon side to John Anik and the guys.
KB, fellas, thank you very much. Good to see Lionheart in studio tonight. So next up, it will be Megan Anderson and Kat Zingano. This is a big fight in terms of the landscape of the UFC women's featherweight division. And Alpha Cat, as usual, was fired up at the ceremonial weigh-in a day ago. As you see Megan Anderson there on the scale.
Yeah, Megan Anderson is a handful at featherweight. She is long and tall, especially with her striking. But what Kat Zingano brings to the table that makes it interesting is she's always been a big bantamweight. She's very physically strong herself, and she can wrestle. She's got great takedowns, and I think that proved to be a big problem in Megan Anderson's last fight. I think that's one of the things that makes this fight really exciting. The other thing being, of course, the experience of Kat Zingano. Right. But Megan Anderson is a real featherweight. Yes. She is not making bantamweight.
Right.
That's a big woman.
She's cutting a lot of weight down to 45. Yes. The FS1 UFC 232 prelims are brought to you by Cerveza Modelo, the official beer of UFC. Well, in just 5 years as a pro, Megan Anderson has established herself as an elite featherweight, but now on the sport's biggest stage, the Australian striker targets her biggest win against veteran star Kat Zingano. 2 credentialed combatants collide in this one, as former bantamweight title challenger Kat Zingano moves up to 145 pounds to face off with former Invicta FC champion Megan Anderson. Fresh off of a July win over Marion Renault, Zingano is more determined than ever in her unending quest for UFC gold. And given previous wins over Amanda Nunes, Miesha Tate, and Raquel Pennington, Zingano certainly has the tools to get the job done. Looking to put a halt to her plans, enter the Aussie Anderson, a winner in 4 of her last 5 bouts, with all of those wins coming by way of knockout. Coming up next, Megan Anderson takes on Alpha Kat Zingano. All right, so here's the confident Megan Anderson making the walk for her second UFC appearance. Made her UFC debut, Joe, in Chicago in June against Holly Holm. And she felt like there was some good in that Holly Holm fight, but the buzzword that maybe she was lacking was urgency. When she would get taken down, she wasn't getting up maybe as quickly as she would have liked. So with those 15 minutes now as a resource, she'll try to get her first UFC win tonight.
Well, it's all about adjustment. Holly Holm found a very clear hole in her game. That hole was takedown defense and grappling. Holly exploited that hole, and that's why Holly's a champion. I mean, she's a real world-class fighter. Megan learned something in that fight. Didn't take too much damage, though, and on the feet looked very formidable. She is long and dangerous on the feet. Now, having that happen, guaranteed going into this fight, she's improved those areas of her game. And she will know that Kat Zingano is going to be looking to exploit that.
Yeah, I mean, it's no secret that Megan can strike. I mean, when you watch the way she throws punches and you watch the way she attacks, fighting Holly Holm, you really see she's not just out there dodging punches and trying to touch you. She is hurting people. She throws almost very similar to doing the damage as Cyborg does on her feet. Now, the chink in her armor is that she can get taken down and sometimes doesn't make the right decisions on the ground to get back up to her feet. And if there was ever an opponent to have a problem with that, it's going to be somebody like Kat Zingano. And this is a test for both these women. Kat's been outstruck in some of her fights, and Megan has been outgrappled, so let's see.
Making the walk for her 7th UFC appearance here tonight is Alpha Kat Zingano. Says she found herself again and really made a lot of good decisions in that fight with Marion Renaud. Dom, your former teammate at Alliance MMA. She's an emotional fighter. Sometimes that works to her benefit. We'll see how it goes here tonight.
Well, the thing about Kat that when I talked to her that she's happy with is, one, she didn't have to worry about the weight cut. What she takes pride in is her power, is her strength. And when she was dieting, she didn't like the feeling of feeling withdrawn. So she might be one of these people that moves up and has great circumstances because of this. So what Kat's done is worked on her powerlifting, worked on her wrestling, worked on her grappling over at the arena with some top-notch black belts. And all this mixed in, she says, gets her back to her roots. That's what got her winning in the beginning, and that's what she wanted to go back to for this matchup. Let's see how she shows up, because Kat Zingano, when she's on, is a fun fight to watch every single time.
Yeah, she is a ferocious woman. And I go back to her victory over Amanda Nunes as a perfect example of that.
Yep.
She was hurt badly in that first round, wound up stopping Nunes late in the fight. She's very, very physically strong, and as you said, the weight cut has hampered that performance. I think this is probably going to be a better weight class for her, especially now at 36 years of age, when that weight cut is harder and harder to make.
Well, she certainly hasn't fought anyone with Megan Anderson's dimensions, but she looks forward to the challenge, and it is now minutes away. All right, back live inside the Forum as we get to the tail of the tape for this one at featherweight. The 36-year-old American Alpha Kat Zingano, number 5 in the world at present in the bantamweight division, taking on the featherweight Australian Megan Anderson, who is 28. Anderson, the far taller woman, but just 4 inches is the reach advantage for Anderson. All right, now for the introductions back inside to the buff.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC featherweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a mixed martial artist holding professional record, 8 wins, 3 losses. She stands 6 feet tall, weighing in at 146 pounds. Fighting out of Kansas City, Missouri, by way of Gold Coast, Australia, Megan Anderson. And now introducing her opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist holding professional record, 10 wins, 3 losses. She stands 5 feet 6 inches tall, weighing in at 144 pounds. Fighting out of Denver, Colorado, presenting the number 5 ranked bantamweight contender in the world, Alpha Kat Zingano. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Mark Goddard.
Mark Goddard, our referee for this one. The great Brittany Palmer getting us started for round 1 here of a possible 3 in the UFC women's featherweight division, where Alpha Kat Zingano now resides. Zingano is in all black, Megan Anderson is in green. Anderson still very much a developing fighter, turned pro in 2013, moved to Kansas City under James Krause at Glory MMA and Fitness September 2015. Anderson said she was excited to fight someone like Zingano, who she called a non-traditional fighter. She said a lot of the guys I train with move the way Zingano does.
Kat clearly not interested in striking. Stay on the outside, hitting those legs a little bit. But in my mind, what I'm seeing is her waiting for that opening to get that clinch. And Megan's got to be real careful. Moving forward, looking for the big shots. There she goes, those long limbs. Oh. That's going to be it. Fight's over. So another unusual circumstance, but a huge kick for Megan Anderson. Maybe the toenail, Joe, or something in the eye? I think the toe went right in the eye. I mean, she couldn't see. Like, this is so unlike Kat Zingano. Something must have happened.
Yeah, that was
very bizarre.
I have no words for that because I know how tough Kat Zingano is. So something either she could have an orbital issue. That foot did land in the eye, or it just poked her eye right.
It could have been a toe. That does happen if you get caught at the end. In fact, Mike Winklejohn lost his eye from holding pads for someone, and the toe went into his eye.
I don't know.
And that is seriously painful to take anything in the eye.
Let's take a look back at it. Our move of the fight sponsored by Metro by T-Mobile. Get unlimited high-speed data all month long on the same network as T-Mobile.
We'll get a look at it here and see what went wrong. Here's the kick. Oh, yeah.
Yep, right in the open eye. And that probably, oh, no, I hope her eye's okay from that.
The toe went right into the eyeball. I mean, and with all the force behind Megan's leg, I mean, that is nasty.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
Yeah, and it's very unusual. It's weird that we haven't seen that before, honestly.
Right.
I mean, eye pokes and anything to the eye can shut down anybody on earth. That is, when your eye gets poked, your whole body freaks out.
And the way she shut down like that and just stopped moving and hasn't opened up her eyes since, you know it's serious.
We hope for the best for Kat Zingano. We'll rehash it after this on FS1. Later tonight, don't miss a complete recap of all the action in LA on our post-fight show immediately following the main event on FS1, or watch anywhere on the Fox Sports app. All right, to make this one official, we now turn it over to Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Goddard's called a stop to this contest at 1 minute, 1 second of the very first round. Declaring the winner by TKO, Megan Anderson.
I'm here with the winner, Megan Anderson. Megan, a very unusual end to this fight, of a fight that we were really looking forward to seeing. What are your thoughts on how it ended?
I'm just doing my job. I kind of backed off a little bit, waiting for Mark to see what he was going to do, and she looked away and didn't kind of answer what he was saying, so I just went in and he stopped it. So I was just doing my job, and I'd love to run it back. If she wants it, she can have it again.
Clearly you're just doing your job. And let's take a look at what happened here. You threw a high kick, and the toe went right into the eyeball. Very, very unusual. But as someone as tough as Kat Zingano, when you see her react like that, you know that's a serious injury.
Oh, yeah, definitely. She's a very tough opponent. She's durable. She's tenacious. And we knew that coming in, she was going to be aggressive. And, you know, we just stuck to our game plan, and, you know, shit happens.
I know this is, for someone like you who's getting experience here in the octagon, this has got to be very frustrating because you're coming off of that fight with Holly Holm, and I know that you've done a lot of work to try to tighten up some of the holes that were exposed in that fight.
Yeah, definitely. But for us, it's the fight camp. Like, I've been training nonstop, 2 or 3 times a day, every single day, grinding. So that's where I know I've become a better martial artist, and I've become a better person through that, and this is just the benefit at the end.
I know this has also got to be frustrating because it's very difficult for you to find fights in this featherweight division. There's not a lot of women here.
No, there's not. So please, guys, 2019, let's start signing some featherweights.
Let's do that. Congratulations, Megan. Megan Anderson, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, she's an absolute sweetheart and a damn good fighter as well. She has now won 5 of 6, and certainly on that short list of featherweight contenders as we get ready for the title fight later tonight.
And we really hope and keep Kat Zingano and, you know, best wishes. Get well soon.
How about the Power Sisters, the flyweight champ Valentina Shevchenko and her sister Antonina Shevchenko, also off to a good start in the UFC. And there's the former UFC bantamweight queen, Holly Holm, in the building at the Forum tonight. Well, in a matter of hours, UFC featherweight champion Cris Cyborg will look to continue her run of absolute dominance tonight against a most credentialed challenger.
We're hearing about Amanda Nunes, that she wants to challenge you. So if that's the case, would you prefer that fight?
You know, I always said I don't like fight somebody Brazilian. Why I'm gonna fight one Brazilian champion? Because I have a dream seeing all the Brazilians one day you were champion UFC. But she started calling me out.
All the girls don't do that because they're scared of her. But I'm not. I'm a lioness.
So here she is, the lioness. And when she gets you in trouble, she never lets you off the hook. She doesn't think about the next minute, the reset, the next round. She thinks about taking her opponent out. But Cris Cyborg has been so overwhelmingly dominant.
Cris Cyborg!
Another victory for her. She steps in on short notice, just a couple of weeks, and dismantles Yana Kunitskaya. Amanda Nunes. Amanda wants it. Do you want it?
I want it, yeah. It's the fight to make. It's the fight everybody wants.
I text Dana White, like, I wanted this fight because I don't have nobody in my division.
No caso da Amanda, é uma luta que ainda te interessa? Você acha que essa luta ainda acontece?
Então, na verdade, eu tinha falado que, primeiramente, eu não queria lutar com ela por ela ser brasileira, e a partir do momento que ela falou, eu quero lutar com a Cris.
I know she's Brazilian, but when you become a professional fighter, to become the best, you want to beat the best.
She called me out, and when you call Cyborg out, you have to handle it.
Nunes gets her wish on December 29th, when she will challenge Cyborg for her featherweight title. An attempt to become the first female to hold 2 UFC belts simultaneously.
Fazendo história. Isso é o que eu penso agora nesse momento da minha carreira. São 2 campeões. Eu no 135, a Cris no 145. Então, com certeza, vai ser Copa do Mundo no Brasil.
Well, Cris Cyborg is the most dominant force in the women's MMA game at that weight tonight. As you look at the strike differential, highest in UFC history. She has, that is per minute, I should say, but she has outstruck all 5 of her UFC opponents by a combined margin of 335 to 97. And tonight, she's fighting a fighter in Amanda Nunes that a lot of people think is the most credentialed challenger she has faced in the UFC with respect to Holly Holm and some others.
I think clearly in terms of stylistically, she's the most dangerous. Amanda Nunes has legitimate one-punch knockout power. She has a legit black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Her ground game is top-notch. She's got real world-class experience in world title fights against 5-round fighters. This isn't the type of talent that Cyborg's been facing in the octagon. This is a real world champion.
She is, and more than anything, though, the biggest thing that makes the difference in this fight is, can Nunes be a nail? She's always been the hammer in the 135-pound division, so has Cyborg. The question is, being a little smaller, moving up to 145, she's gonna have to probably deal with some times where she is not the hammer, she's a nail, she's gonna have to go through some toughness and come back and be the hammer later in the rounds. Can she do that? This is the next level of a champion when you're facing somebody like Cyborg, because Cyborg is always the hammer, she's always the bigger one, and so that's the question.
The thing is, though, Cyborg has shown that she can be the nail. In the Jorina Barnes Muay Thai fight, it was a huge fight for her because she was fighting one of the most feared women strikers on the planet, and Cyborg has 0 Muay Thai professional fights, which is a crazy matchup. She hung in there, she got dropped, she kept coming forward. At the end of the fight, she was chasing her down.
Yeah.
I mean, this woman's an animal.
She really I know Cyborg can be the hammer and the nail.
Yes.
I'm wondering about Nunes.
Yes,
Can
100%.
Nunes also be both? And that's what you have to be a champion. As we saw Jon Jones be a nail some rounds, come back and win the championship. That is the level of this fight that it's at, and that is the gift we get to watch in the women's division tonight. We've never really seen that.
Another factor, I believe, is Cyborg struggles greatly to get to 145 pounds. Amanda Nunes, going up to 145 pounds, may have a healthier body. When you get into the 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds, if Amanda Nunes can get in there, you might see a depleted Cyborg, particularly if the fight is fought at a very high pace. This is just dealing with the dehydration and just the diminishing effects of weight cutting.
And the other side of that is, does Nunes get wore out by the size of Cyborg? Hanging on her, trying to take her down, not being able to get the takedowns because Cyborg's a little bigger, a little stronger than anybody she's faced. These are all things that these ladies are gonna have to figure out and make adjustments to not use too much gas, to not try hard enough offensively, to not be first. They have to make these adjustments, and that's what makes this such a cool fight, is because, you know, Nunes has to use pure technique on a bigger human being, and Cyborg has to be smart here because she can get taken out by a highly technical Nunes if she's not careful.
And has Amanda Nunes put on the right weight? There are so many layers to this championship matchup tonight, and for Amanda Nunes, an opportunity to take out the great Chris Cyborg. You can see it all later tonight. Here is your pay-per-view main card for UFC 232. How about that pay-per-view opener at featherweight? Chad Mendes and Alexander Volkanovski, and of course the Jones-Gustafsson re-rack, about as highly anticipated as any rematch in recent memory. UFC 232, 10 p.m. Eastern tonight. You can order it now on pay-per-view. All right, coming up next, in the bantamweight division, these men were supposed to fight in November. Tonight, it shall be done. Brian Boom Kelleher taking on the Milwaukee native, Montel Jackson. Well, what a night it has been thus far here in the LA area, and of course, the best is yet to come. Stay with us as the prelims continue live. This is FS1. Milwaukee's Montel Jackson is about as no-nonsense as it gets. And tonight, he'll look to show the UFC exactly what he can do by lowering the boom on the more experienced Brian Kelleher.
Fight!
All right, here we go. Brian Boom Kelleher is in black. Montel Jackson is in white out of the southpaw stance, and we are underway. See a lot of aggression out of Kelleher, a lot of spinning attacks. Jackson again trying to attack the body on that right side.
Watch your kick. Okay.
Ooh!
I like that. A jab to the right hook. Very nice by Montel Jackson. So far, I'm seeing very good range by Jackson, keeping it where he wants to fight. Nice inside leg kick. And Kelleher, he's really got to work to get inside.
The key right now for Montel is that right jab, and what he's doing is he's waiting for the right hand of Kelleher, parrying it, coming over the top.
I like how he turns it into a hook as well, Dom.
Yeah, he's parrying it and coming right over the top.
Oh, nice kick to the body. Excellent range control. Now Kelleher closes the distance. Oh, Jackson hurt him there. He hurt him. That might be it. Kelleher's in trouble. He's covering up. He's trying to survive. He's moving. He's got to scramble if he wants to get out. Oh, Darce attempt here.
Ooh, that looks deep.
It does. Long arms, the long arms of Montel Jackson.
Ooh, he went to his back.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, it's tight.
He's turning the corner, and he's going to get tapped.
Kelleher tapped.
That's it.
Beautiful.
Montel Jackson.
Very nice.
You talk
Very
about
nice.
busting into the UFC win column. His head coach, Jake Clipp, told me he was looking for a big, violent win tonight. And Montel Jackson certainly delivered.
The way he submitted him, too, he was turning as Kelleher was going towards the cage. He really couldn't defend. Montel was turning into him, and he didn't even have to hook the leg. He was in a perfect position to finish it because of the position of the cage. Big win.
Huge.
Big win for Montel Jackson. Here's the elbow first. This is what started off. Boom, that hurt him. And we saw the legs give out. He's in big trouble here, and Jackson finished. He came after him very strong, but also very controlled. He picked his shots, landed some very good shots here. There's a nice uppercut, but this is it right here. He cinches this Darce, and as he's turning the corner here to try to cinch up the Darce, Kelleher's legs are running into the octagon, and he really can't keep going. Beautiful, beautiful submission by Montel Jackson.
And that is the first professional win by submission for Montel Jackson. Came in with 5 wins by knockout. 4th first-round finish for Jackson. He is not bonus eligible tonight because he did miss weight, but that is a huge result for the Milwaukee native tonight. Now Bruce Buffer to make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Edward Calantes has called a stop to this contest at 1 minute, 40 seconds of the very first round. Declaring the winner by submission due to a Darce choke, Montel Quick Jackson!
Your money back to you for the weight mix because of what happened in New York.
Thank you, man.
No problem. You deserve it. You have a family.
Thank you.
I'm here with the winner, Montel Jackson. First of all, sir, congratulations on an excellent performance. You hurt him with that elbow, took your time on the ground, but cinched up a beautiful Darce to finish him off for the first submission victory of your career. How good does that feel?
It don't feel too good. I missed weight. No excuse on that. Hats off to Brian. And thank everybody for coming out, making the trip. I know USC had some hiccups. Thank all you guys. Without you guys, we wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be living this dream, so thank you all.
Let's take a look at the finish. Montel, you clipped him with this elbow against the cage, and this is a beautiful short-range elbow. You timed it perfectly. You sensed he was hurt. Tell us what was going through your mind right here.
I gotta take my time and don't make any mistakes. That costed me like the contract on the Dana Contender Series, being sloppy and rushing things. So I had to take my time and be a little more patient.
Well, you look very professional tonight. Congratulations on an outstanding victory. Montel Jackson, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, coming up next, we will get to our featured prelim of the night. Andrei Arlovsky turned pro back in 1999. Once again, though, he says it was an outstanding training camp as he comes up on his 46th professional MMA fight tonight. against that man, the big ticket, Walt Harris. All of his 11 wins have ended by knockout. He will try to make it an even dozen tonight against the respected veteran and former champion, Arlovski. The Griffith Observatory in downtown Los Angeles. We're here for the FS1 UFC 232 prelim, sponsored by Cerveza Modelo, the official beer of UFC. And we are counting down the minutes until UFC 232, Jones versus Gustafsson 2. Just a half hour on the nose to go. If you have not done so already, it is time to order UFC 232 on pay-per-view. All right, as we get ready for this featured prelim, we show you the UFC heavyweight rankings. Bottom two-thirds of the top 15. Andrei Arlovski entrenched at number 13 in the world, and Dominic Walt Harris, 35 years old. He believes his time to make a real concerted run is now.
I mean, if you're going to watch this guy, make sure you don't blink in the first round. All his wins come by knockout, and 9 of them are in the first round. So if you're going to keep an eye out on the first round of any fight, it's going to be this one, these big boys. Andrei Arlovski, no stranger to knocking people out. Always been in the big limelight, always fought on some of the biggest fights on earth, and here he is again, still competing. I mean, these guys are going to put on an awesome fight, and if you want to see somebody get knocked out, you're going to want to watch this one.
All right, let us get to it. Arlovski and Harris to officially close out this UFC era on FS1. A former UFC heavyweight champ who has fought and beaten the best of his era. Andrei Arlovski's legacy is entrenched, but there is still plenty of fire left as he approaches this clash tonight with the big ticket, Walt Harris. Alabama's Walt Harris has utilized his striking game to great effect over the course of his UFC career, with all 4 of his wins over Cody East, Chase Sherman, Cyril Asgare, and Daniel Spitz coming by knockout. Now entering his fighting prime, Harris is prepared to make his leap to the next level, and that begins with this showdown against former world heavyweight champion Andrei Arlovski. Showing there is still plenty of fight left in him at age 39, Arlovski's recent wins over Junior Albini and Stefan Struve have him focused on a return to the top in 2019. But first, he has to close out 2018 in style by cashing in against the big ticket. Coming up next, Walt the Big Ticket Harris squares off against Andrei the Pitbull Arlovski. A former college basketball standout, former Alabama and Georgia Golden Gloves champion. Here is the affable Walt, the big ticket Harris, making the walk for his 11th UFC appearance. And Dom, don't let the UFC record fool you. This is a credentialed heavyweight striker who is looking to reel in a big one tonight.
Well, anybody with 9 knockouts in the first round is credentialed. I mean, this guy's got the finishing ability. He mixes it up. I've seen him grapple people. I've seen him get up from the bottom. I've seen him knock people out. He's a full MMA fighter. The question is, can he deal with somebody like Arlovski, who's got more experience, more fights, and can do all the same things that Walt can? Is he younger? Is he faster? Is he stronger? Is he new and improved? Or is he not still as good as Andre Arlovski, who's been around since the beginning?
What I've seen from Walt Harris is every fight he seems smoother, more efficient, puts his combinations together better, and he capitalizes on openings. This man has some serious power, and if he connects, you're going night-night. The thing about Andre Arlovski is, even at 39 years of age, even with all the fight experience, all the wars he's been in, the man can still do it. I mean, every time you count Andre Arlovski out, he comes back with like that big win over Travis Brown. He's still in the game. And that's what makes this fight interesting.
So here he is, the Pitbull Andre Arlovski, making his 28th UFC appearance here tonight. And count this man out, Joe, at your own peril. You know, a lot of people left him for dead in 2011. He lost 4 in a row. People called the chin into question. Fast forward 7 years. He's had a lot of big wins since then and still getting it done at times here in the big show.
The thing about Andre Arlovski is he's never lost his enthusiasm to continue to improve. That is one of the big factors with older fighters. They get to a certain point and they realize they're not going to be a champion again, or they lose the faith and they just don't have the same intensity. He still has that intensity. You can't get past the wars that he's been in. He's absolutely taken a tremendous amount of damage in his career, but he's still really durable. He's a phenomenon. I mean, he really is a very unusual guy in that respect.
You know, this guy started fighting because, believe it or not, he was bullied at 14 years old. So he started lifting weights, and then he ended up getting into the police academy where it was required for him to practice Sambo. From that Sambo, it just snowballed, and he started picking up every other type of martial art there was. And now here he is today from 14 getting bullied to now he's trying to bully everybody else in this octagon. The thing about Andre Arlovski is the way that he's able to stay in these fights no matter what. They say power is the last thing to go as you grow in age, but he clearly hasn't lost that, and he's definitely got the experience. Let's see if the durability is still there.
All right, the heavyweights have hit the proving ground. Let's get to the tail of the tape. For this featured prelim, Andre Arlovski still going, 39 years old, 46th professional fight against the 35-year-old Walt Harris. Walt Harris, the taller man by 2 inches, both fighters with a reach of 77 inches. All right, now for the introductions, back inside of Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a freestyle fighter holding a professional record, 11 wins, 7 losses. He stands 6 feet 5 inches tall, weighing in at 258.5 pounds. Fighting out of Birmingham, Alabama, Walt the Big Ticket Harris. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 27 wins, 17 losses, 1 no contest. He stands 6 feet 3 inches tall, weighing in at 245.5 pounds. Fighting out of Chicago, Illinois, presenting the former UFC heavyweight champion, Andre the Pitbull Arlovski. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Mike Belton.
How about the wins list for Andre Arlovski? Fabricio Verdum, Frank Mir, Vladimir Matyushenko, Roy Nelson, Travis Brown, Ben Rothwell, Bigfoot Silva. He's faced Fedor Emelianenko, Stipe Miocic, Francis Ngannou, Alistair Overeem.
Gentlemen, first
tonight.
round. You ready to fight?
He chases a 17th UFC win against Walt the Big Ticket Harris. Harris, the -185 favorite out of the southpaw stance. Arlovski coming back, the +150 underdog. He is in black.
And as a southpaw versus the conventional, you got to watch the left leg of Harris and the left straight of Harris. Those are going to be his weapons, and the right straight of Arlovski.
Arlovski's last 4 fights have all gone the distance.
The right hand lands of Arlovski, saying he got poked in the eye. Ref doesn't care.
Little protest there by Arlovski for a possible groin strike. Harris able to avoid the takedown there. About a minute in. Walt Harris feels like the mental game is starting to catch up with the physical. He did have a training camp change in advance of this one, formerly with Champions Freestyle MMA, now at Spartan MMA alongside UFC middleweight Eric Anders. The Alabama boys sticking together.
Right hook lands for Harris, heavier than the right hand. The right hook landed of Harris, real heavy on Arlovski's chin.
It looked like the straight left landed as well.
Yep. Ooh, I think they hit heads on that one a little.
Yeah.
That's the thing about southpaws too, because of the stance, you see a lot of clash of heads if you're not careful.
A lot of stepping on feet.
Yep.
Both fighters have thought about the takedown here early, about 2.5 minutes in.
They're both trying to find range on each other right now, trying to figure out who's where and what they want to use weapon-wise, feel each other's speed. There's so much power that these guys are throwing around. They got to be cautious.
Pretty good counter right hand from Walt Harris. He's proven to be a very difficult guy to hit cleanly in his UFC career. Evades that Arlovski offering.
Good kick to the body by Harrison. Boy,
that
barely
left hook.
missed.
That left hook keeps getting right hook.
Yeah,
Excuse
right
me,
hook.
keeps getting closer and closer. He's finding the timing on that. He's waiting for it.
The FS1 UFC 232 prelims are sponsored by Cerveza Modelo, the official beer of UFC.
Harris is just sitting, laying in wait to try to drop a big punch on, and he connected there.
He's waiting to counter Arlovski, and it's working right now. He's waiting for Arlovski to come in. He's ripping the body when Arlovski comes over the top, and then he's coming off the body to the right hook to the head. Smart by Harris.
And he's covering up well when Arlovski attacks, and then staying in the pocket looking for that big bomb.
And he's waiting on the way out. When Arlovski pulls out, he's waiting to land that right hook. And he's going to the body when Arlovski comes into him.
Under a minute here to go, round one. A lot of feints out of Walt Harris.
Heavy left hand lands by Harris. He's just tucking his chin and winging him. Right hook, left straight down the middle on that one for Harris.
Arlovski's nose was noticeably more crooked here during fight week. He didn't seem to hint that there was any sort of injury.
I mean, you said the list of fighters he fought. That's what that nose was.
Right. Final 10 seconds of the round.
Great round. Great round. Great round. Hey, maybe sometimes you fake before attack. You fake, okay? Don't forget fake. Fake, okay? Like
Straighten that right hand out. Hit that shift too if there's a law in the action. You clinch him up, wear on him a little bit, all right? But long straight too. Head offline, way offline.
Right? Every time outside. Let the guy, okay?
I already had him zapped a little bit. You know what I mean? That left hand, straighten that thing out for me. Set your kicks up, okay? Let me get some drop and pop. When he's coming forward, you can go under and take him down, especially later in the rounds. If he comes down, you gotta check upstairs. He's biting on everything. He's biting on everything, Walt.
Next Saturday, Big East basketball heats up the hardwood as Providence hosts the Wildcats of Villanova in a conference matchup. Catch the action next Saturday, 2 p.m. Eastern Time on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. All right, round 2 here. Andre Arlovsky and Walt Harris, both corners, telling their fighters to straighten out the power hand after round 1. The Arlovsky corner calling for more feints and more head movement as well. Stuck the right hand there, and Arlovsky with another firm protest for an eye poke there.
He's getting poked in the eye with a fist.
Yeah, we're going to have to look at that, but...
Time! Watch your fingers coming out. I saw that this time.
That one's open, yep.
Andre, stay over there. Stay over there. Whoa, hey.
Andre Arlovsky is not a guy to protest like this.
Good?
Never.
That's true.
Stop right there. You got time, okay?
Well, let's take a look at it. The truck is going to run it back for us.
Stand on this side over here. Stay right here. Work it out, okay? You got time. Okay? I'm going to bring in the doctor. He's going to check you out really quick, okay? I'm good. Okay, you're good. Just tell me you're good.
There it is.
Okay?
No doubt about that. No doubt about that.
And you see how bad it hurts. I mean, you watch what losing an eye can do to us with the cat fight. It can shut everything down. You can't see.
Okay. Hey, Walter, do me a favor. Hey. Watch your hands. Yes, sir. All right? Yes, sir. Knock it off. All right? You're getting very, very close. Keep it clean, all right? All right. You guys ready? Fight, let's go.
So a stern warning from Mike Beltran to Walt Harris. Harris has had some interesting circumstances in his career. A couple fights ago was disqualified for an illegal head kick against Mark Godbeer in a fight he was winning. Pretty good counter right from Arlovsky.
Good. He listened to his corners on that one, waited for the timing on the takedown and got it. Harris corner asked for that, and here he is.
Steps over in half guard now. Arlovsky right up to his feet, barely missed that knee.
Takedown defense has been a strong suit for Arlovsky throughout his career. Minimize the damage on that landed takedown from Harris. Again, Harris sort of parrying with that hand open. Hard habit to break for a lot of fighters.
Those are the fakes Harris corners are asking for, but he doesn't do them enough. He'll do it in a second, and then he'll stop. He's got to keep those fakes going. Otherwise, these guys are going to keep staring in the mirror at each other, going power for power. Fakes break that all up.
Arlovsky pretty hard on himself after his last fight against Shamil Abdurakhimov. Was thankful that Dana White gave him this opportunity tonight.
Big left hand by Harris.
All right, let's listen in as Walt Harris lands the left hand to his corner. Chris Connolly front center.
Give me some more. Yeah. Give me some more.
Check up with it. Check up with that fake.
Give him some more, baby. Give him some more. 2 minutes. Trick him, trick him. Trick him and go. You're reading everything. You be first. You be first.
You got him wherever you want him.
Drop and pop. Set that up.
Dude.
UFC fighter Charles Rosa also in the corner of Walt Harris.
Jabbing, jabbing, stay on the stick.
For a while, Harris trained in Florida at American Top Team. Several camps now in a row back in Alabama.
That was a good right hand on the break by Arlovsky. Kick blocked. A lot of this fight is these two guys staring at each other like this.
Well, in the first round, you saw Harris be a lot more aggressive. I think getting countered and hit a little bit by Arlovsky's really gave him, he's gotten the respect. Arlovsky's gotten the respect from Harris, and now you're seeing him be a lot more thoughtful about what he chooses to throw.
I think you're absolutely right, and I think Arlovsky is playing a smart game. I mean, he's the experienced veteran. He's just sitting there waiting for Harris to come in and try to drop those counters on him.
Well, Arlovsky looks really good to me. I mean, he's got good balance. He's eating some shots like we always do, but he's fighting well, and he's making right decisions. I think Harris would be better to just put the pressure and start throwing combinations. He's still throwing one at a time, and that's easy for a guy like Arlovsky to read.
Oh, he clipped him with that left hand there.
That right hook of Harris is always close, though. That's the one thing Arlovsky got to keep that left hand up.
I think one of the problems that either fighter is going to face here is that this is a very uneventful fight so far. So who knows how the judges are looking at this.
Arlovsky lands to the body. The numbers nearly identical in terms of the total strikes thrown and landed. All right, 10 minutes down, 5 to go. We'll have him next.
Come on, Andre. So. Deep breath. 3 deep breaths. Hey, let's go out there, man. Let's just be all around, man. Let's put him away here. Once you hurt him, stay on him. Keep that right hand going. Just make sure your head's offline after that right? But keep making him answer. Keep making him answer after he reacts to you, all right? Hit that blitz with that big.
He's trying to get the takedown and going to try to win the fight right here. You're up 2 rounds to 0. He's got to come out and press, and he doesn't want to. He's already tired, and you've already hurt him. He's felt your power. He's intimidated by it. You trick him and go. And now you can trick him with the takedowns as well because you've already taken him down twice. He's biting on that. Come out of those clinches. Come out of those clinches. Come out of those clinches.
Offensive or defensive action. Watch your fingers.
Come out of those clinches with strikes. I love you, baby. Let's go win this round.
All right, back live, ready to go. 3rd and final round. The final round of fight action after 7 wonderful years between the UFC and Fox. 5+ years here on FS1. And a big 5 minutes in terms of the career trajectory for Walt the Big Ticket Harris against the UFC staple Andrei Arlovsky. And that Harris corner, Dom, gave their fighter a whole lot to think about after that 2nd round.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of instruction, but realistically, Harris just needs to throw combinations, stop throwing one at a time, and I'd say start going to the body of Arlovsky. He was having success with that in the 1st round. He stopped doing it, and I think he should go back to going to the body and countering up top after he gets Arlovsky's biting on the body shots a little. And for Arlovsky, keep that jab going, keep the kicks going, and keep the teep kicks going to the gut of Harris. I think those teep kicks to the gut are really causing issues for him to get in close. Because Harris hasn't been able to find his range on his kicks at all. He's not setting them up. He's throwing empty kicks without punches beforehand. So his range seems a little off with his kicks lately. Right hook's landing, though. It's continually landing for Harris.
Oh, he stung him.
That was a heavy left hand he ate. He's hurt right now.
We'll see the extent to which Arlovsky has recovered if Harris can apply more pressure here.
Arlovsky lands a right of his own.
And lot of respects, Arlovski taking shots better now than he did 5-6 years ago.
Yeah, he defies logic in that respect.
These guys are trading now.
Yep.
Awesome. They both know it's come down to this round right here, and they're starting to throw down.
Looks like Arlovski's lip is contorted in a strange way now, too. Less than 3 minutes now to go.
We're
100% knockout rate for Walt Harris in his 11 pro wins, 9 of them in the first round. Might he be looking at his first decision win in the UFC or as an MMA pro tonight?
Win the foot battle. Check him up, check him up, check him up. Yup, check him up, drop the pop on him. He's loading up on the right hand, trying to push in the fence right now. Watch the kick, watch the kick. Don't let him back you up on the fence. Nice defense, baby. Nice defense.
Under 2 minutes now to go as we show you the significant strikes by round. Slight advantage Harris in round 1, Arlovski in round 2. Nothing doing here in this 3rd and final round.
Definitely a shortage of offense by these gentlemen, but as heavyweights, can't be too surprised because there's a lot of power they're throwing around. But the offense definitely could be higher.
We've seen this happen at times in this UFC heavyweight division where you sort of get into this staring contest situation.
It's the respect of the power, John. I mean, once you eat a couple jabs or even right hands, you start understanding, wow, I'm lucky that one didn't put me out.
Right.
Nobody on the outside knows how that felt from these guys. Now they're staring at each other, not wanting to go night-night. Let's hope in the last minute they're willing to risk it.
Final minute of this one, Arlovski retreats.
Up and down. Change your level. Drop and block. There. 1 minute long.
Arlovski made his UFC debut against Aaron Brink all the way back in November of the year 2000. Left the UFC in 08, returned against Brendan Schaub in 2014, and has been on this roster and pretty active since.
Good right hand to the chest of Walt.
Final 10 seconds, level change from Harris, nothing doing there. All right, Harris and Arlovski go the distance. The scorecards coming up. Back live in LA for the FS1 UFC 232 prelims. And coming up shortly, one of the best pay-per-views of this or any year, huge championship doubleheader beckons. The main course, the rematch between Jones and Gustafsson. Here now, Bruce Buffer with the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. Dave Hagan scores the contest 30-27, Orlovsky. Wade Vieira scores it 29-28, Harris. And Ron McCarthy scores the contest 29-28 for the winner by split decision, Walt the Big Ticket Harris.
Walt Harris is your winner by split decision. Our move of the fight is sponsored by Metro by T-Mobile. Get unlimited high-speed data all month long on the same network as T-Mobile.
Very, very close fight, obviously, by the split decision. I was a little bit surprised that one judge gave it to Orlovsky, but there were some good combinations here, and Walt Harris showed that he can get a victory over a guy in Andrei Orlovsky that is still dangerous and incredibly experienced. There's a nice straight left hand from Walt Harris.
Well, as you might expect, with an Inglewood backdrop, the stars are out. WWE Hall of Famer Mick Foley is inside the forum tonight, and also with us, Kelvin Gastelum, just a few weeks away now from his middleweight championship fight against Robert Whittaker at the Rod Laver Arena in Melbourne, Australia. Well, we are now just moments away from UFC 232. One final look at this killer main card. Chad Mendes and Alexander Volkanovski to start things off. Then a light heavyweight bout between ranked contenders Ilir Latifi and Corey Overtime Anderson. Michael Chiesa making his UFC welterweight debut tonight against the former interim champion, the natural-born killer Carlos Condit, and that gives way to the championship doubleheader, the women's super fight between the featherweight queen Chris Cyborg and the bantamweight champion Amanda Nunes, who is moving up. And then leading into the light heavyweight championship matchup between Jon Jones and Alexander Gustafsson. And moments ago, Chris Cyborg making her presence felt, arriving here at the forum with her chief corner Jason Perillo, wrestling coach Kenny Johnson there as well. One of the hardest workers in the game, man or woman. And Chris Cyborg can secure one of the biggest wins of her career here tonight if she can take down the UFC Women's Bantamweight champion Amanda Nunes. She has won 7 consecutive fights, and she feels like there is no pressure on her whatsoever here tonight. She is certainly the betting underdog, as you might expect, against Chris Cyborg, but she feels like she can turn the MMA world on its axis if she can produce and be the first to solve Chris Cyborg in a mixed martial arts setting since 2005. First fight you will see on pay-per-view, though, features that man, Alexander Volkanovski. He'll bring with him a 15-fight winning streak into this matchup tonight against the 5th-ranked contender, Chad Mendes. All right, to close out this UFC on Fox era now, we turn it over to Joe Rogan with UFC President Dana White.
Dana, this gives us an awesome opportunity to thank Fox for these 7 years of amazing fights. They kicked it off with Junior Dos Santos versus Cain Velasquez, and it's been an amazing ride. We can't thank them enough for being the first network to really take a big chance on the UFC.
Absolutely. Peter Rice and everybody over at Fox, my great friend Eric Shanks, thank you guys for everything you've done for the sport, for the UFC, and for all of our fighters. It's been an amazing 7 years, and we're going to miss you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll see you all on pay-per-view momentarily.
Era it has been here on FS1 from everyone at the UFC. We thank you eternally. We'll see you on pay-per-view in a few short minutes. Order now.
The first fight had all the makings of an instant classic. There was the parallel heights, which for one cast a long shadow. The parallel power, which for one flashed early.
Oh, and there's that right hand. That's what I was talking about.
There were shattered notions that one couldn't be taken down.
Jones gets taken down for the first time in his career.
And that the other couldn't dig deep enough to get back up.
Oh, high kick.
That the heart of a champion beats furiously. Well into the night.
We are headed to the championship rounds.
And that he, in fact, can channel enough courage to change the outcome of a fight.
Vicious elbow. Gustafsson is hurt.
Both warriors knowing that through 25 minutes of hell,
Both of these guys are pushed to their limit in this fight.
they played a hand in defining the other's greatness. Tonight, in a light heavyweight title rematch to one of the greatest title fights in UFC history, they do it again. But first, it's a super fight for the ages. Champion versus champion.
Oh, she's stunned.
The two best female fighters in the world wage battle as the bantamweight queen, a ferocious, fearless, wrecking machine, looks to solidify her legacy.
Devastating victory by Nunes.
By moving up a weight class and challenging the most dominant female fighter on the planet.
She is a destroyer.
The featherweight champion, a fearsome ball of power.
Oh, several flush knees now, and this could do it.
Who destroys everything she touches.
She's hurt bad. I don't think she knows where she's at.
And still unstoppable.
And strikes fear with the very mention of her name. Cyborg. And finally, it's the long-coveted rematch. The greatest fighter in UFC history returns to reignite his reign.
Jon Jones is back!
The man who has rewritten the record books and taken out fighting's biggest names, one after another.
Flawless performance.
Through use of force,
He's got a choke. It is all over.
artistry, and will.
That's it. He's out.
Jon Jones has done it!
Returns to face the one man who pushed him to his very limits. The Swedish Mauler, who can match him punch for punch.
Oh, big shot.
Kick for kick. Breath for breath. Until there's nothing left other than finality.
Oh, Kujishima goes down.
And the taste of gold.
Alexander with a huge knockout!
Tonight, it's UFC 232. Jones versus Gustafsson 2. And it starts right now.
Well, it has been a headline-filled holiday week for the MMA leader, but tonight the focus is on fighting. And one of the best cards of 2018, four of the best fighters in the world are set to be showcased in two high-profile championship bouts, all with a Southern California backdrop. Live from Los Angeles at the Fabulous Forum in Inglewood, California, USA. This is UFC 232, Jones versus Gustafsson 2. Brought to you by Modelo, food for those with a fighting spirit. Closed caption for tonight's telecast is brought to you by Happy Death Day to you. This Valentine's Day, death makes a killer comeback. The broadcast is also available in Spanish, brought to you by UFCEspanol.com. And with that, thank you for being with us for what is a monumental night here tonight in Inglewood, California. I'm John Anik, and I guess it wouldn't be a Jon Jones fight week without a little controversy, right? But this time around, Jones was deemed by the United States Anti-Doping Agency to have done nothing wrong. So after a quick pivot from Las Vegas to Los Angeles, and 5 years after they turned in an absolute championship classic, Jon Jones and Alexander Gustafsson will run it back for the undisputed UFC light heavyweight title. Thrilled to welcome to my broadcast partners, Joe Rogan, Dominic Cruz. Joe, I know you've devoted a lot of time to this story this week. Ultimately, you're thankful this fight is still intact.
Yes, I'm very thankful the fight is still intact. The whole ordeal is very complicated. There's some very tough to understand science behind it, but all signs indicate this is the presence of a long-term metabolite that has no indication whatsoever of recent use. This is something that now takes place because the testing is so much better than it was before. According to Andy Foster, who is the head of the California Athletic Commission, the testing now, what they're using is 2,000% above the WADA threshold, between 2,200 and 3,000. So that's how strong it is. You would need 2,000% more to test positive on the WADA threshold. This is how crazy this stuff is. But it's an indication that he has not taken anything recently. It was a contaminated supplement from somewhere around 2 years ago. It's still in his system.
Yeah, we know that he tested dirty. That's not a secret. He's done that once. He did his time, but now he's fighting because that's old traces that's now. And if you're Alexander Gustafsson, you have to put that behind you, take this fight, move forward with your career because it's It's not his job to worry about that. That's the UFC, that's USADA. They made the choice. Jon Jones is fighting, so you're fighting him, and that's where Alexander Gustafsson's mind is. He's made the adjustments in his game to go 4 and 5 rounds this time, which is where he believes he lost last time.
It's unfortunate we haven't had to think about this because the fight is so fantastic. This is an amazing matchup between two of the greatest light heavyweights of all time. And in my opinion, the guy who offers one of the biggest threats to Jon Jones because of his length, because of his footwork and his reach. The first fight was fantastic. Alexander Gustafsson rose to the occasion, and Jon Jones got caught in a situation where he did not adequately prepare for a man who put on the fight of his life. I think since then, Alexander Gustafsson has grown. He's a better fighter than he was back then, and I think Jon Jones' back is against the wall, and I can't wait to see how this plays out tonight.
You know, I beg to differ that Jon Jones wasn't ready for that last fight. I think that that's something he's telling himself because of the dirty test that I need to be. I was dirty before, now I'm clean. I should be better now than I was before. But the bottom line is, I know that Jon Jones has made the adjustments, and so has Alexander Gustafsson.
The fight odds are brought to you by Poker Stars, the undisputed champion of online poker. Knock your opponents out to take home millions of prizes every day on Poker Stars.
And when it comes down to the adjustments of Jon Jones and Alexander Gustafsson, how has Jon trained harder than he did before? Is he put in a whole camp? Is that gonna hurt him more? Some guys like to show up on 2 weeks' notice and fight better that way. Some guys like a long camp. We don't know what Jon Jones did before, but we know he's had a camp for this one. I want to see the best of these two, and I think this is what we're gonna get in this matchup. I think before, we might have had a watered-down version, and it was still my favorite fight of all time to watch, so I'm ready.
All right, well, the appetizer for the main event is damn good in its own right. History going to be made one way or another here, guys. The first true women's super fight in UFC history. Amanda Nunes moving up to challenge the world beater, Chris Cyborg, for the featherweight title.
I love this fight. Champion versus champion. And I think this is going to be the biggest test of Chris Cyborg's career outside of Gina Carano, which was her first big test. Chris Cyborg is a destroyer. She's absolutely the biggest featherweight on the planet. She's an enormous woman who has to cut a lot of weight to get down to 145 pounds. She has brutal knockout power and a marauding, assaulting style of Muay Thai. She also has an outstanding ground game. It's very underrated that we never see because she smashes so many women on the feet. She is a true champion.
And what makes this fight so fun is everything you just said about Cyborg is what Nunes has been for the 135-pound division. She's been a wrecking crew. What she did to Rousey, what she did to Bethe Correia, what she's done to silver medalists in the Olympics, the things that she's done in this division with grappling, with takedowns, with leg kicks, holding people with leg kicks, with knockout punches in her boxing, with long combinations. She has been a hammer to the 135-pound division. Now we got to see how she holds up, moving up a weight class against a bigger woman that has been just as dominant as her.
There is a definite intensity, Joe, to this rivalry, this matchup tonight. And candidly, that hasn't always been the case with past Cyborg opponents who have been so up against it, massive betting underdogs. A lot of people think Amanda Nunes is a potential live underdog here tonight.
I think she's a live underdog. If Amanda Nunes particularly can get into the 3rd, 4th, and 5th round, things can get very interesting because Chris Cyborg cuts a tremendous amount of weight to make 145 pounds. She also has the ability to hurt Cyborg. For perhaps the first time in her MMA career, she has real one-punch knockout power, championship-level experience, and a significant skill level on the ground. She's got a real world-class ground game.
You know, we've seen Nunes be stronger and more powerful and a bully to the women in her division. Against a bigger woman, you have to be faster, slicker, technical, and you have to use footwork in order to outbeat somebody larger than you. Can Nunes make these adjustments?
Well, it's all coming your way here shortly, as usual. The MMA leader blowing it out for the year-end pay-per-view. Here's a look at the rest of the card coming your way tonight. The rest of the fight card is brought to you by EA Sports UFC 3. On sale now for a limited time. Play as your UFC favorites, including legendary Fight Night champion characters Andre Bishop and Isaac Frost. Get it today. He has 30 professional MMA wins, nearly 10 years on the UFC roster, and a UFC interim welterweight title to his credit. He is the natural-born killer, Carlos Condit. And for this consummate fan favorite, the fire still burns as he comes up on his 16th UFC appearance tonight against a divisional newcomer but familiar face in Michael Maverick Chiesa. Chiesa nearly broke through at lightweight, but the weight cut nearly broke him. Tonight at welterweight, Chiesa believes he is primed to add a signature win to his resume right out of the chute. Also playing tonight and built like a stack of bricks is light heavyweight hopeful Alir Latifi. Perhaps a dark horse to make a title run, Latifi has quietly produced wins in 5 of his last 6. And here in yet another big spot, the Sledgehammer is hoping to get a big night for the Swedes off on the right foot against fellow contender Corey Overtime Anderson. He's also got some momentum on his side with back-to-back UFC wins, and the Nick Catone MMA product will look to make it a perfect 2018 with another W here in Southern California. These locker room shots are brought to you by P3, the official protein snack of UFC. And looking to prove he is still one of the top featherweights in the world tonight is the former 2-time title challenger, Chad Money Mendez. The Team Alpha Male staple certainly made up for lost time when he returned with a quick knockout back in July. He will try to remain within striking distance of another title shot by being the first man in the UFC to get past the streaking Aussie, Alexander Volkanovski. 15 consecutive wins and a 5-0 UFC start position him to call for this marquee matchup. And in a matter of moments, Alexander the Great will try to cash in. The rules of the Octagon are brought to you by Nemiroff, bold character since 1872. 3 judges score the fight. The bout duration is 3 5-minute rounds. For championship fights and all UFC main events, we go 5 5-minute rounds. A 10-point must-scoring system is in effect. The round winner gets 10 points, his or her opponent 9 or fewer, and scoring is based on effective striking and grappling, followed by aggression and then octagon control in that order. All right, before we get started, your final rules update of the year, folks. The California State Athletic Commission does employ the new unified rules. We will also have the limited use of instant replay if needed. That is only to look at the end of a fight, so once replay is invoked, that particular fight cannot be restarted. The fighters have been made aware. These fighter rankings are brought to you by EA Sports UFC 3. Get 2 games for the price of 1 with the EA Sports UFC 3 Fight Night Champion Bundle, available for $24 exclusively on Xbox One for a limited time. So an interesting narrative with this first fight on pay-per-view tonight. Chad Mendes, number 5 in the world. Alexander Volkanovski, number 10. They both fought on the same fight card in Boise, Idaho in July. Volkanovski competed first, called for a fight with Money Mendez. We'll see if it's a case of be careful what you wish for. They're about to close the door behind him. And under the radar no more, Alexander Volkanovski draws Chad Mendes tonight. The Aussie tries to extend his winning streak to 16 and officially make his mark with the featherweight elite. 2018 has been a pivotal year for Chad Mendes and Alexander Volkanovski, with Mendes returning to his spot among the featherweight elite after a long layoff, while Volkanovski emerged as a featherweight contender with whom to be reckoned. Tonight they will meet with one man in place to set himself up for a massive 2019.
Alex is a guy that's a young up-and-comer. This guy is trying to come into this octagon and make a name off of me, and I'm not going to let it happen. I'm going to go out there, I'm going to put a hurting on this dude and show a lot of these guys in my division why I deserve to be at the top.
I'm so keen to get in there with Chad Mendes. He's only lost to the greats of the sport, but this is my time, and I just can't wait to step in the octagon and do my thing.
Australia's Alexander Volkanovski may have debuted in the UFC at lightweight, but it's been at featherweight where he has really made his dent. But regardless of division, Volkanovski has been perfect in the octagon, and tonight he hopes to follow up his win over Darren Elkins with his biggest victory to date.
Getting a win is always really good, but to finish off the year, right at the end of the year, with finish it with a bang, with a big knockout finish would mean the world to me right now.
After nearly 3 years on the sidelines, many wondered whether Chad Mendes would be in his traditional top form when he returned in July. But Mendes immediately announced he was back with a knockout of Miles Jury that took less than 3 minutes. And in so doing, he sent an ominous message to his featherweight peers.
I think my knockout of Miles Jury sent a great message to everyone in the division. I didn't go anywhere. I might have taken some time off, but I'm here. I'm one of the best in the world, and I'm here to prove it.
Representing Freestyle Fighting Gym and City Kickboxing, here is the upstart Alexander Volkanovski, 5-0 in the UFC. He has not lost an MMA fight in 5.5 years. He has never fought an opponent below 500. and he feels like he has trained with a lot of stocky wrestler types like Chad Mendes. He asked for this fight. We'll see how it goes for him here in a matter of moments.
Well, this is how you find out where you stand. You take that chance, you ask for the fight against the dangerous guy who's a real veteran, and you see what happens. And this will be the most high-profile fight of his career, and I believe the most dangerous fight of his career. Chad Mendes is very physically powerful. He's lightning fast. He's got great wrestling credentials, legit knockout power, and a lot of experience against world-class competition. As Volkanovski said, the guy's only lost to the greats of the sport.
You know, something that Alexander said really struck me. When I talked to him, he said, you know, something different. It wasn't, I'm going to knock him out. It wasn't, I'm going to take him down. He can't beat me. I'm unbeatable. It was, I'm going to get him in the scrambles while we're breaking apart. He has holes, and I see that that's my opening to get to make real damage against Mendes. And what he means is he's looking for Mendes to try to wrestle him.
This fighter description is brought to you by P3, the official protein snack of UFC. Takedown ratio 16-3. He's been a very accurate striker. Significant strike defense also on point for Volkanovski. 18-1.
And knowing that Mendes is going to wrestle him is what he wants. He knows he's going to get taken down, but what he said is, I'm impossible to hold down, so that's why I wanted this fight. Even if he takes me down, he can't hold me there, and I'll hurt him on the break.
Volkanovski had a big win back in July against Mendes' teammate Darren Elkins, and you hear the Game of Thrones music blaring. David Benioff, co-creator, front and center here tonight for UFC 232. Not a bad seat. Volkanovski is ready to go. We now await the former three-time title challenger, Chad Money Mendes. So here is the number 5 ranked contender, Chad Money Mendes. Twice he has challenged Jose Aldo, fought Conor McGregor for the interim title. And after 2 years away from the game due to suspension, Joe, he came back about as sharp and as strong as he could against Miles Jury in July.
I think it was probably good for him. I mean, the guy had so many tough fights, hard battles, and he came back looking fantastic. Here's the key. Didn't take time off training. Kept training the entire time during his suspension, and just came back with a lot of enthusiasm and completely refreshed. He is a freak athlete, this guy. I mean, he's ridiculously fast, ridiculously powerful, and is one of the more dangerous one-punch knockout artists in this division.
I mean, he's been wrestling his whole life, and that's translated over to his submission grappling. Outside of the suspension, you know, all of us athletes, we just stay in shape because none of us want to stop. And for just getting banned, I mean, he could just train and train and train. He probably didn't take as much damage, probably took better care of his body, probably came back better from that 2 years than ever before because he wasn't taking damage in these fights. So I think we're going to see a better Chad Mendes, a more developed Chad Mendes than we've ever seen in these next coming fights of his career.
He's really developed the finishing instincts of late, has finished the opponent in 6 of his last 7 UFC wins. He's also a guy who's never been taken down at the UFC or the WEC, so you gotta think at some point Volkanovski is gonna try to level change and take Chad Mendes down. If he's able to do so, he will be the first to have accomplished that inside the octagon. Chad Mendes, Alexander Volkanovski, kicking off a big night on pay-per-view tonight. This Tale the Tape is brought to you by Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. Mendes, 33 years old. Volkanovski, 30 years old. Both fighters 5'6" tall. Volkanovski's called it the Battle of the Hobbits. He will have a 5.5-inch reach advantage. All right, now for the introductions. The veteran voice of the Octagon, Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from Los Angeles at the Fabulous Forum in Inglewood, California for UFC 232, Jones versus Gustafsson 2, presented by Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. And now, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC featherweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a mixed martial artist holding professional record, 18 wins, 1 loss. He stands 5 feet 6 inches tall, weighing in at 145 pounds. Fighting out of Windang, New South Wales, Australia, presenting the number 10 ranked featherweight contender in the world, Alexander the Great Volkanovski. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 18 wins, 4 losses. He stands 5 feet 6 inches tall, weighing in at 146 pounds. Fighting out of Sacramento, California, presenting the NCAA All-American Wrestler and the number 5 ranked featherweight contender in the world, Chad Money Madden! And the action begins. Our referee in charge, Mark Smith.
Mark Smith, our referee. You just saw Uriah Faber, longtime teammate of Chad Mendes. These fight odds are brought to you by Poker Stars, the undisputed champion of online poker. Knock your opponents out to take home millions of prizes every day on Poker Stars. Mendes, the -140 favorite. Volkanovski coming back at +130. And with that touch of gloves, we are underway. Volkanovski is in black, Chad Mendes is in white. Tonight's Fight Clock is brought to you by Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. Mendes met Uriah Faber when he was in high school. Went on to become a 2-time Pac-10 wrestling champion at Cal Poly, 2-time NCAA Division I All-American.
Fingers up. And he's stalking Volkanovski right now.
And what a story it is on Volkanovski, former professional rugby player. He was a front rower. And when he played rugby, 214 pounds, competing at 145 pounds tonight.
What? Is that real?
That's what the card says.
I think that's impossible.
That's ridiculous.
You should have stretch marks or something.
Yeah.
This is a literal mirror match. It's going to be a matter of speed and who chooses what weapons how.
Yeah, Volkanovski's got him pressed up against the cage now, or at least he's controlling the center of the octagon, rather.
Chad's looking for a takedown. He's just backing up because he's trying to pull him into a takedown right now. That's what I see.
Nemiroff, bold character since 1872.
On fingers, Alexander.
Volkanovski just grazed him with that right hand.
Oh, nice combination from Mendes.
I think at least the left hand was blocked there. It looked like the right might have partially gotten through.
On paper for Volkanovski, short sample size, but top 3 in terms of significant strike accuracy in UFC history in any division. He's landed just 4 of 19 so far. Mendes with a flurry.
Nice uppercut up the middle.
Boy, Mendes throws a lot of horsepower into those shots.
That's what we saw with Aldo. He used a lot of power early, and kind of you see in the later rounds, same with Mendes. Or excuse me, same with Conor. When he fought Conor, gets a little tired, but that was a short notice fight. Let's see if he can keep the pace and keep the power throughout the entire fight, this one.
Yeah, those explosions are costly. There's that takedown that you talked about, takedown attempt. Those explosions are costly, but they paid dividends for him. So many knockouts.
My experience of watching Mendes, he needs at least a takedown around to feel the comfort that he wants. And if Volkanovski can stop those takedowns, I think he has a better chance of winning this fight. He's got to stop the takedowns of Mendes to keep Mendes where he's not comfortable the whole fight.
Under 2 minutes here to go, round 1. Volkanovski trying to establish the jab.
Good jab by Volkanovski, and that's a huge weapon he can use because that'll force Mendes to shoot.
instead of, if he throws the right hand, he's committed to the right hand, so Mendes can shoot underneath it and get the double leg. By throwing that jab out there, he's forcing Mendes to shoot to a single leg, which is much easier to defend.
And Volkanovski's keeping Mendes thinking, too, with all these feints. A lot of feints as he gets in closer. Ooh, nice right hand there by Volkanovski.
Yeah, he's keeping the pressure heavy on Mendes, making Mendes think. Mendes is in counter mode right now, waiting for the punch and then following it up from body head.
I like that jab. That jab of Volkanovski's slick. Nice, went to the body with it there.
Good jab. Shot from Mendes, he gets Volkanovski down. And this is where Volkanovski said was gonna make the difference. He said, I can't get held down. Even if he takes me down, he can't hold me there, and I'll pick him apart when I get away.
Look at that, he got right back up to his feet. He ate a little bit of an uppercut on the way out.
And that's the takedown Mendes needs for comfort, though. He at least got one, but the problem is he needs a little bit more time holding him down to feel real comfortable, I believe. He's still doing well in this fight.
Nice right hand behind the ear landed by Mendes. How about the boundless energy, though, of Volkanovski? It's infectious.
What I'm seeing is Volkanovski establishing a slight edge with his striking technique. I think he's been a little bit better with his defense, and he's establishing that jab, and he's making Mendes think.
High-level MMA right there. Tonight's Corner Cam is brought to you by P3, the official protein snack of UFC.
Sit down, bro.
That's beautiful, brother. Yep. It's beautiful. Start jabbing to the gut a little bit, bro. You've got to,
more, yeah?
Yeah, just a little bit. You got it confused before the look. You can't really read what you're doing when you come in. So just start mixing up your jab now.
How's the range, right? Yeah, I want you to jab to the body and then come over, yeah? Okay? Yep. You're just going all head, honey. I want you to go to the body and then come over, yeah? Yep. You're Brad, yeah?
That's exactly it. That's exactly it, bro.
Yeah, show him a different look.
Try to come underneath now, all right? Be quick. Let's give him around the gloves. Come around the gloves. He's right here. Come around and fuck him up. In and out. In and out. You're
so much time against the cage either.
In and out. Good job. Settle down. Let's fuck that leg up outside. Get your head off center. Okay, remember, pull your shoulder back. Take that uppercut away. Yeah, we're faster. We're faster.
Let's go.
In and out all night. In and out.
Tonight's crowd shots are brought to you by Poker Stars, the undisputed champion of online poker. Knock your opponents out to take home millions of prizes every day on Poker Stars. And how about LA showing up and showing out, banging out this forum on short notice here tonight?
All right, guys, second round. Fight's on.
Round two, Alexander Volkanovski and Chad Mendes.
I think Mendes does have the speed, but I'd like to say that basically Volkanovski just looks more comfortable standing.
Yes.
Chad Mendes looks good standing, but he doesn't look as comfortable standing, which adds to exhaustion as the fight moves on, because when you're uncomfortable in your fights and where you're at, that taxes you.
I agree. He looks less comfortable, and also he's responding to a lot of the feints of Volkanovski. So he's always tense.
And now he's feinting back, and that's what Mendes can do to counter that. Feint back to the feint and not explode so much. All the huge explosions to cover distance and range, whereas Volkanovski's covering distance and range with his jab, with his kicks. And Mendes is exploding with power to cover range, so it's more exhausting. Good right hand by Volkanovski.
It's also the defense of Volkanovski's been on point too. So when Mendes does these flurries, he's not getting benefit from it. Oh, look at that.
You gotta watch out though, because Mendes can finish these fights at any time. He's got non-stop power, and he counts on it, and he's good at it.
Look at Volkanovski just.
There it is.
Volkanovski down.
It started with the right hand, and now we're going to see Mendes have comfort. Now we heard him. Now we get to see Mendes establish some striking and really feel where he wants to be.
But he got clipped with the left hand there. Volkanovski smiles at him.
This is the fight we wanted right here. Whew.
Mendes is stepping forward now. Got to be careful there. He's looking for that left. Nice. Rips to the body with it.
Cut on the bridge of the nose of Alexander Volkanovski. Less than 3.5 to go here, round two.
Mendes taking a little breather now. And that's when Volkanovski's going to press. Volkanovski knows that he pushed a lot of energy out there.
I don't think it's a question of being tired, Joe. I think it's a question of respect.
Yes.
That power that he felt. He understands, all right, I can get hurt too. I can hurt him, but he can hurt me too.
But I think it's also understanding there's 3 minutes left in the round.
Yeah.
And he just can't keep... Oh! Volkanovski tees off on him.
Volkanovski's showing a lot of toughness right now. Mendez, perfect timing on that takedown. He needs to hold Volkanovski down here. He needs to get some air and to get his rhythm and his momentum back.
That cut for Volkanovski not in a great place. Blood trickling into that left eye. Wow.
Right back up. Volkanovski with an amazing takedown defense, or at least the ability to get back up to his feet.
The defense doesn't matter as much as what you just said, Joe, getting back up.
There's some blood coming out of the nose of Mendez and the eye of Volkanovski. This fight's getting serious.
That jab's picking Mendez apart, and that's what's messing him up right now. It's that jab. That jab is really causing issues. And that was a shift. Faked the jab, came over the top with the right when he switched to southpaw. Nice shift by Volkanovski.
Another beautiful jab right there by Volkanovski. Nice inside leg kick.
Beautiful combination.
Volkanovski coming on strong.
Mendez needs to start going to the body and quit trying to explode to the head hunting of Volkanovski. Go to the body, set up to the head later on after he goes to the body.
That is the difference, is the look. Okay, now at least he's doing this in the center of the octagon.
Don't forget,
Let's see if he can control it. Oh, he's got the back.
What about the explosion that took, though, Joe? To do all this, how much energy is this taking? Now he's got control. That's what he needed.
That's true, but he is a finisher.
Yep.
I mean, you're talking about a guy who finished Jeff Glover in a submission match.
This is a guy who can't be held down, according to Volkanovski, and that's the
Look
issue.
at this. Back up. Nice kick to the body by Volkanovski.
When you watch,
oh, he's hurt. He's hurt.
He needs that momentum on the ground.
Volkanovski's teeing off on him.
Oh, huge elbow. Mendez needs to get off the fence and get to moving his feet.
Mendez is in big trouble.
Less than a minute now to go in the round.
What a war.
Volkanovski with an incredible pace here, too. He's just putting a lot of pressure on Mendez. Ripping to the body. He drops him.
That's it.
Alexander the Great has arrived.
Huge fight.
Wow.
Alexander Volkanovski has finished Chad Mendez, and with immediacy vaults into featherweight title contention.
Wow. What a victory for Volkanovski. I mean, that is absolutely huge for that guy. Chad Mendez, a top 5 contender, and Volkanovski comes in here and closes the show in a war.
I mean, and Volkanovski, he's just getting started, man. Only started MMA training in 2011. Let's get to the fight replay.
That's crazy.
Brought to you by Nemiroff, bold character since 1872.
That's an almost as crazy a statistic as his weight when he was playing rugby. I mean, here we see the beginning of the end, the knee to the body. I mean, he's just relentless, staying on top of Chad Mendez. And the jab, as we were talking about before, is a big factor. Look at this, rips to the body here. Hits him with that one on the forehead. And that's what dropped him. It was the one to the temple. And then boom, there's one behind it. Let's take a look again. Rips to the body, and then the right hand over the top, and that's what dropped him. Amazing victory for Alexander Volkanovski.
Who left a successful rugby career, put his family's life on hold to pursue the UFC dream. And how about that result tonight? Tonight's stats brought to you by PokerStars, the undisputed champion of online poker. Knock your opponents out to take home millions of prizes every day on PokerStars. The longest active win streaks in the featherweight division, a dozen for Holloway. Volkanovski now in a 4-way tie with Arnold Allen, Enrique Barzola, and Zabit Magomed Sharipov. All right, the official decision brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Get unlimited high-speed data all month long on the same network as T-Mobile. To make this one official, Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Smith has called a stop to this contest at 4 minutes, 14 seconds of round number 2. Declaring the winner by TKO, Alexander the Great Volkanovski.
I'm here with the winner, Alexander Volkanovski, and you, sir, just emerged as a huge contender in the featherweight division tonight. Just an outstanding performance in a real war against Chad Mendez, and this is a fight that you called for. What was it about Chad that made you think you could do this tonight?
Man, I just want to shoot for these ranks. I've said it from the start. Even though he's probably one of the toughest guys in the division, I knew this would get me in front. This would get me in the top 5. I've finally done it, you know. A lot of respect. He's only lost to the greats, and now he just lost to another great, Alexander the Great. Mate, I'm stoked.
You seem so composed tonight, even after you got clipped. How bad were you hurt during that one exchange?
I wasn't hurt. I didn't go too, he definitely, I guess it dropped me. But, I felt fine. I was clear-headed. Something got me in the eye. I think it might have been that punch. It was more just blindness in the eye sort of thing. But, mate, I just kept coming forward. You know what I mean? I'm one of the most dangerous guys in this division. I can go with all the powerful ones. I can go with the jiu-jitsu guys. I can go with the stand-up guys. I'm one of the most well-rounded. I put it together better than anyone in the division. I'm Max Holloway's worst nightmare. I've got a lot of respect for Max Holloway. I really do. He's a gangster. I absolutely love what he does in there. But the fact that he's such a gamer and he's crazy in there, he will stick to something that I'm so good at. It's in the pocket, and he hasn't wrestled. He hasn't fought a wrestler like me or Chad Mendes or Frankie Edgar.
Sensational performance.
Sorry about that, no disrespect.
It's all right, you're just saying what you feel. Listen, you did a fantastic job tonight. Sensational performance against a top 5 contender. Congratulations, and I look forward to seeing your next fights.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Los Angeles, love you.
Alexander Volkanovski, ladies and gentlemen.
He will be in the top 5 next week. Couldn't have done much more to maximize the showcase here tonight. That post-fight interview brought to you by EA Sports UFC 3. Get 2 games for the price of 1 with the EA Sports UFC 3 Fight Night Champion Bundle. Available for $24 exclusively on Xbox One for a limited time.
Volkanovski showing up, getting the job done.
The celebs are showing up as well. Big fight fan there. Mario Lopez in the building at the Forum here in Inglewood, California tonight. Also, Roy Jones Jr. Octagon side here tonight for UFC 232. Tonight's crowd shots are brought to you by Poker Stars, the undisputed champion of online poker. Knock your opponents out to take home millions of prizes every day on Poker Stars. All right, these locker room shots brought to you by P3, the official protein snack of UFC. And don't look now, but Ilir Latifi as close to a UFC title shot as he's ever been before. After a submission win against Ovince St. Preux earlier in 2018, Latifi will now try to make it 6 wins in his last 7. As he faces the always conditioned Corey Overtime Anderson, his focus tonight to stay mentally locked in for every minute of the fight. He believes if he can do that, he will be the man in the top 5 come the middle of next week.
UFC 232, Jones versus Gustafsson 2, is brought to you by Modelo Especial. Since 1925, we've proved that it doesn't matter where you come from, it matters what you're made of. Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. By Metro by T-Mobile. Get unlimited high-speed data all month long on the same network as T-Mobile. By P3, the official protein snack of UFC. And by EA Sports UFC 3, on sale now for a limited time. Play as your UFC favorites, including legendary Fight Night Champion characters Andre Bishop and Isaac Frost. Get it today.
Boxing is a very limited form of fighting. What Ultimate Fighting is, it's the actual sport of fighting.
Both of these guys has a chance to silence all the doubters, all the haters. Look at this sprawl, beautiful sprawl. Oh, good combination. Oh!
Severn goes to his back.
Frost not doing a bad job defensively, though. Oh!
The hype behind this contest is insane. I cannot wait to see it.
Tonight's main event fighter arrivals are brought to you by AirAsia. Connect to over 130 destinations across Asia, Australia, and beyond with the world's best low-cost airline. Now everyone can fly. And there is the man still considered by many to be the best mixed martial arts fighter to grace the octagon. Former UFC light heavyweight champion, Jon Jones. Due to a bevy of issues, he's only been able to showcase his skills twice in the last 4 years. Tonight, he will try to present the most complete version we have seen to date against the man who gave him his most challenging title defense, the perennial 205-pound contender out of Stockholm, Sweden, Alexander Gustafsson. Twice Gustafsson has challenged for the sport's ultimate prize, and twice he has acquitted himself quite well. Tonight, against his biggest rival, he hopes to complete the mission
and finally be able to call himself the undisputed UFC champion.
Hey everybody, I am UFC President Dana White. You've heard me say it a million times. Fighting is in our DNA. So I know you're gonna love what we got planned for UFC Fight Pass in 2019. Over the next 12 months, we will stream over 250 live combat sports events on UFC Fight Pass. That's more than 20 live events per month, 5 events a week, over 1,200 hours of live fight action. You'll get exclusive UFC Fight Pass prelims before every pay-per-view, and the best up-and-coming fighters showcased in live fights from Cage Warriors, Glory, Invicta, Pancrase, Quintet, and many, many more. But it's not limited to MMA. UFC Fight Pass will become the home to world-class boxing, kickboxing, submission grappling, Muay Thai, and martial arts competitions from around the world. Plus, UFC Fight Pass will have new original series, special programming, and of course, our massive archive of over 20,000 fights. If you are obsessed with combat sports like I am, UFC Fight Pass is a must-have for the new year. Start your free trial right now.
To that end, a look at what is coming your way over on UFC Fight Pass when the calendar turns to 2019. As usual, Fight Pass prelims for all UFC pay-per-view events, plus the MMA from around the globe you have come to expect, including the likes of Invicta FC and Cage Warriors. Submission grappling events, including EBI and Polaris, also Roy Jones Jr. boxing, and plenty of kickboxing and Muay Thai coverage as well. UFC Fight Pass. Download the UFC app today. Well, later tonight, you may have heard Jon Jones and AlexanderGustafsson in our championship main event. What's coming up? Brought to you by EA Sports UFC 3. Get 2 games for the price of 1 with the EA Sports UFC 3 Fight Night Champion Bundle, available for $24, exclusively on Xbox One for a limited time. And as we get ready for this next light heavyweight tilt, the fight odds brought to you by Poker Stars, the undisputed champion of online poker. Knock your opponents out to take home millions of prizes every day on Poker Stars. Alir Latifi, slight favorite, -135. Corey Anderson, the underdog, at +125. This is a big fight in terms of the pecking order at light heavyweight heading into the new year. Well, after winning the Ultimate Fighter 4 years ago, Corey Anderson grew up in public as he battled the UFC's best. Tonight, it could be graduation day for overtime as he tackles powerhouse Alir Latifi. Before Jon Jones and AlexanderGustafsson settle their score and determine a new UFC light heavyweight champion, top 10 contenders Alir Latifi and Corey Anderson have their own business to attend to as they try to move within striking distance of a title shot.
Like I always go in for every fight, I go in to make a statement, and I gotta make it tonight too, you know, to get that title shot.
I just gotta go out there and put on the best performance I can. Go out there and let them know I'm ready. I'm 13 fights deep, and it's my time to get up to the title.
A relentless force whose ability to impose his will on his opponent has led him to 8 UFC wins. Corey Anderson hits the proving ground tonight off back-to-back wins over Pat Cummins and Glover Teixeira. And as you might expect, confidence is high.
I'm a dangerous matchup for everybody in my division. They look past me, but every time I match up against somebody, at the end, they don't want to go again.
Sweden's Alir Latifi is sporting his own 2-fight winning streak heading into this clash, and whether pounding out a decision win over Tyson Pedro or submitting Ovince St. Preux, it is clear Latifi remains a formidable force and one who is at the top of his game.
My last 2 fights were important victories for me, and I did well, so tonight I'm here, and I'm just gonna keep on doing what I'm doing.
All right, so here's the number 10 ranked UFC light heavyweight contender, Corey Anderson, 2-time collegiate wrestling All-American at the JUCO and D3 levels. So he tried out for the Olympic wrestling team with the great Ben Askren, who persuaded him to try mixed martial arts. And here is Corey Anderson making his 13th UFC appearance tonight in search of a 9th win inside the octagon.
And he's coming up with 2 big wins in a row against Pat Cummins and the last one against Glover Teixeira, a guy who just a few years ago was thought to be one of the very best light heavyweights on the planet. Corey Anderson is a guy who continues to grow and learn with every outcome. With every fight you see him, you've seen a better version of Corey Anderson, and that man, Mark Henry, is a big reason for that. He's got a fantastic camp. He's prepared for this, and this is a big challenge in front of him because Ilir Latifi is a powerhouse, an extremely dangerous guy with ridiculous power punches.
As you said, Latifi is extremely powerful, although Anderson does have some gifts in this fight that can help him. He's taller, he's longer, he's got good footwork, he establishes a jab early, he establishes feints and in-and-out movement early. He's light on his feet and he throws combinations. What I've noticed, though, sometimes as the rounds go on, he tends to steer away from that style, and he starts sitting a little heavier, being a little bit more stationary, and resorts only on takedowns after that first round. He stops setting them up, and he just goes to the takedown. He can't do that with Latifi because Latifi's background is wrestling. So he's got to be seasoned. He's got to be comfortable on his feet, and he's got to try to pick apart Latifi from the outside, or else he's going to have a long night.
With as much momentum at present as any light heavyweight, here's the number 5 ranked contender, Ilir Latifi, 7-3 overall in the UFC. Now, he has hinted at a move up to heavyweight, depending on how it goes for his teammate Alexander Gustafsson later tonight. But Latifi, Dom, brings a whole lot to the table. Well-rounded fighter, good wrestler, very technical striker, and he's got a big one, obviously, in front of him here tonight.
Well, the best part about this matchup for Latifi is he's got Alexander Gustafsson in the same camp as him the entire time, who's longer than Corey Anderson, who's taller, just as good at footwork, does everything Corey Anderson does, except Corey Anderson has that wrestling background. But that's what Latifi has as well. So this is a great matchup for him. He's had the training partners to prepare for it. Let's just see if Latifi can put these together with the skills that he already has and do what he needs to in order to move up the ladder to create opportunities for him later on.
Yeah, Latifi has the air of a guy who's really streaking right now. He also showed in his last fight that he's capable of winning by submission against Ovince St. Preux. He's a real powerhouse, like a freakishly powerful guy, both with his punches and with his wrestling and his ability to submit guys. He's just a tank of a man. And there's real consequences to the exchanges with him. When you get into these exchanges, when you're in there with a guy like Ilir Latifi, any little tiny mistake, you can wake up with a flashlight in your face.
Right. Something I love he does so well is he'll like run, throw a few combinations to your gut, and then right when your hands drop, he comes with a power overhand right or a power overhand left. He almost gets you to bite on the body shots thinking he's going to go heavy to the body, and then when your hand's lower, he hits the power behind it. Very tricky, and he knows how to use his power regardless of his height.
Could be a huge night for the Swedes. Let's see if Ilir Latifi can get it started on the right foot. This tale of the tape is brought to you by Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. Latifi got somewhat of a late start in MMA. He is 35 years old. Corey Anderson, 29. Corey Anderson, the taller man by 5 inches. He will have a 5.5-inch reach advantage when they close the octagon door. Now for the introductions, we send it back inside to Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC light heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 12 wins, 4 losses. He stands 6 feet 3 inches tall, weighing in at 204.5 pounds. Fighting out of Robbinsville, New Jersey, by way of Ruskin, Illinois, presenting the Ultimate Fighter Season 19 light heavyweight winner and the number 10 ranked light heavyweight contender in the world, Corey Overtime Anderson. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a wrestler holding a professional record, 15 wins, 5 losses, 1 no contest. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighing in at 205 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Malmo, Sweden, presenting the number 5 ranked light heavyweight contender in the world, in the air, the sledgehammer, Latifi! And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Goddard.
Here we go.
Mark Goddard, our referee. The beautiful Vanessa Hansen getting us started for round 1. Thank you, V. Ariane Celeste, Brittany Palmer on hand. Must be a pay-per-view night. Alir Latifi's here. The fight clock is brought to you by Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. Latifi is in red, Corey Anderson is in the white.
Feint to Corey Anderson right off the bat, but he got to keep that going if you're going to offset Latifi.
Latifi trains at the All-Stars Training Center alongside Alexander Gustafsson, Gokhan Saki, Jimmy Manawa. A lot of elite level talent in that camp.
I see a lot of similarities in Latifi's build, in the way he moves, the way he holds his hands, the way he wrestles in Daniel Cormier. I mean, there's similarities. Daniel Cormier is much more aggressive with the clinch, but the way that he moves, the way he defends, the way he picks his punches, very interesting. He's extremely powerful. Regardless of how short he is and from the outside, he figures out a way in the pocket.
And he has trained with DC in the past. Nemiroff, bold character since 1872.
Believe they trained together at the Olympic Training Center. Ooh, big calf kick. Those add up. Can't eat a lot of those. You literally can eat maybe 3 of those before your calf just shuts down and your foot starts flopping.
Latifi having a little bit of an issue trying to close the gap. Oh, but look at that.
There's
again.
2. See how many more of those you can see. You see his foot start to shut down already. It only takes about 3 if you eat them heavy.
Takedown attempt by Latifi.
That high crotch on the outside is what Daniel Cormier has made very effective. Latifi couldn't finish it, but that's his takedown attempt. Now watch that calf kick. He's going to keep using it.
Oh,
big uppercut lands.
Stunned him.
Anderson fighting without a mouthpiece here. Action resumes now, less than 3 minutes to go in round 1 of a possible 3. Corey Anderson came in tonight with more takedowns landed than any light heavyweight in UFC history. Only took him 12 fights to accomplish that feat. Had a UFC record 12 takedowns against Pat Cummins 2 fights ago.
Latifi was looking for that kick again. Corey seems to have regained the use of that leg.
Well, it takes a minute. It only shuts down for about 30 seconds, and then hopefully it comes back alive. But if you eat too many of those, your foot just goes limp. It's like a nerve thing. It's crazy. Regardless of how bad it hurts or not.
Oh, he stung him with that left hand.
Yep, left hand hurt him. Calf kick's gonna come soon. Now he's got him thinking about the hands. I won't be surprised to see that calf kick come again from Latifi.
The ground shakes when Latifi just advances. Under 2 minutes here, round 1.
I think that was you shaking, John.
Hey, I got my fat suit on tonight, though. Corey Anderson has talked so much about the mental game and maintaining a positive mindset during fight week, when maybe you're cutting weight and training isn't going as well as it had gone the previous 8 weeks.
Ooh, big left hook lands for Latifi.
And Corey Anderson is staying right in front of him during these exchanges. Very dangerous spot to be in.
He's heavy on that lead leg, and that's why that calf kick is working so well. You see how heavy he is leaning forward on that lead leg? That's what Latifi's reading. Ooh, big left hand lands. I'd like to see Corey Anderson keep throwing those kicks up there. Those are being effective. They're keeping Latifi on the outside. Those high kicks are working.
Yeah, he's got a very good jab, too. I'd like to see him use a little bit more of that.
Jabs and high kicks. The jab can hide the high kicks as well, so he needs to be using both. You're right. Ouch. Another calf kick.
You hear the Anderson corner maybe calling for quicker feet out of Corey. Landed a right hand there.
Yeah, good job by Corey at ducking under that right hand.
Well, you know Anderson can fight at this pace for 15 minutes.
Good.
All right,
first
5
round.
minutes down. Tonight's Corner Cam is brought to you by P3, the official protein snack of UFC.
Listen to me. You're throwing, he's blocking, and he's countering. He's going with like a low four right here. You follow what I'm saying? He's only getting you on the fours and off the counters. You understand what I'm saying?
Because you're shooting off your right hand.
Off the clinch, you're putting your head back and not looking. You follow what I'm saying?
You
the
understand?
uppercut at 5, that left uppercut's wide open, bro. Wide open. You hit him with it good before. Keep your pop. Keep going that shot.
And as we see here, calf kick to Latif from Latifi to Anderson. Another kick, and it's because he's very heavy on that lead leg. And a big left, boom, lands on the chin. Hurts Anderson, he keeps it together. So far, Latifi's landed the bigger shots, but it's a very competitive fight still.
UFC 232, Jones versus Gustafsson 2 is presented to you by Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. Live at the Forum in Inglewood, California here tonight. Round 2 now, Ilir Latifi and Corey Overtime Anderson. Mark Henry, Ricardo Almeida in the corner of Corey Anderson. Always a pleasure to watch those men alongside Nick Catone go to work. I feel like that left uppercut could be there. We'll see if Anderson can find an opening.
Good kick to the body by Corey.
He needs to keep that jab out and keep those kicks going and have a lot more success. Those are rangy weapons, and he needs to use more of them.
And Corey's really known for his endurance. He can keep up this pace easily. And Ilir Latifi, because of that style, he's had some endurance issues in the past because he's so explosive. He's basically sprinting several times around.
It's very similar to what we saw in Mendez, Rogan, where he explodes into cover distance instead of really double jabbing in, kicking, and then punching in. He explodes, and it is taxing, but he's so powerful and so quick, he can do it. Oh, huge right hand.
Goodness.
Gosh, those are heavy punches by Latifi.
Anderson just ate it, though.
Yeah, chin seems to be holding up pretty well.
Got that beard going.
Stuff that takedown.
Great wrestling by Anderson. I mean, he's making good decisions on when he chooses to shoot. Good defense here so far. See if he could stop this attempt by Latifi. If he gets his hands locked, it's a problem, but he doesn't. There we go, we're good. If you're Anderson, you just got to stay on that whizzer here, push the head down of Latifi. If you stay on this arm, he can switch to a single leg and dump you on your butt. Good transition.
Excellent defense by Corey Anderson, and a nice knee to the body.
Yep, and that's what you got to do to Latifi. Stop his takedowns and then put the pressure on, and now he's a little bit tired from the wrestling attempts, like you said, Joe.
It's interesting that that power is such an advantage, but the problem is if you have it, you use it.
Yeah.
And if you use it, you run out of juice if it doesn't work.
That's called live by the sword, die by the sword. I mean, that's what it is with these power fighters.
Good sign for Corey Anderson. He has stuffed all 7 takedown attempts of Ilir Latifi thus far. As he rips the body there.
Good right hand to the body by Corey.
If I'm Anderson, I'm going to keep teeping the gut. I'm going to keep kicking the gut, and I'm going to keep punching to the gut.
Latifi clearly slowing down now. And Corey Anderson sensing it, and he's starting to put together some nice combinations here.
I don't like how Corey Anderson is leaving the break when they get close, though. I mean, that right hand and the left hook of Latifi is getting closer and closer on these breaks here every time.
Yeah, Mark Henry was just screaming at him to keep that right guard up.
Ooh, nice knee. Knees would be a great use for Anderson as well because Latifi leans over his lead leg so heavy. See how hard he leans over his lead leg? That makes knees very effective if Anderson starts to read it.
Latifi's mouth is wide open here. He's very tired. And Corey senses it, and here he comes.
There's his condition as any light heavyweight.
Yeah, tremendous conditioning by Corey Anderson, always. Oh, good right hand by Latifi. Man, but Anderson avoiding these shots.
Yeah, man.
Avoiding these shots, and he knew Latifi was tired before. Look at him, hands on his hips.
Yeah, not good body language out of Latifi.
Now's when you go to the body. You go to the body of Latifi here when he's already tired. His hands are down. There it is, and he went for it. You headhunt, you give Latifi a shot to counter you, but if you go to the body, you keep taking his air out. There's a leg kick. Cheap kicks to the gut would be nice from Anderson here. Jabs to the body.
Latifi trying to get these breaths in whenever possible. Just over a minute to go here, round 2. It's been a big second round for Corey Anderson, as evidenced by the significant strike numbers there.
Huge second round because the tide is clearly turning. What you're he's saying he's grabbing his shorts. Oh, he clipped him with that left hand on the break, Tom, as you were talking about. Right hand by Corey, though. Beautiful jab. Look at the endurance of Corey Anderson.
Well, it's what you said. He doesn't explode like Latifi does, Joe. I mean, he's picking his shots right. He's using distance shots to close. He's using jabs and kicks to close the distance instead of hopping in with power.
Yeah, he's fighting technically and efficiently.
Great
Big
fight.
second round for Corey Anderson. Tonight's Corner Cam is brought to you by P3, the official protein snack of UFC.
All I want you to think about is Jon and CJ. You need one. It's just hump day. You never go over the hump today, you're going over the damn hump. Listen to me. Keep your hands up after you throw. He's hitting you out of the clinch because you're looking out of the clinch. Every time you clinch, you're pausing and looking, and that's what he's hitting. You understand what I'm saying? That's the only time he's getting you when you're waiting in front. Keep your face there and look at me. 5 minutes, that's nothing for you. He's gassing. Every minute that goes by, he's gassing. Don't wait in front. The jabs are killing him all day.
Mark Henry fired up. And here you see why. Corey Anderson with a nice kick to the body. Just tremendous output by Corey Anderson this round. Really sensed Latifi was tiring and really poured it on. It was an excellent round for Corey Anderson. It really showcased his endurance and his technique.
And Mark Henry looking for a source of motivation for Corey Anderson. You might have heard him say, think about CJ. That is Corey's son, who is almost 3 years old. His wife, Jenny, 7 months pregnant as well. There may be more skilled heavyweights in this light heavyweight division, but few work as hard as Corey Anderson, and we'll see if he can lean on that conditioning here over the final 5 minutes. Both of these fighters, lifelong wrestlers. Latifi, former Swedish national team member. Anderson unofficially is yet to attempt a takedown in the fight, somewhat surprisingly. But I guess given the matchup, maybe not.
I think there was one in the last round that he attempted.
I thought so too.
He's smart about it though. He picks it at the right time when it's open. He's not forcing shots, and that's why he's conserving energy well and able to use his feints and his jab and his kicks while he's in the stand-up realm because he's not blowing his energy forcing shots.
Oh, there's that calf kick again.
Surprised he got away from that calf kick, to be honest.
He just wobbled a little bit there. It might have, that one that just landed might have been damaging.
It's weird about that kick is it turns your shin off when you don't know. It doesn't hurt as bad as it just shuts your foot off and then you can't walk with it. So you never know what it's gonna do when you get hit there.
And that chin eventually comes back, or not necessarily?
It takes a few seconds. Depends on how badly you get damaged there. I've seen fights where it comes back, and I've seen fights where they just lay on the floor and it doesn't come back.
Well, a good example of it was the Henry Cejudo Mighty Mouse fight. The second fight, Mighty Mouse connected with that calf kick very early on, and Cejudo's foot just went limp.
Yep.
It just stopped working. Oh, he stung him.
And that's the break. That's where he's had the openings,
Yes.
is on the breaks, because Corey Anderson comes out with his hands down and his chin up.
But meanwhile, Corey ate it, and he's still there pressing forward. And Latife's taking some big, deep breaths. But man, he just looks to explode.
Well, what he's doing right now is he's pulling Corey Anderson into his power by backing up and circling him the way he wants to land. However, Corey Anderson's doing the right thing by feinting and using long strikes.
Mark Henry freaking out every time Anderson lowers those hands. Such a huge 2.5 minutes here in terms of this light heavyweight division. 2 top 10 contenders.
There's that jab again by Corey.
Come on, 45, come on, you gotta get busy, kid.
And see those high kicks that he's throwing, the left high kicks, they might not be landing, but it's shutting down the right hand of Latifi. He's got to put his hand up and block instead of fire it. So it's really helping that he's doing those high kicks the way he is.
All right, let's listen into that Corey Anderson corner one final time.
Shot, 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 shot. Shot, shot, he's going, he's on his heels, he's on his heels.
The 9, Corey. The 9 is there all day, Corey. Day 9. Please, Corey.
There's a nice right hand.
He's gonna hit him off. Head position, head position. Corey, Frankie. Fats, fats, fats. At 120. He's just waiting for Corey. He's TNT.
Anderson resets just over a minute to go in this third and final round.
Being very patient.
Oh, look at that.
That heel appeared to land right behind the ear. Anderson seemed to be okay.
He's trying to get it back.
Corey Anderson's chin is held up extremely well. He's eaten some huge shots in this fight that he's gone down for in the past, and he's not here. So whatever he's doing, maybe it was his cardio's better in this fight. He hasn't seemed to weather at all in this fight. His pace has stayed the same. So I think cardio has a huge contribution to a chin.
I think you're correct, and I also think he's dealing with the momentum of coming off that Glover Teixeira victory. He really feels like he's got a tremendous amount of improvement behind him now, and there's a nice right hand. He's just a better fighter all around.
Watch out, though, because this is where Latifi's dangerous, right? Last 30 seconds. You never know. This guy's got power in both hands at all times. Anderson using that jab, being very smart, staying rangy. Fought an extremely smart fight.
Oh,
nice stick. So Corey Anderson and Alir Latifi go the distance. This fight replay is brought to you by Nemiroff, a bold character since 1872.
And here's the first round, that calf kick over and over again. That was a successful weapon in that first round. There's a nice left hand from Latifi. And now second round, Anderson with a kick to the body. There's a nice left hook. Really started coming on strong in the second round. And there's a nasty left hand by Latifi. Beautiful right hand by Corey Anderson. Excellent fight.
Tonight's stats are brought to you by Poker Stars, the undisputed champion of online poker. Knock your opponents out to take home millions of prizes every day on Poker Stars. You see the numbers in round one close. Obviously, the huge second round for Corey Anderson. And he also doubled up on Latifi in that third and final round. Dom, I know you're not a judge, but you think Corey Anderson did enough?
Corey Anderson outstruck Latifi 2-1 pretty much, and he did everything he needed to do to win. I think Latifi landed the bigger, more strong shots, but Corey Anderson outnumbered him by a strong amount.
It has been a huge 2018 for Corey Anderson. 2 wins over Pat Cummins and Glover Teixeira after the knockout losses in 2017. Tonight, he's trying to wrap up a perfect 2018 at 3-0 and potentially take Latifi's spot in the top 5. The official decision is brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Get unlimited high-speed data all month long on the same network as T-Mobile. All right, with the scorecards now, we turn it over to Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. All 3 judges score this contest 29-28 for the winner by unanimous decision, Corey Overtime Anderson.
815, motherfuckers! That's what I'm talking about! Hump day! Hump day!
Very excited, Corey Anderson. Congratulations, sir. This was a huge victory for you, Corey.
Yes, it was. It was a very huge victory, not just for me, for my team. We talked about it. We had a lot of big fights that we let slip out of our hands, and today we came prepared. Hats off to Leo TV. Man's a fucking beast. I've been watching since I got in the UFC, and I have the honor to share the octagon with him. Thank you.
You fought an excellent fight because you weathered the storm in the early rounds. He's very dangerous, a powerful guy, but really in the second round, we started seeing you come on strong.
Yeah, you know, but first, I gotta give thanks to the Lord, Heavenly Father, and my family for coming out here. It means a lot. That was my motivation. My wife, 7 months pregnant. As you guys see, we had all the travel with Jon Jones going on, but she stuck with me strong throughout the whole thing. Baby, I love you. We're gonna go home and have a good time. But that's the second round, you know, everybody knows I can keep going. You know, it took me a second. I was feeling flat. Coaches yelled at me, said, we got to get this, Corey. Give me the Corey we know, and we got it done.
Well, this was really a showcase of your endurance, and particularly your footwork and your technique. It's one of the best performances to date. What would you, I mean, you're coming off of 2 outstanding victories in a row. What would you like to do next?
I want Anthony Smith. You know, I would like to say I want a title fight. I know they're not giving it to me. Anthony Smith came out of nowhere. He's ranked 3rd. I see you sitting behind the TV right now, and you see me looking, baby. Come get me. After my baby born, let's get this.
Congratulations, sir. Corey Anderson, ladies and gentlemen.
The artist formerly known as Beastin, 25-8, maximizing the mic time with Joe Rogan. The soon-to-be father of 2, Corey Anderson, has won 3 in a row at light heavyweight. A lot of celebs out tonight. Musician of Blink-182 fame, Travis Barker in the building. The 2018 National League MVP representing your Milwaukee Brewers, Christian Yelich, is here. And there is T-City, the #1 ranked featherweight contender, Brian Ortega, octagon side here at the Forum tonight. All right, straight ahead, it will be a welterweight clash between the natural-born killer Carlos Condit and Michael Maverick Chiesa. What's coming up? Brought to you by EA Sports UFC 3. Get 2 games for the price of 1 with the EA Sports UFC 3 Fight Night Champion Bundle, available for $24 exclusively on Xbox One for a limited time. Well, 2018 turned out to be an incredible year, both in and outside the octagon, and 2019 should be no different as the UFC embarks on a new era on a new network.
For the last 25 years, the UFC has evolved, expanded, and risen to extraordinary heights. This year, the world's premier MMA organization opened an exciting new chapter in company history by striking a groundbreaking deal with the worldwide leader in sports. Beginning in January 2019, the UFC's exclusive U.S. media rights partner will be ESPN, recognized around the globe as the pinnacle of sports broadcasting. As part of the ESPN family, the UFC will stand shoulder to shoulder with the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball, and all the biggest sports brands on earth. This deal will take the UFC to a whole new level, and you've all played a major part in getting us there. So today, we say to our fans, thank you for all you've done, and get ready for what lies ahead.
Setting the mixed martial arts world on its axis.
I don't know what's going to happen, but I do know it's going to be fireworks.
Well, how good is that? The worldwide leader and the MMA leader, and you might hear in the backdrop the new theme song for the UFC on ESPN as we show you our 2019 first quarter schedule, January 19th. We begin the partnership UFC Fight Night on ESPN Plus from Brooklyn, New York. Fortaleza, Brazil, February 2nd, February 9th, back to pay-per-view UFC 234. We also point out March 9th. Welcome to Wichita. UFC Fight Night on ESPN Plus. Breaking news at this time. We'll be in Wichita, Kansas for the first time. London, England, March 16th. March 23rd, another ESPN Plus UFC Fight Night. And back on TV March 30th. Quarter 2. A lot of highlights as well. All of these fight cards and locations to be determined later, but UFC 236, Saturday, April 13th. May 11th, UFC 237, and June 8th will be UFC 238. We could not be more excited to embark on the ESPN era in 2019. Well, everyone is tuning into UFC 232 tonight. Live look inside Twin Peaks on the Vegas Strip. The Black Beast, Derek Lewis. His ball's no longer hot. He's enjoying the fights and a few Modelos with UFC fans tonight. A few thousand miles away in Las Vegas. All right, tonight's Crowd Shots brought to you by Poker Stars, the undisputed champion of online poker. Knock your opponents out to take home millions of prizes every day on Poker Stars. All right, let us get to it. Featured bout here in the UFC's always stacked welterweight division. While former lightweight contender Michael Chiesa has always been a fan of Carlos Condit, tonight he will put the congeniality aside as he shares the octagon with the one, the only, the natural-born killer. A former Ultimate Fighter winner and longtime lightweight standout, Michael Chiesa will test the welterweight waters tonight as he squares off with former interim champion Carlos Condit in a bout that is destined to deliver.
It's an honor to fight such a legend in the sport, but I got to put that aside and I got to go out there and get this win.
Mike Chiesa is an interesting puzzle to solve, and sitting down and looking at his fights, I really feel like brutality and violence going straight through him is the key to victory for me.
One of the top welterweights of this era, Albuquerque's Carlos Condit was a longtime WEC champion before making his move to the UFC. Here he struck interim gold in 2012 with a win over Nick Diaz. And tonight, after a recent cold spell, the natural-born killer will try to produce against an opponent of a similar mind.
I've been in a bit of a slump, and I'm looking to break that. And straight through Michael Chiesa's chest is the way that I'm going to do it.
Winner of the only live season of The Ultimate Fighter and 7 UFC fights overall, Michael Chiesa turned back the likes of Beneil Dariush, Jim Miller, and Al Iaquinta to establish himself as a lightweight contender. But in a quest to keep testing himself and at his optimum weight, Maverick is moving up to tackle the best welterweights in the world, starting tonight with Carlos Condit.
I wanted my first fight at welterweight to be against a tough opponent, and I've always wanted to face and get a win over a former world champion. And I'm getting all of that and more in Carlos Condit.
Great representative of Washington State. Here is the former lightweight contender, Michael Maverick Chiesa, 31 years old, and tonight he moves up to the welterweight division for the first time. It was a weight cut that nearly broke him, and after missing weight for his final lightweight fight against Anthony Showtime Pettis in July, he essentially, Joe, said on the scale, no more, I'm moving up. And tonight, Michael Chiesa is taking on a big challenge in the former interim welterweight champion, Carlos Condit.
I think this is the correct move for him. He's huge. I mean, he's way too big to be cutting his body down to 155 pounds all the time. It was hitting that point of diminishing returns.
Yes.
His performances were suffering, and he just felt absolutely terrible the last week of fight camp. I think he's a 170-pounder. I think he makes this weight easily, and I think this is a fantastic fight for him tonight against Carlos Condit. Condit needs it. As he said, he's been in a slump. Michael Chiesa most certainly needs it. I just think this is the best weight class for him, and I can't wait to see how he does here.
Yeah, I love Michael Chiesa because this weight class is just fit for him in the sense that he's a grappler. That's what he wants to do. He's strong. He wants to get a hold of you and choke you. And if he can't choke you, he wants to keep you on the mat. In order to do that, he needs to be as strong as possible because that's what fits his style. He's not on the outside, be faster than you, explode. He's, I will grab you, I will hold you, and I will choke you, or I will break your arms or break your legs. And he will need all the power in order to do that. So I love this move for him.
Chiesa has taken down 10 of his 11 UFC opponents. Condit has been susceptible in the past. With a fan base as big as really any fighter on this roster, as respected as any fighter on this roster. He is the natural-born killer, Carlos Condit. 43rd professional fight here tonight and 16th UFC appearance. Dom, his recent struggles are well documented, but he seems to be in the right mental headspace as he tries to get the job done here tonight.
I don't think a whole lot has changed with Carlos Condit and his mind or how he fights. I think it's just been a matter of being out a little while and needing to make the adjustments to the sport as this sport has continued to progress. I mean, Carlos Condit is one of the greatest ever, period. Ultimate finisher, always creates violence and always enjoys to do that, always creates blood and war. However, he has the speed advantage in this matchup, and I think that that's what he has to be smart enough to use. Michael Chiesa needs to be strong and drag him to the floor. Carlos Condit needs to be smart, quick, choose his punch count correctly, set his kicks up, and walk Michael Chiesa into a lot of technique, of strikes, just overwhelm him with offense and stop the takedown or at least threaten submissions to get back to his feet. If he gets held on his back, it's going to be a problem. That's the only way we've seen Condit lose.
This fighter description brought to you by P3, the official protein snack of UFC.
I think Carlos Condit has a significant advantage when it comes to striking. I think he's a crisper striker. I think he's a more experienced striker. He's got a much more of a background in it. You're really curious to see how his grappling holds up against Michael Chiesa. But I mirror your position on him just getting back into the game and realizing that this sport continues to grow and evolve. He's absolutely a great former WEC champion, former interim champion. He's got to get back on the horse. But he's only 34 years old. His time is not done.
That's exactly right, Joe.
All right, we have arrived at this feature about the welterweight division. This tale of the tape brought to you by Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. As the fellas mentioned, Condit 34, Michael Maverick Chiesa 31. Condit the taller man by an inch. You see Chiesa making weight for this, his UFC welterweight debut. Both fighters with a reach of 75.5 inches. All right, now for the particulars, back inside of Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC welterweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 14 wins, 4 losses. He stands 6 feet 1 inch tall, weighing in at 170.5 pounds. Fighting out of Spokane Valley, Washington, presenting the Ultimate Fighter Season 15 winner and the #9 ranked lightweight contender in the world, Michael Maverick Chiesa! And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 30 wins, 12 losses. He stands 6 feet 2 inches tall, weighing in at 171 pounds. Fighting out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, presenting the former WEC welterweight champion and the former interim UFC welterweight champion, the natural-born killer, Carlos Condit. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Mike Beltran.
Mike Beltran, our referee for this one at welterweight. These fight odds brought to you by Poker Stars, the undisputed champion of online poker. Knock your opponents out to take home millions of prizes every day on Poker Stars. Condit, the +140 dog. Chiesa, the -150 favorite as he moves up to welterweight tonight. And with that touch, we are underway. The fight clock is brought to you by Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. Condit is in the black trunks. Chiesa is in green.
Chiesa looking for the clinch here. He looks absolutely enormous. I mean, it's hard to imagine that guy used to make 155 pounds.
He can wrestle, too. It's not just jiu-jitsu. So this is where Condit has had trouble, is guys that can take him down and hold him down. And that's pretty much the only times he's really had a tough time winning, because his striking is phenomenal and everybody's caught on to that. So they're holding him down on the mat and they're forcing him to use his jiu-jitsu. Will Chiesa be able to do that?
Trip.
Because Condit is very threatening on his back, but he hasn't shown the same threats as the past. And is that because of the progression of the game? That's the question. We'll find out.
I think it was the quality of the opposition. I think when you look at the guys that he armbarred at the stage that they were at in their career, I don't think they had the technical proficiency on the ground that Michael Chiesa does. But and you see that he just avoids that. and immediately goes to the back.
And that's what I'm saying. Like,
Yes.
has the sport just progressed this much that these transitions are different now for Condit?
But he's looking for a leg lock here. Kiesa's got to spin out, and he does, but Condit winds up on top. Nicely done by Condit.
And this is exactly the type of fight that Chiesa wants. He wants to keep it like
Yes.
rolling tumbleweed, just non-stop brawling and hanging and grueling.
Just the fact that he's able to stay connected to him like this is a huge victory for him.
Right.
That he doesn't have to, try to get that clinch from the center of the octagon.
He's so strong here. He's done this. We saw him on The Ultimate Fighter do this to pretty much every opposition he faced. He grabs a hold of you. He doesn't let go of you, and it's like glue. It's like putting your hands into a glue, and you just can't get it off of you. And Condit needs to dig for underhooks here and create some space. Otherwise, he's going to stay here the whole match.
Another takedown
Here
from
it is
Michael
again.
Chiesa.
Yeah, I would imagine this is not Carlos Condit's game plan coming into this fight. I would imagine that his game plan, even though he is a sensational grappler in his own right, he has an advantage striking, at least on paper.
Well, watching Condit on the ground in the past has always been fun, so I'm glad that this fight is on the ground. This is one of those fights that you can enjoy watching because they're both very strategic and sharp.
Nemiroff, bold character since 1872. Carlos Condit has now been taken down in 18 of his 21 combined UFC and WEC appearances. 2.5 minutes have gone by in round one.
Right now, Chiesa just looks far stronger than Condit is what I've seen so far. Just the power advantage so far has been big. Condit can use his technique, and he's very flexible, and that's also hard to deal with when you're on top of him.
Well, he must feel so good that he doesn't have to suck 15 more pounds out of his body. I mean, he was really torturing himself to do that.
I mean, you could tell because he's bigger moving up in weight class.
Yeah.
That's how you know you're really torturing yourself.
Well, I think there's a lot of guys out there doing that. I mean, we've seen it with so many fighters. They move up a weight class, and you see their real true potential.
Nice.
Look at this.
Beautiful.
Going for an armbar.
The timing of it was perfect.
That looks pretty good.
Let's see if he can go under through the other side because he might want to twist through, take his head to the other ankle of Chiesa. Oh, he's got it.
Oh, my God,
That's
he's
in.
got it. He's
That's
got
in.
it. Oh! That was close, ladies and gentlemen.
Did he just lose the hand, Joe? Is that what we saw there?
That was very close. Yeah, he didn't have full control of the arm, but, man, it was extended. It was extended, and it was in a bad place where the forearm could have snapped.
Well, we do know that he's got the hips for it. That's the second time he's attempted it. Got closer on that attempt than the first one.
Another takedown by Chiesa.
And this has been the issue for Condit is the lack of wrestling. Not the jiu-jitsu, but the wrestling. He gets held on his back and then gets stuck searching for submissions. And if he doesn't get the finish, then he generally loses by points.
Yeah, he's in a position right now we call an empty quarter guard, or empty half, rather. He doesn't quite have a half guard. Okay, now he's completely out of that, and he's got to roll. He's got to try to keep rolling, but Chiesa's trying to take his back. Good scramble by Carlos Condit. He's attacking a leg that doesn't quite have the heel, but he's looking for it. Oh, wait a minute. This is not good for Chiesa. But he's doing a great job of rolling out of it. He's safe now.
And this honestly shows you how good Ryan Hall is at this position because it was over already. This position is very tough to submit from.
The fighters exchanging ground strikes here, under 20 seconds to go in the round.
Yeah, this is a big scramble. Look at this. Condit winds up on top.
Look for the reverse triangle here.
Look at this.
High-level grappling right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Very interesting. There's that inside trip by Michael Chiesa, gets him down on the ground. And here's Carlos Condit going for that armbar, but you see he used that leg to help him escape. But that was close, very close.
Just settle in. You got to be a little more boring. Get on top on the leg lock. Okay. Don't play around too much in there. Just get on top. Okay. All you have to think about is get on top.
Yes, sir.
Be smarter in the guard, dude.
Yes, sir.
You're fooling around a little too much.
Okay.
Just bore it down a little bit.
Okay.
Got it?
Yes, sir.
But these takedowns are too easy, man. You can have your way in round 2 and 3.
Okay.
Be smart.
Keep hunting. Keep hunting. Low and
Let's get it done.
Carlos. Let's go. Take over right here. He's breaking.
He's breaking.
Carlos.
I think that round was ours. We had all the submissions.
UFC 232, Jones versus Gustafsson 2 is brought to you by Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. Round 2 forthcoming. Carlos Condit and Michael Chiesa.
All right, gentlemen, round 2.
23 submission wins between them.
I'd love to go on Carlos Condit's corner and say, Michael Chiesa is not breaking. Keep your head sharp, Condit. He's in this fight.
Yeah, I didn't see him breaking.
Not at all.
I saw some awesome grappling exchanges.
Definitely.
Look at Chiesa moving forward, though. Excellent punches by Chiesa.
The kicks are going to be an issue if Condit can throw them. But he's not getting the opportunity because Chiesa's just on him in the grappling.
Yeah, and Chiesa's so odd with his, look at that, man. But the way he grabs a hold of you like an octopus.
Well, the other thing is Condit's corner was saying to punt, and I'm guessing that means that teep kick up the middle to keep space. However, that's a perfect segue for a takedown, and that's what happened there.
Chiesa's going to lock up a Kimura here, folks. This is not good. This is not good. This is very bad.
That's in. That's it. Oh,
this
man,
is very,
that could be
very
bad on the shoulder.
Well, he doesn't have it anymore.
There's a tap. Michael Chiesa submits.
I hope his shoulder's
Carlos
okay.
Condit.
That looks bad.
Oh, man.
That's bad.
Yeah, he's hurting.
He tore something in there.
He's hurting. It looked like he was doing it with one arm. Am I correct?
He was. He twisted it out and then used his weight against him, so he trapped the arm by pushing down into the arm the way he did.
And he trapped it at the very end. He submitted him with one arm. Let's take a look at that again. That was really interesting. You could tell right away when he locked it up, he was fresh. It's the beginning of the round, and it was strong. It was very tight.
He's strong.
He's very, very strong. When he pulled it behind his back like that, it looked nasty.
This fight replay brought to you by Nemiroff, bold character since 1872.
So there was the front kick. There's the clinch. Gets him down easily to the ground. Now, look at this. When he ties up this Kimura and he spins it around behind his back, man, this is nasty right here. This is tremendous pressure on the shoulder. But look, he extends it behind him and uses his left lat to push down and put all that pressure on the shoulder.
Yeah, see how he holds the hip? He's pushing the hip back so he can't correct himself with his hip position.
That is nasty.
It's smart. That's sharp stuff by Chiesa.
So a great start to the welterweight tenure for Michael Chiesa. The official decision brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Get unlimited high-speed data all month long on the same network as T-Mobile. Here now, the veteran voice of the Octagon, Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mike Beltran has called a stop to this contest at 56 seconds of round number 2. Declaring the winner by submission due to a Kimura, Michael Maverick Chiesa. Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mike Beltran has called a stop to this contest at 56 seconds of round number 2. Declaring the winner by submission due to a Kimura, Michael Maverick Chiesa.
I'm here with the winner, Michael Chiesa. First of all, congratulations. How the hell did you ever make 155 pounds?
You know, I was asking myself the same thing when I was going through this whole fight week. This is my division, and I just showed I am a top 15 fighter. Bar none, hands down, doesn't matter what division I'm in, I'm one of the best in the world.
Well, you clearly showed today that you belong at 170 pounds. You looked huge, and you really physically manhandled him on the ground. Were you surprised at that?
I know Carlos is tough as heck, but I know I was holding myself back all these years that I cut to 55. I know how strong I am. I know what I do in the gym. It was just time I started executing here in the Octagon.
Well, let's take a look at the finish, because this was a very unusual submission. You locked up a Kimura, but then you finished it one-armed. Yeah. Have you done that before?
I do that a lot in the gym. I'm a very strong competitor, Joe. I just haven't shown it with this weight cut. It's really been holding me back. I found my groove. Me and Rick Little, 11 years, we've been training together. We've been doing great. We're finally showing what we're capable of. And Newborn Jiu-Jitsu back home, James Weed, thank you for the help this camp.
I think you clearly showed that this is the right weight class for you. Congratulations on a huge victory, and I look forward to seeing more success in the welterweight division.
Hey, thank you, Joe. Neil Magny, I'll see you soon. It's you and me next.
Michael Chiesa, ladies and gentlemen.
Michael Maverick Chiesa with the biggest win of his UFC career here tonight. these stats brought to you by Poker Stars, the undisputed champion of online poker. Knock your opponents out to take home millions of prizes every day on Poker Stars. Not much in terms of the striking, but Chiesa was able to take Carlos Condit down on 4 of his 5 attempts, 3+ minutes of top position time, and the fight-ending Kimura there in round 2 for the newly minted welterweight contender, Michael Chiesa. Well, a lot of these famous people like to live in Los Angeles and California. How about the UFC Hall of Famer Chuck Liddell? Actor Dolph Lundgren in the building as well. Oh, and that's not all. The soldier of God, Yoel Romero, the #1 ranked middleweight contender in the building here tonight. And then mixed martial arts royalty, the UFC Hall of Famer, a country boy can survive, Matt Hughes, octagon side here tonight at the Forum. All right, coming up next, hard to believe we are here already, but it'll be the first meeting between reigning women's champions in UFC history, Chris Cyborg and Amanda Nunes. What's coming up? Brought to you by EA Sports UFC 3. Get 2 games for the price of 1 with the EA Sports UFC 3 Fight Night Champion Bundle, available for $24 exclusively on Xbox One for a limited time. Well, January 19th, we will be in Brooklyn, New York, as one of the top pound-for-pound fighters in the world, TJ Dillashaw, looks to join the short list of 2-division UFC champions. Henry Cejudo looking to change the course of sports history.
Good left hand by Cejudo. Oh! Olympic champion, now UFC champion. Now give me the best at 135 pounds.
2-time UFC bantamweight champion. Dillashaw has done it again! And you might be looking at the greatest 135-pound fighter of all time.
Cejudo, I think I walk right through you. If you want to fight me, I'm coming for you.
The UFC flyweight title will be on the line.
Champion versus champion, the super fight.
He knows who the best champ is. He knows who's #1. And I'm going to prove that I'm the best pound-for-pound fighter in the world. I have the strength, I have the wrestling, I have the power to knock him out.
He's there! Henry Cejudo! I'm coming for you. I'm getting that belt. I'm here to knock you out.
A fight for the ages.
2 fantastic champions.
It's do or die.
Henry Cejudo versus TJ Dillashaw, Greg Hardy, Alan Crowder. I mean, Gregor Gillespie, Yancy Medeiros. That fight right there is Yancy Medeiros, and his stand-up has been incredible. Gregor Gillespie has been smashing people with the wrestling. Paige Van Zandt comes back versus Rachel Ostovich, and Glover Teixeira versus Ion Cutelaba. I mean, the biggest fight on this card would obviously, in my opinion, have to be that 125-pound matchup at the top. Henry Cejudo, the gold medalist, versus TJ Dillashaw, someone I'm familiar with. The striker, fully with kicks, punches, takedowns, everything, and the Olympic champion Henry Cejudo. Let's see how this creates differences at 125.
Yeah, this is a fantastic matchup, and TJ Dillashaw is apparently making 125 pounds easily. I think that this is one of the very best matchups we've ever seen in the flyweight division. Because TJ can make this weight class, we get to see his footwork, his striking, the movement, all that combined with the world-class wrestling that Henry Cejudo brings to the table, and his improved striking, plus him coming off of that rich victory over DJ. He's going to be so pumped up and have so much momentum behind him. I can't wait for that fight.
So January 19th, that main card you just saw will be on ESPN+. The prelims will be on ESPN TV. Here is that lineup. A lot of big names, of course. At bantamweight, John Lineker against Corey Sandhagen. Jojo Calderwood welcoming the highly touted Ariane Lipski to the UFC. And the featured prelim, Donald Cowboy Cerrone and Alexander Hernandez. Tonight's Crowd Shots brought to you by Poker Stars, the undisputed champion of online poker. Knock your opponents out to take home millions of prizes every day on Poker Stars.
And a taste of gold.
These women's pound-for-pound rankings brought to you by EA Sports UFC 3. Get 2 games for the price of 1 with the EA Sports UFC 3 Fight Night Champion Bundle, available for $24 exclusively on Xbox One for a limited time. It is champion versus champion in a true super fight tonight. Featherweight authority Chris Cyborg putting her title on the line against bantamweight champion Amanda Nunes in this historic all-Brazilian showdown.
Chris Cyborg is in a very difficult position as the UFC's featherweight champion. It's incredibly difficult to find challenges for her. And every single woman that has stepped into that octagon with her has gotten their brains beat in. And she's absolutely the most feared woman in the history of the sport.
Oh, super front knees now.
That's it. Oh.
And I think when you be face to face and they start touching her, she's gonna feel the difference. I don't think she never fight somebody like me.
If there's one woman that stands out as a threat, it is UFC bantamweight champion Amanda Nunes. Amanda Nunes has vicious knockout power, and she is a true champion. Boom!
This is definitely the most female super fight. You know, the two champions, and it's gonna be awesome.
That's it! That's it!
I text Dan White like, I wanted this fight because I don't have nobody in my division. Dan White giving me this opportunity, and he know I'll be able to do this, and I will prove it.
Let's see that.
When I connect, I will be able to knock her out, and if I take her down, I will submit her.
She's got the choke! She's got the choke! Hit it! It's all over!
After I beat her, nobody gonna see her as the champion 135. Everybody gonna remember how I beat her. She's asking 9 months for training for this fight. And I say, what? If somebody go to your house now, lock the door, say, man, I want to kick your ass. You're gonna say, okay, wait. I have to do 100 push-ups. I have to do bag work. I need to start running. No, you have to be ready for goodness.
I want to challenge you. All the girls don't do that because they might be scared of Cyborg. I'm not.
Here she is, the undisputed UFC Women's Bantamweight Champion, Amanda the Lioness Nunes. She has been in a lot of big spots before against the likes of Ronda Rousey and Miesha Tate. None bigger than the spot she is in tonight as Nunes faces Chris Cyborg Joe and attempts to become just the third simultaneous two-division UFC champion.
I think the key to victory for her is going to be, first of all, getting Chris Cyborg's respect. She's got to connect, and she's got to hurt him. 2, I think she's got to extend this fight into the 3rd, 4th, and 5th round. And I think she's got to fight it at a very fast pace. If you look at what she did with Raquel Pennington, there was a lot of movement, a lot of in and out, constant attacking, stinging her when she can, and then backing out of any counter strikes. She needs to do that plus. She needs to be perfect. She needs to be at her very best, because she's dealing with a woman who's got real freakish proportions. I mean, she's an enormous woman. For 145 pounds, she's cutting down from north of 180 pounds. She's a powerhouse. She's got incredible amount of experience as a striker, and she's terrifying.
Tonight's Prep Point is brought to you by Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit.
Now, for Nunes, she has to be very mobile, like you were saying, Joe, but that's not really part of her arsenal. So that means that she's got to be quick and technical with her striking. Like you said, she needs to be able to earn the respect of Cyborg. She has to. She has to meet her in the middle and hit her with some power shots. Because if she can do that, that gives her the shot to be able to get a takedown, which is another thing I think she's going to need, at least a takedown around to be able to offset Cyborg's striking and make her think about something besides, I'm going to run through you, Nunes has to mix in the takedowns, mix in the movement, be quicker, be more technical. Otherwise, it's going to be a tough fight because Cyborg has a huge size advantage.
So after 3 successful title defenses down at 135 pounds, Amanda Nunes is moving up and trying to carve out a piece of UFC history here tonight against Cyborg. Wildly popular here in California and beyond. Here is Chris Cyborg, former Invicta FC champion, former Strikeforce champion, now the undisputed UFC Women's Featherweight champion. Dom, she is unbeaten since her pro debut in 2005. And prevailing wisdom is, despite all that Nunes has accomplished, it is going to take a Herculean effort here tonight for her to beat this woman, Chris Cyborg.
Well, that's right, John. I mean, Cyborg has been unbeaten for a long time, and it's not by accident. It's not just her skill set, it's her mentality, the people she trains with, and the level of intensity and focus that she has in her training at all times. She never deviates. She's a true professional. She always keeps her weight on. She always makes weight, even though she's enormous for the weight class. She shows up in shape every time, and she never deviates. She's consistently on, and that is something that you don't see in a lot of champions, a lot of fighters in general. But in this division, she has become women's mixed martial arts because of these habits, these professional habits she has. And then on top of that, she has the mentality to go in and just run through everybody, believes that she's basically a bulldozer in every division of women. And that's basically how she's shown up. Can Amanda Nunes break that bulldozer is the question, or dismantle it?
She really is the most feared woman in the history of the sport, without any question. I mean, there's some excellent video of her boxing with Clarissa Shields, who's a world champion and a phenomenal boxer. And even though she's not getting the better of the exchanges, there's no other women that can hang with that woman like that. Chris Cyborg is a terrifying force in women's MMA. She's a destroyer. You look at how she fought Holly Holm, ate Holly's best shots and just walked right through her. The question is, can she eat the shots of Amanda Nunes like that? Right. Can she press forward the same way with Amanda? Because when you look at her now, as she's regained all of her weight, as she enters into the octagon after the weight cut, she looks huge. She looks 10, 15 pounds bigger than Amanda easily.
At least. And you saw her good friend Halle Berry, the A-lister, taking in the action here tonight. The women's super fight is upon us. This Tale of the Tape is brought to you by Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. Chris Cyborg, 33. Amanda Nunes is 30 years of age. Both women 5'8" tall. Both women successfully made weight. 1-inch reach advantage with the Lioness, the challenger, Amanda Nunes. Now for the introductions, here's Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this championship bout is presented by Motel 6. When you're ready to tap out, book online at motel6.com. We'll leave the light on for you. And Litecoin, the official cryptocurrency of UFC 232. Take control of your money and pay with Litecoin. PokerStars, the undisputed champion of online poker, knock your opponents out to take home millions of prizes every day on PokerStars. Our 3 judges scoring this contest are Derek Cleary, Dave Hagan, and Michael Bell. And when the action begins, our referee in charge of the Octagon, Mark Goddard. And now, this fight is 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC Featherweight Championship of the World. Introducing first, Fighting out of the blue corner, a striker holding a professional record, 16 wins, 4 losses. She stands 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing in at 145 pounds. Fighting out of Miami, Florida, by way of Bahia, Brazil, presenting the undisputed UFC bantamweight champion of the world, the challenger, Amanda, the Lioness Nunes. And now introducing the champion, fighting out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 20 wins, 1 loss, 1 no contest. She stands 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing in at 144 pounds. Fighting out of Huntington Beach, California, by way of Curitiba, Brazil, presenting the former Strikeforce World Champion and the reigning, defending, undisputed UFC featherweight champion of the world, Chris Cyborg.
Okay, ladies, you understand the rules you fight under. You listen to me at all times. You keep yourself protected. When I say stop, you stop. If you want to touch gloves, do it now. Let's do it.
The intensity in this arena is palpable. These soon-to-be closing odds brought to you by Poker Stars, the undisputed champion of online poker. Knock your opponents out to take home millions of prizes every day on Poker Stars. Chris Cyborg for her last fight, minus 1,600. She is minus 240 tonight. Amanda Nunes comes back at plus 220. Here we go, folks. The fight clock brought to you by Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. Amanda Nunes is in the white with gold trim. Chris Cyborg is in the black with gold.
Amanda Nunes has deceptively long punches. She catches you at the very end of them, and she's got serious power. Whoa! They're getting after it.
I like to see Nunes go straight with the jab and be strategic. Nice.
Oh!
Oh, Nunes!
Oh!
She hit Cyborg!
She hurt her!
Oh! Cyborg's hurt!
She's hurt bad!
Nunes said she could knock her out. We're seeing that now it's real.
Oh!
She's hurt her
Amanda
three.
Nunes!
She's still got her down.
Cyborg
too.
nearly out on her feet! Oh! Amanda
She did it!
Nunes!
She did
Chris
it!
Cyborg out cold! No!
She did it!
Amanda Nunes has turned the mixed martial arts world on
And
its
she was
axis
too
tonight!
fast. It was too fast. She was too fast for her. She was too fast for Cyborg. That was the difference. Cyborg was throwing with reckless abandonment. And Nunes was able to strike right down the middle and connect over and over.
That was insane.
Amanda Nunes.
Out of all the potential outcomes, first round KO by Amanda Nunes like that, all the things that we've said in the past, that Nunes has ridiculous knockout power, man, did you see it tonight? Wow.
She essentially ended the careers of Miesha Tate and Ronda Rousey, and tonight she stops the Cyborg train in its tracks. And very well right now as we sit here December 29th, 2018, can lay claim to being the greatest women's mixed martial artist of all time. What a result, Joe
100%.
Rogan.
She's the best ever. The fact that she just knocked out Cyborg, she's number 1. I mean, that is just amazing. To have knocked out Ronda Rousey in the first round and Chris Cyborg in the first round, 2 of the biggest names in the history of the sport. She's incredible.
Cyborg came in too heavy, too strong.
This fight replay is brought to you by Nemiroff, bold characters since 1872.
As Cyborg went, she just threw with reckless abandonment. We saw Nunes with no fear trade with her and just able to connect sharper and just as strong. Overhand, left hook, overhand, left hook. Cyborg falls to the knees and she continues to punch her as she falls to the knees over and over in this last one. Bam, straight on the temple, finally finishes Cyborg and she's out. And that is what happens when you don't respect the power of everybody with 4-ounce gloves. Cyborg thought she could walk right through and brawl, and she paid. Nunes landing the bigger, sharper punches earlier in the match.
Amanda Nunes sends Chris Cyborg face first to the canvas. She becomes the third simultaneous two-division UFC champion and the first woman to simultaneously hold 2 UFC championships. And what an embrace from the 2 Brazilians. There was no bad blood. Obviously, this rivalry had some intensity, Dominic, but what an emotional moment there. Chris Cyborg, all class in defeat. The same can be said of Amanda Nunes in victory.
I mean, this is huge, and the way Cyborg's handling, I mean, how long has it been since Cyborg's lost? And for her to be up here hugging that person, that's the difference. That's the first, that's a huge deal. First ever super fight. This is monumental for women's division. This shows what women can really do.
Well, if any fighter has earned an immediate rematch, perhaps it is Chris Cyborg, but tonight belongs to Amanda Nunes. The official decision brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Get unlimited high data all month long on the same network as T-Mobile. To make this one official, Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Goddard has called a stop to this contest at 51 seconds of the very first round, declaring the winner by knockout and new undisputed UFC featherweight champion of the world, Amanda the Lioness Nunes.
I am with the winner, and not just new champ, possibly the greatest female mixed martial arts fighter ever. The first ever two-division champion, and the first person to ever knock out Chris Cyborg. How does this feel?
Incredible! Oh my God! I can handle this, guys. Helping me! Helping me! Come on, let's go!
Amanda Nunes, you just shocked the world. Did you expect this fight to go down this way?
Yeah, for sure. When I signed on that contract, I say like, this is going down. I'm gonna be the first female two champ inside of the UFC. Guys, happen! I am! I told you! I told you! I am! I'm the great. Then now I have to be in the Hall of Fame.
I think you're gonna be in no matter what. Don't worry about that. Let's take a look at this victory because this was absolutely incredible. I mean, you're fighting the most feared woman in the history of the sport. You connect with this left hand and this right hand behind it. You saw her get rocked and you moved in for the kill.
Yeah, you know, I'm a lioness. Lioness do this. See the blood, go for. I'm the lioness. Also, I want to thank you, my coach, my strike coach, Anderson França. He told me that when she get desperate, put it the overhead dash, you're gonna knock her out. And my girlfriend, Nina, always there for me. You guys know that I love this girl so much. My friend, Kaylini, always with me. We're gonna have to have space to put another tattoo now. And Papa, this is not only my coach, I have him as a father. Thank you very much for everything. My head coach, Connor. Dan Lambert, where are you?
Where's Dan Lambert? Dan Lambert, the owner and founder of American Top Team. Now, Amanda, what was the strategy coming in here? How did you think the fight was gonna play out?
Like I say, my coach always tell me, like, keep calm, you know? You're gonna see everything. You have everything on you. And you have to be calm. And when you land this hand, she's gonna going down. Was exactly what happened. And the kick as well. She's very heavy in the front kick. And I know when I landed that kick, everything is gonna be open for me. Was exactly what happened.
What you've done tonight is nothing short of incredible. Congratulations. It was an honor to call your fight. Thank you very much. Amanda Nunes, ladies and gentlemen.
What an incredible performance from Amanda Nunes. Took her 48 seconds to dust Ronda Rousey. 51 seconds in, she knocks Chris Cyborg out cold.
I think the story really is people underestimate Nunes, and you can't do that. I don't think she'll ever be underestimated again. That was incredible, monumental, and I'm glad I could be part of it. What an awesome performance by Nunes.
Amanda Nunes now owns 2 UFC divisions. I think we're all still digesting that result
Can we
tonight.
watch
But
that
up next,
again?
well, we got to get to this. Our main event, these Locker Room Shots, brought to you by P3, the official protein snack of UFC. Jon Jones is the most accomplished light heavyweight of all time. He has left a slew of former champions and future Hall of Famers in his wake. Tonight, he would like to dominate Alexander Gustafsson, which candidly, he was not able to do in the first meeting. Conversely, on the other side, the Mauler believes he is now a much better fighter than he was 5 years ago, and one who is ready to assume the throne and deliver to Sweden its first undisputed UFC champion. You know what, Joe Rogan? We're going to show this to you once again.
I need to see it. I need to see it. It's one of those things where after it happened, you know it happened, but you're like, did I just see that?
Well, we're going to have a rematch, so we'll see it again.
Do you think there's going to be a rematch?
I think there has to be a rematch.
Wow. Wow. Let's look at it again. Cyborg's moving him for the kill. Boom! She gets clipped. Nunes, boom! Clips him with that right hand. And what Nunes was saying to me, that she was seeing everything. That her coach told her, you're going to be calm in there and you're going to see everything. And that's exactly what happened. Look at that hammer. Just haymakers. Boom! She pushes her off. Boom! And that right hand did it all. Face plant. New featherweight champion. And the first ever female champ. I mean, that is crazy to watch, folks. That woman hits hard.
I'm telling you, amazing to think she has 4 mixed martial arts losses, but since moving to the U.S., aligning with American top team, Amanda Nunes has been the class of women's mixed martial arts. She conquers the Cyborg puzzle tonight. All right, before watching the rematch between rivals Jones and Gustafsson, check out this clip from Happy Death Day to You, where Tree rematches with her babyface masked killer in theaters Valentine's Day.
In the UFC, rematches give fighters the chance to settle a score.
Touch gloves and let's do it.
And silence the doubters.
Oh, he got rocked! Step back. Good luck to both of you.
Here we go!
Oh! Jon Jones.
In my upcoming movie, Happy Death Day to You.
Okay, you're up.
My character Tree has to rematch her murderer over and over again to break free from a time loop. All right, let's see what you got.
Well, Amanda Nunes, a tough act to follow, but we have still got the most salient of our business to attend to here tonight in Los Angeles, California. Doing a great job, by the way, a short notice host city for UFC 232 this week. And now live from the Forum in Inglewood, California, it is time for the main event for UFC 232, Jones versus Gustafsson 2. Brought to you by Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. All right, let's pull up the light heavyweight rankings, brought to you by EA Sports UFC 3. Get 2 games for the price of 1 with the EA Sports UFC 3 Fight Night Champion Bundle. Available for $24 exclusively on Xbox One for a limited time. So Daniel Cormier defended the belt in this division earlier this year. He went on to become the heavyweight champion, defended that title, vacated this belt yesterday. Here and now, Joe Rogan, it'll be number 1 versus number 2 for the undisputed title.
Well, the reality is, as much as we love Daniel Cormier, Jon Jones never lost. The only time he's ever lost inside the octagon was a disqualification of the fight that he was absolutely dominant in. This is the matchup. This is the matchup. Other than DC, it's the only fight for Jon Jones right now. Alexander Gustafsson has incredible physical skills. He's long and tall like Jon. The first fight was a 5-round war that really could have gone either way. This is an amazing fight, and I cannot wait to see this, especially after what we just saw.
I'm telling you, the wait is over. Of course, as Joe referenced back in 2013, Jones and Gustafsson engaged in one of the greatest singular fights in UFC history tonight. They run it back, and the winner exits Inglewood as the undisputed light heavyweight king.
I was extremely arrogant when I fought Alexander Gustafsson the first time. I didn't think that I could possibly lose. I was beating all the legends of our sport.
And it is all over! Jon Jones remains light heavyweight champion!
I felt like God had blessed me to be a fighter, and I felt like God didn't want me to lose.
Oh! Big right hand! Look at the cut over the eye of Jon Jones.
I was right in the heyday of just being a complete party animal.
Jon Jones, youngest champion.
He's involved in all sorts of drama and trouble in his personal life.
Missing practices, being at practice hungover.
Unfortunately, we're seeing this kind of pattern of self-sabotage.
And now I know that, God can definitely bless you with talents, but if you don't meet them halfway, then it's what's worth.
Oh, big combination by Gustafsson, teeing off.
I hit him with shots that I haven't seen him get hit before.
Nice uppercuts. Oh! This has been the most he's ever been hit inside the octagon.
I was amazed that it wasn't that hard, actually.
Gustafsson with the takedown. Incredible. Jon Jones gets taken down for the first time in his career.
I honestly believe that I beat him.
Who's the champion?
He fought a diluted version of myself the first time. At his absolute best, and he still came up short.
Oh! Gustafsson's busted up now.
It showed me that even when my body's not physically prepared, that my heart's always in the right place. No way in hell I'm gonna lay down and let a grown man whoop my. A lot of people believe we lost the first fight, so we just want to cancel all doubt in the minds of the people, and that's what we're gonna do.
I just want to beat Jon, nothing else. Beating Jon is bigger than taking the light heavyweight belt. I see myself much better today. I see myself much more mature. I'm going to be faster than ever. I'm going to move more than ever. And I'm going to push the pace more than ever.
Alexander Gustafsson is just another piece in this puzzle of dominance. He knows he's nothing special. I'm going to dominate Alexander Gustafsson, give you guys this fight you should have saw the first time.
This is a truly special striker. The number 2 ranked light heavyweight contender, Alexander Gustafsson, trying to become the first Swede to break through and win a UFC title. He has had a 580-day layoff, the longest of his pro career. Says he's had a lot of time to heal and slow things down, and he believes he is a far better version than the one Jon Jones saw back in 2013.
He has had a long time outside of competition, but not a long time outside of training. And he has known that this is most likely his next bout for a long time. He's been preparing for this, both mentally and physically. He has formalized a strategy that he believes is going to be effective in beating Jon Jones. And we are about to see if he's going to pull it off.
Tonight's Prep Point is brought to you by Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. Dom, this is your former teammate, a man you know quite well.
Yeah, Alex said to me that last time he lost his fight in round 4 and 5, he can't let those rounds slip away. But first of all, he said the first time I fought him, I had never gone 5 rounds other than that fight. That was the first time, so that's why I lost those rounds. I've had 2 fights where I've gone the distance now, and I'm very confident in my cardio, and that I can push Jon to the edge this time. Where I lost in the 5th, I won't lose this time, and if I don't knock him out earlier, I'd be shocked.
15th UFC appearance for Alexander Gustafsson, 3-3 in main events. 2 of those, his title fights against Daniel Cormier, split decision setback, and of course the aforementioned fight with Jon Jones. Alexander Gustafsson, 25 minutes or fewer away from completing his ultimate mission. Well, there may be fighters who enjoy fighting as much as Jon Jones, but nobody enjoys it more. Joe Rogan, this man is ubiquitously regarded as the greatest mixed martial arts athlete to step foot inside that octagon. And tonight, he looks to regain his status as the undisputed UFC light heavyweight champion.
He's certainly one of the greats. In my mind, it's between him and Mighty Mouse, and he's faced better competition. What you see with Jon is unprecedented talent. We saw that from the moment he first stepped into the octagon. He's an outstanding wrestler. He's a creative striker. And he's a champion. He's a man who figures out a way to win. And he has done that over and over and over again against the best light heavyweights on the planet Earth.
I love watching Jon because he's got different tools that he uses than everybody. He keeps range with his kicks and his long stature. He also throws those teep kicks to the knees. He uses elbows and knees when you get past his long limbs and you get into the pocket, different than anybody in the world. He can elbow you from the outside by parrying your punches and coming over the top. He throws spin elbows to counter jabs, and he throws every kick you could think of from the outside to walk you into his power. He's very systematic, and he never throws anything without first setting it up. This man is one of the best ever, and I'm excited to be here to watch him fight against Alexander Gustafsson because he's got the opposite tools: boxing, footwork, wrestling, and hand speed. And these two perfectly mold to the perfect match for one of the greatest fights of all time.
He really nailed a lot of things during this 12-week preparation. The first 4 weeks spent sort of getting his baseline, getting the cardio up, mastered the weight cut, which candidly wasn't always the case. He isn't disciplined in certain aspects of his life, but in terms of getting ready for this fight, his coaches tell me he was so disciplined that at times he was able to ingest a lot more food. First fighter to weigh in 204 pounds. Johnny Bones is ready to go, and perhaps he'll present the best version of himself here tonight.
Well, what he is under now is unprecedented pressure. And he is the type of guy that rises to the occasion. And what we're going to get a chance to see tonight is how he responds, not just to pressure, but to the most disciplined camp he's ever had with the highest stakes ever. This is all or nothing for Jon Jones. This is everything.
His 25th professional fight for Johnny Bones. Only 7 have gone the distance. He has a new boxing coach, Aaron Soriano. Jon Jones is back for the first time in 16 months tonight. This Tale the Tape for our main event is brought to you by Modelo Brewed for those with a fighting spirit. Jon Jones and Alexander Gustafsson, both 31 years of age. Gustafsson, the taller man by 1 inch, but Jon Jones will have the 5.5-inch reach advantage. All right, now to get you the introductions for our headliner, we turn it over to Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening, presented by Modelo, sanctioned by the California State Athletic Commission. Commissioners John Carvelli, Executive Officer Andy Foster. Our 3 judges scoring this contest at Octagon side are Sally Amato, Christopher Lee, and Junichiro Kamijo. And when the action begins, our referee in charge of the Octagon, Mike Beltran. This championship bout is sponsored by Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. P3, the official protein snack of the UFC. And Metro by T-Mobile. Get unlimited high-speed data all month long on the same network as T-Mobile. And now, for those in attendance and UFC fans watching around the world, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. Live from the sold-out Forum in Los Angeles, California. It's time! 5 rounds for the vacant UFC Light Heavyweight Championship of the World. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 18 wins, 4 losses. He stands 6 feet 5 inches tall, weighing in at 204 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Stockholm, Sweden, presenting the #2 light heavyweight contender in the world, Alexander the Mauler Gustafsson. Gustafsson. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a look-see-do fighting style fighter, holding a professional record, 22 wins, 1 loss, 1 no contest. He stands 6 feet 4 inches tall, weighing in at 204 pounds, fighting out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, by way of Endicott, New York, presenting the former UFC light heavyweight champion and the #1 light heavyweight ranked contender in the world, Jon Jones!
All right, Joe, we've been over the rules already. Protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times. Just goes now if you want. Come on out and handle your business. Let's go.
The rematch is upon us. Jon Jones, Alexander Gustafsson. One man will soon be the undisputed UFC light heavyweight champion. This is a belt that Jon Jones defended a record 8 times.
All right, gentlemen, first round. You ready to fight? You ready to fight? Handle, let's go.
And Alexander Gustafsson looking to become a first-time UFC champion. The Fight Clock brought to you by Modelo Brew for those with a fighting spirit. Gustafsson is in black, Jon Jones is in white.
Watch the teep kick to the knees. That's what Jones would use in the past in order to keep the distance where he wanted it.
Jon immediately used that wrenching motion on the elbow of Gustafsson that he used on Glover Teixeira to wreck his shoulder.
Alex said that he's got to feint more in order to take away those knees, those teep to the knees that Jones throws on everybody. He's got to fake more and be in and out with jabs. See if he can use that.
Stop, turn! Turn! John, get on that side of the leg. Get on that side! You good? Hey, pick it up, all right? Keep it clean. Let's go!
Strong warning there from Mike Beltran for the low strike.
Yeah, we're going to get a chance to see it. It looked very low. Jon was saying it was the inside of the thigh, but we'll take a look at it in between rounds if it's an issue.
Gustafsson has stopped a couple takedown attempts early, came in with a takedown defense north of 85%.
Alex said, last time I fought him, I only threw 1-2s. I didn't throw enough combinations. I need more long-ended combinations. See if he can make that happen in this matchup.
Good knee to the body there by Gustafsson.
Gustafsson appeared to land. Jones counters. 2 minutes gone by here in round 1. Jones sticks to the body there.
As the fight moves on, Alex sometimes ducks when you grab his head. He ducks down into the knees, and I think Jones is reaching for his head, trying to get Alex to duck down into that knee. We've seen it twice now. It's an old habit if you watch Alex on film. If you grab his head, he ducks right down into it.
Jones got a lot of different looks in training, different sparring partners. Chief among them, Leonid Grachev, #3 ranked super heavyweight boxer in the U.S. Oh, lead elbow from Jones lands.
And a nice front kick to the body as well.
And that's what he does better than almost anybody, is he can elbow you from the outside like he's throwing a punch. He gets you to think that you're going to parry his right or his left hand, and then he comes over the top of your parry with an elbow. Very slick, Jones. Another thing that he's doing is you're seeing him grab Alex immediately with underhooks so that he can't throw his boxing combinations. Those are the little adjustments right now we're seeing from Jones so far.
As usual, Gustafsson continuing to switch up the footwork, moves as well as any light heavyweight.
He's faking. I'd like to see Alex go to the body more and then work up top from there.
Jones in on a single.
Needs a whizzer. Alex needs a whizzer. Nice. He threatened the guillotine. Good work on there. Watch on the break. Jon likes to elbow on the break. Good defense from both gentlemen there.
Superman punch attempt by Alex.
Gustafsson lands there to the body. 1 minute now to go, round one.
Gustafsson looking for the trip there.
Jones continuing to circle towards Gustafsson's right.
A lot of reading of range and timing going on right now. There's been a lot of weird tricks these guys have been throwing already. Keep things offset, guessing.
Good kick to the body by Jones.
And that's right when Alex switches. That shuts off the switch of Alex, so he doesn't want to switch stance. You tack him.
Jones, the more efficient striker in round one.
Now here's the low blow. Let's take a look at it real quick. Yeah, right in there. It was on the inside of the thigh, but definitely made contact with the cup. And here's that elbow from the outside by Jon Jones.
Feel that waterfall. Feel that water starting on your head, going all the way down your body. Calming you down. Calming you down. Listen, you gotta keep the pressure on him just like you're doing. Even when he denies the takedown, you're still winning. Understand me? But don't force the takedown. You're trying to force it. I gotta get him down. Just relax a little bit. Flow, pop, pop. It'll be there if you just relax and flow.
Southpaw knives all day long, Jon Jones. I want that body. Hit that body stuff, all right?
The unauthorized reproduction or distribution of this copyright work is illegal and punishable under law. Dom, your thoughts on the message there from Greg Jackson and Mike Winklejohn to their pupil, Jon Jones?
Well, to me, they trust his natural abilities. They trust his instincts, so they're just keeping him calm, keeping his heart rate low, making sure that he stays calm. And as you saw in that first round, Jon Jones never, ever looked panicked, never, ever looked like he was exploding. He was just nice and easy, and that's what they're trying to do here for 5 rounds. Smart.
Gustafsson takes the center of the octagon here for round 2. Jones with an early attack to the midsection of Gus.
Gus needs to let his hands go. He needs to start throwing more combinations to the body and then finish up top.
Nice body kick and then an inside leg kick by Jones. And I agree with you, Gustafsson's got to open up with his hands. He's got excellent boxing. We really saw that in the Glover Teixeira fight.
Well, that's what Jon does so well, is he makes your hands non-existent by attacking your legs so you can't move forward into the hands range. Right there, he throws those kicks, he throws the teep kicks to the body, he throws elbows, and it keeps you from being able to use your boxing. Because the kick range, he keeps you at kick range.
Jones outlanding Gus by a 2-1 margin thus far.
Alex just got to get in that boxing range. And he can't get there. So that's been the issue so far.
And there's a knee on the break by Jon. Jon's taking advantage of these opportunities where Alex isn't. Alex has got to get his head into this. It seems to me that he's waiting on Jon a bit.
But he can't get the rhythm because he can't get in reach to use his hands. Jon's doing a good job keeping him at kick range, so Alex is a boxer. He needs to be in boxing range.
There was a right hand by Alex that got through.
Now Gus starting to open up a little bit.
There it is. And we're seeing less teep kicks from Jones this round, so it's allowing him to get his feet underneath him a little better.
Oh, beautifully placed.
Yeah, nasty kick to the body. He's having a lot of success with that left kick to the body from that southpaw stance.
Stop, turn! Good. Stay over here. Get on that side. Alex, get on that side over there. Hey, over there. Right there.
Oof.
Yeah, it's nasty.
Hey, stand over here. You got time. Work it out, okay, Johnny? You good? just gonna have to talk to check it out real quick, okay? Stay right there.
Alex also looks very calm though, and it's
You're good to go, right?
they're both very well matched.
He's good. He's good to go. Okay, let's go. Hey, watch your fingers. All right, I'm not gonna have that tonight. You understand? Watch your fingers. Johnny, watch your fingers as well. All right? You good? You good? Both of you, watch your fingers. Ready? Fight! Let's go.
Mike Beltran Furman warning Alexander Gustafsson just over 3 minutes here in round 2 of a possible 5.
There he goes. Now Gustafsson's opening up, and Jon Jones with a kick to the body. But that's what we want to see from Gustafsson. There it is. There's a nice left hand.
He's starting to get his rhythm. You see Alex, he starts hopping on his feet more. He starts piecing combinations together. He's in and out more. That's when he's getting on rhythm.
Jones working on that lead leg of Gustafsson, who misses with an elbow counter.
A lot of pressure by Gustafsson, but he's having a hard time reaching Jon here.
It's at kick range.
A lot of feints, a lot of head movement from Alexander.
Jon's showing good footwork too here. Moving well, side to side, switching stance. Alex is on him right now, keeping the pace the way he needs to, keeping the pressure. That's what he needs to do the fight right here the entire time.
Yeah, and Jon is not enjoying going backwards constantly like this. This will, oh, nice leg kick. Strong kick by Jon.
And you see anytime Alex switches to southpaw, he gets caught. That's what Alex does. He attacks the second Alex switches stance so that he can't switch on him.
Looked like Jon partially caught Gustafsson on the way in. 90 seconds to go in the round. Not surprisingly, big discrepancy in terms of the time spent advancing. But that does not necessarily mean you're winning.
Jon looked low and kicked high there.
Ooh.
Oh, he hurt him with that one.
Well, that's what he's doing. He's switching up the kicks. He goes low, he goes high, he goes teep kick, he goes knee, he goes elbow. Different looks always, and each strike sets up the next one. And right now we got Alex. He's got to let his hands go more.
I think Alex's left leg is hurt. He's moving kind of funny on it, and he took a hard inside leg kick.
Taking a lot to the shin as well.
Yeah.
And that right hand landed heavy for Alex. Right behind Jon's ear.
Jones working off the jab out of the orthodox stance now.
Alex does need to be careful with that leg, though. You're exactly right, Joe.
Yeah, he can only take so many shots.
Correct.
Steps in. Nice elbow on the break from Jon Jones.
Some swelling under that left eye of Alexander Gustafsson now. Trying to blink it out a bit. 10 minutes in the can. We will follow Alexander Gustafsson into the blue corner. You saw an obvious wince there.
He might have hurt him with that kick to the body. That last kick to the body, the way he's tightened up before he sat down.
Okay. Let's go.
What leg?
Okay. Okay.
He can't do anything. Listen. Run it. Don't run after him. You are missing too much because you're not moving. Moving it. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
And there we see that beautiful straight left hand by Jon. Caught him at the very end of it. Front kick to the body. And here, see a knee to the body. And a good right hand over the top by Gustafsson. And here is that spinning back kick to the body. There's the kick to the inside. And we see there's definitely a little bit of a lift to his step. Okay, they didn't have the spinning back kick, but at the end of the round, it appeared that kick to the body hurt Gustafsson.
They were icing the back of the right leg of Gustafsson, but his shin on the left side is significantly swollen from the kick you just saw. So we'll see how that affects Gustafsson's mobility here in round 3.
Yeah, there might be something going on with his right leg if they did that, because we didn't see that.
Nice stick there by Gustafsson, but he has landed just 29% of his strikes unofficially thus far.
The big difference in this fight has really been the leg kicks.
Good entry there by Jones. He gets his first
Jones
takedown.
on top. Elbows by Jones.
Now Jones got Alex in half guard. He's got that leg clamped down. He's got Alex flat on his back. Alex needs to get to his right hip and dig that left underhook up. Get that frame off of his chin. Push that by, get towards the hips.
He's also tying up that arm and forcing Gustafsson to be in that position where he could darce him.
He's too low. He's low on Alex's hips. Alex needs to bump his hips a little, pull him up top towards his head so he can get down, get that leg out of there. As long as Jon hooks that leg, he's not getting up.
Jon's reaching back, maintains that position in half guard. He stepped over, side control for Jon Jones. Sliding that arm through for the crucifix. Drops down a nasty elbow.
Now he's got a half Nelson here to keep Alex from bellying out. He wants to keep him from bellying out. Now he's gonna throw his hook in
He's
on the
gonna
left
take
side.
his back. He's gonna take Alex's back. This is a bad position for Alex. He's got to scramble out of here. Oh, big shots. Big shots by Jon Jones.
Gustafsson in a world of trouble here.
Gustafsson's in trouble. That's
Jon
it.
Jones has
That's
regained the throne.
Wow.
Jon Jones stops Alexander Gustafsson in round 3. And he is once again the undisputed UFC light heavyweight champion. Masterfully done to potentially cap his rivalry here with Alexander Gustafsson. This fight replay is brought to you by Nemiroff, bold character since 1872. A nice embrace there by the rivals, Jon Jones and Alexander Gustafsson. They went 25 hard minutes last time. Tonight, Jon Jones proving to be far too much for the number 2 ranked contender, Alexander Gustafsson.
We see here Jon times a beautiful takedown, gets it, and from there he's able to progress to half guard, start landing big elbows right away so that he can move up the body. Once he passes half guard, gets to side mount, he goes to the crucifix position, lands some huge elbows. This forces Alex to try to belly out. Jon then goes to the half Nelson, as you see here, to try to keep Alex from bellying out. Then he's able to throw that left hook in and keep Alex bellied out to where he can just start unloading big punches right there. And this is the end that you're watching right here. Just too many big punches, too much top pressure from Jones, and he gets the finish. Very nice fight from Jon Jones. Great technique. Progressionally just took every position step by step until he got the finish. Beautiful matchup. And Alexander Gustafsson had some great moments in this fight, just not quite enough.
Johnny Bones remains the standard at 205 pounds. He's a man who thrives under all sorts of different forms of pressure situations. You see the swelling on that left shin of Alexander Gustafsson, and he's certainly going to be disappointed in this effort here tonight, but clearly he ran into the better man. The official decision brought to you by Metro by T-Mobile. Get unlimited high-speed data all month long on the same network as T-Mobile. One final time tonight. Here's Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mike Beltran has called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes, 2 seconds of round number 3, declaring the winner by knockout and new undisputed UFC light heavyweight champion of the world, Jon Bones Jones.
Jon Jones, welcome back.
What's up, man? Thank you so much. How are you, Joe Rogan?
I'm good, sir. How you doing?
Oh, man, alhamdulillah. God is so good.
After all the pressure, all the chaos, everything that has happened in your life up to this moment, how good does it feel to be back, to be victorious, and to have that UFC gold around your waist right now?
Hey, you know what? Without God, I am absolutely nothing. All glory be to God. Man, with that being said, man, this is great. This is a great feeling. I want to thank my beautiful fiance, Jessie, man. She really helped me get through this one and all the fights. Just so strong. My coaching staff, Greg Jackson, Mike Winklejohn, Izzy Martinez, Roberto Alencar, my man Aaron, Brandon Gibson, Tusa, Lawrence, my swim coach, Jesse. I mean, I'm really a product of the beautiful people around me. One of my best friends, Tule, Ali G, my team. Man, I just got a great group of men around me, mighty men. I'm a product of all of them.
What did it feel like stepping into the octagon tonight? Was there any difference? What was the pressure like?
You know, the difference, Leo, my man Leo, my boxing partner. You know, man, the first time I fought Alexander, I stayed in his punching range. And the main difference was I was aware of how far away I was at all times. Alexander did some great combinations, but if you really go back and watch the fight, he landed very few punches in my face tonight. And that was just from a greater sense of understanding. I really think our team is the most dangerous team, especially when we get a rematch.
Well, let's take a look at the final finish, Jon, and enjoy your handiwork. You got him down to the ground, and then during this scramble, you wound up taking his back. Talk us through this right here.
Yeah, man, that's Gracie Baja Jiu-Jitsu and Kaido Jitsu. Just, you know, Alexander Gustafsson, he's the type of guy where if he can get up quick, he does well. If you can hold him down past 30 seconds, you're more than likely going to be keeping him down. We knew that, so the idea was to get back to wrestling, getting that right in time. And then after you get that right in time, start looking for ground and pound and submissions, and everything worked out.
Now, Jon, there's been a lot of talk about you potentially fighting as a heavyweight, defending your light heavyweight title, becoming a two-division champ. What are your thoughts now? What would you like to do next?
Man, I know there's a guy who's been calling himself Champ. I mean, what guy just gives up his belt because somebody else made it home? Daddy's home, DC. Prove to the fans you're a champ. Come get a taste. I'm here. Get your belt back. He'll be waiting right here.
Congratulations, Jon Jones. Jon Jones, ladies and gentlemen.
Johnny Bones with a big performance tonight. No surprise. That post-fight interview brought to you by EA Sports UFC 3. Get 2 games for the price of 1 with the EA Sports UFC 3 Fight Night Champion Bundle. Available for $24 exclusively on Xbox One for a limited time.
I sure hope DC takes that. I mean, I just do. I think that...
Yeah, that has to take place.
I mean, I really hope so. That is the fight to make happen. Those two are the best in the world.
It is the only fight that makes sense for Jon at this point in his career, and especially for DC, because we know that DC is 1, maybe 2 fights away from retiring. And this is the fight for him to cement his legacy. If DC can win, what does he say? I mean, S-H-I-T. He should win. Dude starts with a head start every time. Well, I think he's talking about steroids. The problem,
really? You think?
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hashtag USADA fake, yeah.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, but the fight still has to happen. That's the thing. I mean, all that can be said, DC, but this fight has to happen. You two are the best in the world, and everybody in the world wants to see it. So, DC, I hope you take it. And Jon Jones, beautiful fight tonight. And, you know, you got to have respect for all these guys. I mean, I understand DC's position, but at the same time, I mean, what weight class are they going to fight at? How about that?
Well, Jones has said...
Why not heavyweight?
I agree.
I think DC likes fighting at heavyweight. I think he fights better there. He feels better there. He doesn't like cutting weight.
I like heavyweight for DC, and I like that fight at heavyweight in general because DC's found a home there, and he's looked more impressive there than ever.
Yes.
And I'd like to see Jon Jones have that challenge and have to take that challenge at heavyweight with DC.
That would be a tremendous fight. And then, who knows, they do that and then do it at light heavyweight too.
Right.
What the hell?
Well, Jones has intimated that he wants to fight DC in this 205-pound division. That's what he said here during fight week, but...
I don't know if DC wants to make that cut anymore.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think he needs to. He could stay at heavyweight and have this fight a million times, and I would watch it.
Listen, right now, Jon is the light heavyweight champion. DC's the heavyweight champion. Why not? Why not have it? Why not have it for the heavyweight title? Jon Jones, we're talking about it right now. Heavyweight title. DC versus you.